I can see it, and I can feel it, and I can taste it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's kind of dry, a little bit salty. Dry and salty are what we call properties. Properties tell us what things are like. For example, this slice of cheese is floppy. By noticing and sharing properties, we can let each other know what to expect from things. And we all more or less agree on what things there are. We give names to stuff, and if they catch on, we put them in dictionaries with the word noun next to them. But are all of these nouns an inventory of the universe or an inventory of things we made? Let me put it this way. Do islands exist? Well, it's in the dictionary, and a quick look around confirms that there are more than 0 islands. So, yes, islands exist. But what about incars? An incar is a car that is in a garage. As a car leaves a garage, an in-car diminishes at the threshold until it collapses into non-existence. Later, an extremely similar in-car may emerge at the same threshold when the car returns. Are there any cars in garages right now? Well, if so, then in-cars exist. But you might be thinking, that's not a thing. You just made that up. And it's silly. Being in a garage is just a property that a car can have. Stop trying to make in-cars a thing. Okay, but first of all, I didn't make it up. Eli Hirsch did. And second of all, if you think in-cars aren't things, wait until you hear about islands. An in-car might just be a relation between a car and a garage, but an island is just a relation between land and some water. Now, of course, island might be a more useful concept than in-car, but does that make islands objectively more real than in-cars? And what about trogs? A trog is an object whose parts are a tree and whatever dog is nearest. Here's a picture of one. Do you see the trog? This is its tree part and this is its dog part. You might be thinking, come on, how can that be a thing? The tree and the dog aren't even connected. Well, so what? These two pieces of fabric aren't connected, and yet they are a thing called a bikini. Now, sure, if we cut down this tree and burn it for warmth, we don't feel the need to apologize to what's left of the trog for destroying its tree part. But maybe we should? What if some extraterrestrials showed up and said they thought dogs and trees composed trogs? Would they be wrong? Could we convince them otherwise? Ontological realists believe that we could, that there really is a mind-independent answer to the question, what is there? People like Theodore Sider believe that the universe has joints, and that we can cut up reality into objective, real things by finding them. Ontological anti-realists disagree. Their position is that what we think there is just one way to cut up reality. It's a good one for us and our needs, but it's not objectively more true than any other. So, who's right? Well, if these blocks compose a tower, what do they compose now? Just because we don't have a name for this doesn't necessarily mean I haven't accidentally built something, does it? When do two or more things compose something else? Peter Van Inwagen calls this the special composition question. In Material Beings, he considers possible answers. Maybe things compose something only when they're in contact. Well, that's a good thought, but it doesn't explain how a bikini can be a thing, or why two books are still just two books when one is stacked on top of the other. You know, maybe a certain degree of fixation is required, or a melding. If a surgeon sewed us together and the skin healed with no seam and we shared the same blood supply, you know, even then, it would seem wrong to say that we'd become some new kind of animal. There'd still just be me and you, but like stuck together. The philosophy of parts and wholes is called Mereology, and Mereological universalism is the belief that there is an answer to the special composition question. And the answer is this: any assortment of stuff, no matter how strange or scattered across time and space, composes a thing. Some pages compose these books, but I don't just have 2 books here. Oh no, there's also a third thing. Let's call it a took, because its parts are 2 books. There is also something composed of my left ear, the northern third of every brown trout in England, and the Eiffel Tower. Just because it doesn't have a name, and no one's ever talked about it before, just shows a lack of interest on our part. To a universalist, eliminating some composites but not others is just too arbitrary. We may as well accept them all. Eliminativism is any belief that accepts some composites but eliminates others. Peter van Inwagen, for example, believes that there are no ordinary objects. No chairs or shirts or shoes. Right here, there are just some simples, atoms or whatever, arranged shoe-wise. There isn't something else here called a shoe. But he thinks that because people believe that they themselves exist, and he can't see how something could believe it existed without existing in the first place to even think that, there must be people. He goes further, though, to argue that all living things exist. While admitting he doesn't have any knockdown arguments in their favor, he mentions that because symbols that are part of a living organism maintain the organism, while shedding some members and gaining others, all while remaining individuated from other organisms, unlike, say, waves of water at the moment of collision, clearly, symbols in the act of a life must compose something. That position is called organicism. It's been called the belief that people exist, but none of them wear clothes. Mereological nihilism is less generous. It's the belief that there are no trogs or incars or dogs or trees, because nothing ever composes. Now, the nihilist does not believe that there is nothing here. There are lots of symbols, but that's it. Now, that might sound puzzling. How can a bunch of fundamental particles arranged into atoms and molecules that are arranged like this not be a chair? I mean, that's just what a chair is. Well, good question. Let's call that deflationism, the belief that this is all silly and that all these positions are just talking past one another. I mean, they all agree on what reality contains. They all believe that there are symbols here and that those symbols are arranged into a chair shape. And since that's just what a chair is, they all believe in chairs. Those who say they don't are just being weird and contrarian. Deflationism has many supporters, and it truly is the heart of our issue today. But to address it, we should first see why it would be nice if all these parts did not form a chair. Let's begin with over-determination. If chairs really do exist, shouldn't they be able to interact with us? The thing is, though, everything this alleged chair can do can be described by referencing the behavior of symbols here and any other symbols that happen to come along. An account of the activities of every atom in this room leaves nothing for the chair to explain.
A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. Motorists are constantly warned about the dangers of picking up hitchhikers. These dangers apply to both the motorist and the hitchhiker.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
How far are you going?
To the airport.
Oh, that's great. I can get a bus there. Maria won't be asleep yet.
That's your girl?
I'm an old married man. Gonna be a papa.
Wonderful. When?
A couple of months.
How long you home for?
Just a couple of weeks. Then I'm shipping out to Japan.
Going to take your wife?
Maria wants to have the baby in this country. She had a rough deal when she was a kid. She's from Czechoslovakia. Threw her in a concentration camp when she was 13. She says she ain't taking any chance with our boy. He's gonna be born here, being a 100% U.S. citizen.
You said boy.
We already decided.
Oh, I see.
When's your plane?
11 o'clock.
Where you going?
Chicago.
Chicago, huh? I was there once. It's cold. Hey, miss. That's the way to the airport.
I've got to return the car. It's rented. Picked a name for the baby?
Christopher Angelo McCosta. You like it?
Suppose it's a girl. Suppose there's an accident. You know, it could happen.
We'll call her Maria and hope it looks like her instead of me. She's real pretty. I'll show you. Yeah, that's her. She drew it herself. She's a good drawer. She made that one of me.
She is good. I'll drop you off at the bus station.
Well, that'll be swell. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Sparky.
Hello, honey.
$10, right?
You can still borrow the car for free. One date, one car. Where are you going to beat a price like that?
No, thanks.
Did you bring the keys? Hang them up for me, will you? I got more grease in my hands than I have in my hair. Number 5. I wish I could tell you what you're missing. You ought to see me in about a half an hour.
I know it'd be fun, but I've got a plane to catch.
Thanks anyway. Rent a car. Oh, hello, Alice. Yeah, I know I didn't come home for dinner. Well, I just didn't have a chance to call you, that's all. No, I'll be working here most of the night. Okay, yeah, I'll see you for breakfast. Okay. Okay. Goodbye. Hello, honey. I can close up now. Yeah, I'll be over and pick you up in about 15 minutes. Okay. Good. Bye.
Dominic. Oh. Oh.
I brought you something.
Oh, thank you.
I was sore when I missed the last bus. If I didn't have to walk home, I never would have passed the place with those flowers. Oh, fine father I am. I didn't even ask you. How's Christopher?
Oh, he is fine, Dominic, fine. You had something to eat?
I wasn't hungry.
Oh, a father must eat also. Sit down. I will make you some naleśniki.
No, Maria, you rest. It's too late to eat pancakes. 11:15, I'm tired. And you are, too. You can make pancakes for me for tomorrow.
All right.
Acosta?
Private Dominic McCosta?
That's right.
Police.
I'm not AWOL. I've got my orders.
I want to ask you and your wife a few questions.
Well, my wife's in bed.
Were you near the airport tonight?
Yeah?
Is this your wallet?
Yeah, but how?
This wallet was found tonight in a stolen car.
Stolen car.
And the car was involved in a hit-and-run accident at 11 o'clock.
I was here at 11 o'clock.
Anybody see you?
My wife?
Well, anybody else?
Oh, I just got home tonight.
Did you wear your uniform tonight?
Yeah?
This car was stolen from a garage near the airport. The garage man saw a soldier and a girl hanging around the place just before the car was taken. You're a soldier. You admit you were near the airport. Your wallet was found in the car. You added up.
But I didn't steal any car.
The garage man is at headquarters. You and your wife better get dressed. You'll both have to let him take a look at you. Okay, Pete, send them in.
Dominic, what are they doing to us?
It's all right, Maria. He can't say it was us. He can't.
Against the wall over here. Line up with it, please. All right, send in Albright. You recognize any of these people? Don't make any identification unless you're positive.
I've never seen any of them, Lieutenant.
Thanks anyway.
Sorry. Wish I could have helped you.
You can go. Not you, McCosta. You and your wife stay here.
You heard the man. He didn't know us.
There's another witness. The old woman who was hit.
She will tell you, too, it was not Dominic and me. She will tell you it was another man. Dominic was home with me.
Can we go see her now?
She's unconscious. But before she went into her coma, she said there was a man and a woman in the car.
It wasn't us.
How'd your wallet get in the car?
Dominic has told you already so many times. He does not know.
Well, until we find out, we're holding you.
Dominic and Maria were booked on suspicion of car theft and felonious hit-and-run driving. They were photographed, fingerprinted, and put in jail. I was assigned to defend them. With every answer, they protested their innocence.
I didn't steal any car. All I know is some girl gave me a lift to the airport. Next thing I know, some guy's arresting me.
Why do they do this to Dominic and me? This is the United States. Here, they do not put you in jail for nothing.
They made a mistake, Maria. Mr. Matthews will get us out. Tell her.
I hope so. Dominic, do you know how your wallet got in that car?
I must have dropped it.
Then you were in the car.
Sure, I thought my way home so I could save the dough.
You mean someone gave you a lift?
A girl. When we got near the airport, I took my wallet out to show her Maria's picture. And I thought I dropped it back in my pocket, but it must have missed.
Well, that girl is important. Who is she?
I don't know. She didn't tell me her name.
Can you describe her?
Yeah. Real pretty. Brown hair. Kind of a little nose. Maybe about as old as me. She was going to Chicago.
That night?
That's how come she left me off at the airport.
Well, do you know what plane she took?
No. Yeah. Wait a minute. 11 o'clock, she said.
You will find her, Mr. Matthews.
Well, we might be able to locate her by checking all of the airline passengers for the night, or... Say, wait a minute. The rent-a-car place would have her name.
That's right. You see, Maria, it's gonna be okay.
Then we can go home, yes?
Well, I don't know, but at least...
But they cannot keep us here. Dominic and me, we did not do anything. I do not want my baby to be born in jail.
That's right, Mr. Matthews. Gotta get us out of here.
I'll arrange to have you transferred to the jail hospital.
Oh, no. I will not go. I will not have my baby in prison. They cannot make me.
We'll do our best. Hello, Frank.
Hi, Bart. When you're through, I'll take Private McCosta off your hands.
Oh, what for?
The old lady that was hit. She's coming out of her coma. I want her to listen to McCosta.
Listen to me?
Yeah, she's blind.
Oily
When they found her,
buttons.
she was still conscious. She said that the car stopped after it hit her. The driver got out and walked over to her, said to somebody, "The old dame's blind." She heard a woman's voice, but she doesn't know what she said. And she wouldn't be able to recognize her voice.
How would this man know so quickly that she was blind?
She was still clutching her white cane.
Well, we're through here, Frank. Where is the lady?
City Hospital.
Would you mind if I go along with you?
Glad to have you. Can you hear me? I'm Detective Bell. You told the policeman you'd be able to recognize the voice of that man in the car. Do you still think you can? Fine. Now, please listen carefully.
The old dame is blind. The old dame is blind.
We have another man for you to listen to. All right?
The old dame is blind.
Louder this time.
The old dame is blind. No. No, she's wrong. She's wrong.
The next morning, I swung by the garage to get the name of that girl. But the relief man couldn't help me. All he could tell me was that Sparky would be back later. So I went to the airport. I quickly learned that the only plane leaving here for Chicago around 11 p.m. was United Airlines flight number 710. When I got to the United counter, I told the young lady my problem. She called the passenger supervisor, a Mr. Bentley, then told me he'd be right out.
My name's Bentley.
Oh, I'm Bart Matthews, the public.
Yes, I recognized you. What can we do for you?
Well, a young soldier named McCosta and his wife were arrested this week, charged with car theft and hit-and-run driving.
Yeah, I read about it.
A young lady gave McCosta a lift on Monday night. She left here for Chicago at 11 o'clock.
It's flight 710. We can check that manifest. What's her name?
I don't know. But if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to have the name of every female passenger on that flight.
We can have that in, say, 15 minutes.
Fine.
But there may be 20 or 30 names on that list.
That's all right. I'm going back to the rent-a-car garage. And if the young lady who returned that car is on your list, we'll know we have the right person.
Can I talk to you a minute?
Yeah, just a second.
I'd like some information, please.
Dial 113 for information, please. Million laughs, this job. Doc, if you're selling something, you're going to have to talk to the guy that owns this joint. I'm just the daytime, nighttime, sleepy time blues manager.
I'm Bart Matthews, the public defender. I'm representing Private McCosta.
Brother, you got a tough job on your hands with that Yankee Doodle soldier boy. But I think I got that one figured out. So a guy comes in town on a furlough. What's he looking for? Well, a few laughs, a little romance, vive la France. I know. I used to be in the Army. Loved every minute of it. So this poor slob gloms a car, picks up a dame. They go out and get loaded, and boom, he clobbers his old lady, and they take off.
Very interesting. Can you tell me who returned that Ford sedan Monday night just before it was stolen?
Well, I can look it up. One thing I like about this job, it's so nice and clean. We've got germs here that even Mayo Clinic hasn't heard about yet. That was number 5. Now, here we are. Monday was the
21st.
10th, 12th, 17th, 18th. Somebody's giving you a snow job. Car number 5 was in the pits 3 days having a valve job before your soldier boy glommed it.
You mean it never left the shop?
Not a chance.
Thanks. While I was at the garage...
Well, how did you make out at the garage?
No luck. I still don't know her name.
Well, here's the entire passenger list of Flight 710 Monday night.
Thanks. Well, I guess I'll have to check all of them.
Well, you had one break. Only 16 women on that flight.
We could use a few breaks.
Oh, and another thing that may help. They're all local people. Can I buy you some coffee?
Oh, thanks again, but I'd better start checking this list. McCoster's trial starts tomorrow. While I checked the 3 women who had returned to the city, requests to trace and question the others were sent by teletype and phone to the various cities the women had gone to. Then we waited. A few hours later, we started to get our answers. One by one, we heard from New York, Boston, Memphis, Columbus, Omaha. I'm sorry, but there was no such passenger.
You're a liar.
Dominic, don't say those things.
You blind like the old woman? They know we didn't do anything.
Dominic, whatever you think, I'm on your side. Now, my office did check all 16 women passengers on that flight. None of them gave a soldier a lift on the way to the airport.
All I know is that a girl gave me a lift in that car. She said she was going to Chicago at 11 o'clock. How do I know if she really went? Maybe she got sick. Maybe she had an accident.
There were no last-minute cancellations on that flight.
So I made it up. The whole thing. I ran over the old girl, and I stole the car.
Dominic, please.
I know it looks like you're being framed, Dominic, but
Looks like it.
the police don't operate that way.
Dominic, the picture. Give it to Mr. Matthews.
Oh, what difference does it make? You think they're gonna knock their brains out trying to find one girl out of 160 million people? You'll have the baby in prison. Who cares? Us, and we don't count.
Dominic, what can it hurt?
What picture is she talking about?
From all that Dominic has told me, I drew a picture.
Of the girl? Well, let's see it.
Dominic, please.
Does this look like her? Does it?
It's okay. What difference does it make? They've got us now. They ain't gonna let us go.
They might if we can find this girl before 2 o'clock tomorrow. Your trial is scheduled for the afternoon session.
Who you kidding if they find this girl? You really want to know how to find her? Put an ad in every paper in the whole world. Maybe she already left Chicago and went to Africa. And you say in the paper, if you look like this, call Dominic McCoster at the city jail. I'll have a telephone put in my cell.
Dominic!
McCoster's
This
somebody in
oil
this case
sponsored
is
by
lying.
Bottoms Insurance.
I don't know,
When
maybe
risk
one
is
of the
heading
women on
ever
the plane had a
closer
reason
towards
for
your
not
rear
wanting
end,
to admit
you
that she
need your
picked you up.
desires cared for.
Maybe there is no such
Call
girl.
1-800-BOTTOMS today.
But I'll tell you this much. I'll do everything I can to find out before 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Can you break a 20?
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Laughing Boy?
Who?
The gasoline lover. No jokes, no story about a big romance, no...
I just talked to my wife and got terrible news. She understands me.
Poor girl. Well, I'm off. See you in a couple of days.
Hi. I'd like you to look at this picture. You remember any customers who look like this?
There must be a million dames that look like that. When you find them, send me a dozen.
Then she doesn't look familiar?
Look, I never really look at their kissers. All I look at is their dough and their licenses. Sorry.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Bentley?
Oh, how'd you make out?
No good. I'd like to ask you another favor.
Why, certainly.
Possibly one of you people might remember selling a ticket to this girl or checking her in on Monday night.
Is this the girl?
I understand it resembles her. Now, incidentally, that list you gave me, that's definitely all of the passengers on that flight, isn't it?
All but the crew. Now, we can take this picture and show it to...
the crew. The stewardess.
That's right.
How many were on that flight?
2.
Would you recognize this girl if she was a stewardess?
Well, I don't know. 200 or 300 fly in and out of here.
Well, who worked that flight Monday night?
I'll find out. Flight crew desk. Bentley. I'd like to have the names of the stewardesses on 710, the 21st. They can look that up in the schedule book. Yeah, Joe. Oh, just a minute. Nora Lindell, Jane Morgan. Do you know them? Oh, what do they look like? Oh, tall blonde, eh? doesn't know the Morgan girl, but he's asking some of the other men in the dispatch room. Yeah, Joe. Medium height. Pretty. Brown hair.
That could be the girl.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Joe. What did you say? Flight 718 this morning? Thanks. Well, let's take a look at the Morgan girl's picture. And we've got to hurry. She's on a flight leaving for Chicago at 10:15.
United Flight 718, City of Chicago, now departing from Gate 24. United Flight 718, the City of Chicago, now departing from Gate 24.
Tower, United 718, request taxi clearance. Over.
United 718, cleared for taxi to runway 25 left.
United Flight 718, City of Chicago, now departing from Gate 24. United Flight 718, the City of Chicago, now departing from Gate 24.
Well, that looks like the same girl. Can I talk to her?
Well, I'll see when she's due back.
Can we get her before she leaves?
Oh, I doubt it. Ramp supervisor. Oh, is 718 cleared yet? Oh, thank you. It's left the ramp, but it's still on the field.
The McCosters go on trial this afternoon. Without that girl, they don't stand a chance of an acquittal.
Ramp supervisor. I don't know if we can catch it. Oh, this is Bentley. Will you please request the control tower for permission to return 718 to the ramp? Emergency request by the public defender.
Thanks.
Now, when every second is important, you learn how complex an operation a large airline is. How many people it takes to get a plane into the sky. And, in this case, how many people it takes to try to keep one on the ground. Watched that plane take off. And as it left the airport, I saw our chances for an acquittal going with it.
United 718, this is LA Tower. Company requests you return to field immediately.
Bentley. Thanks. Well, we made it.
Now let's hope she's the right girl.
Well, if she is, I'll get a reserve stewardess to make the trip.
When confronted by Jane Morgan and the true story of car number 5, Sparky quickly lost his smart aleck attitude and confessed.
That's her. That's the girl, Mr. Matthews. It's her.
Yes, Mr. Matthews. He's the one I picked out.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Oh, Dominic. Oh.
They're too busy to thank you, so I'll do it for them.
You're very welcome.
As a result of the identification by Miss Morgan, Dominic and Maria McCosta were released. Under police questioning, Sparky Albright confessed to driving the hit-and-run car. He was sent to prison. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Maria's baby is named Christopher Matthews McCosta. Now, the case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. The age of retirement comes all too soon for most public officials. Jesse Caswell, Deputy Public Defender, was no exception. 5 days away from compulsory retirement, he awaits the verdict of his last case.
Taking into consideration all the evidence that's been presented, there's no doubt in my mind that the defendant is guilty, and I so find. We'll continue this matter for 3 weeks. That will be the 17th for probation and sentence. Before adjourning, the court would like to take judicial note and bid farewell to Deputy Public Defender Jesse Caswell. He can retire, comforted by the knowledge of a lifetime spent upholding justice. The legal profession is going to miss him. Court will now adjourn until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Well, it's too bad you couldn't have won and gone out in a blaze of glory, Jesse.
Losing isn't what I mind. It's quitting. Well, thanks anyhow for the obituary.
With the 70th birthday only 5 days away, some men wouldn't bother reporting for work. But Jesse Caswell couldn't change the habit of a lifetime overnight.
Hello, Bart. Busy?
Oh, hello, Jesse. What are you doing here?
I have something for you.
I thought I told you to take a couple of days off to go fishing.
That's from my doctor's office. My annual report. Read it.
Blood pressure, 148/72. Heart action, normal, no murmurs. Pulse, 76. Respiration, 18. Reflexes, normal. General physical condition, excellent. Well, this is wonderful. Why the long face?
I'm in better condition than most men at 50. Now give me one good reason why I should retire.
What can I do, Jesse? Regulations.
But why can't they make an exception?
I'm sorry, Jesse.
I suppose you're going to give me a farewell dinner.
We are?
Complete with watch.
It's being engraved now.
Well, I already have a watch and plenty of time. Bard, what am I going to do with myself?
Fish, relax, enjoy yourself. Take a
I am
vacation.
calling in regard to your
have
bottom
enjoyed
insurance
myself for
policy.
36
Sadly,
years
your
right
bottom
here.
insurance policy has expired. Please
make it
renew the
comfortable,
bottom
Jess.
insurance to protect chat.
If I knew of a way to keep you on, I'd do it without your asking. Besides, like death and taxes, retirement must come to most men in public life. But I'll be willing to bet that inside of a week you'll be twice as busy as you ever were here. Well, I'll be calling on you from time to time for advice on some of these cases.
Who's that in this case?
Oh, it just came in. It's unassigned.
Breaking and entering, Dalton Tool and Die Company, John Dalton.
Haven't you poured over enough of these in your lifetime? Come on, hand it over, Jess.
Bart, this case was made for me.
Not a chance. Besides, it doesn't even come up on the calendar for 2 weeks, and by that time, you will be in the middle of some nice trout stream.
Who's going to hear this case?
Judge Harkness.
This will give me one more chance.
Come on, Jesse, hand it over.
Suppose I persuade Judge Harkness to move the trial up to Friday.
What am I going to do with you?
Nothing. I'm going to see the judge.
All right, Jesse, but you better leave the case history here until you make certain he'll advance the date.
I crammed Harkness through law school. I don't think he'll turn me down.
Jesse Caswell was right. Judge Harkness agreed to move the trial up to Friday, but told him not to expect clemency.
I'm not a thief, Mr. Caswell. I didn't steal anything.
Well, it says in the report you took a turret top attachment from the Dalton Tool Company. Did you?
I borrowed it.
You're charged with breaking and entering, and that's a felony.
I was going to return it right after the weekend. Bud Taylor, the shop foreman, will tell you.
You'll still get a year in a county jail and 1 to 10 if the judge decides to send you to the penitentiary.
You think that'll happen?
How long did you work for the Dalton Tool Company before you opened your own shop?
4 years.
Quit or get fired?
Fired. I wanted to be in business for myself. Right now, all I have is a hole in the wall. But I'm the boss, understand?
Yes, yes.
Anyhow, I've been getting by, waiting for a chance to branch out. Figured if I could grab off some subcontracting jobs for the aircraft plants, I'd really get rolling. And I wouldn't stop until I had a plant 10 times the size of John Dalton's.
Want to be a tycoon, eh?
Any law against being ambitious? Anyhow, last Friday I had a chance to get off to a flying start. Ted Smith, contract engineer for Meteor Aircraft, dropped into the shop.
The purchasing department at Meteor has okayed your bid on these valves.
Great. How big an order do I get?
As much as you can handle. I'm your boy. These standard A&M landing gear fittings are a cinch. I'm glad to hear it. I have the Army and Navy breathing down my neck. I've got to have 1,000 by Monday.
Monday?
Sure. But that ought to be easy with your turret top.
Where is it?
Well, don't tell me you didn't order one. I'll have it, don't worry. I never could have gotten your bid approved.
I said I'd have one, and I will. Just had to do a little promoting, that's all. It cost $900. That doesn't grow on trees.
But you are getting one.
Today.
Good. You get this order under your belt, and I'll throw another your way as soon as you can handle it. You won't fail me now.
You're darn right I won't. Let me take a look at my old machine. You know, this job for Meteor really got me started. How about buying the turret top attachment for the weekend?
You're a big man now. Why don't you buy one?
I'll be able to when I finish the job. You know, I used to use this baby all the time. Even put my initials on it.
But it belongs to the Dalton Company.
The plant's closed Saturday and Sunday.
Look, kid, it took me 10 years to get to be foreman here. I like my job, and I intend to keep it. And you know the old man's policy. Well, he's bugs on the subject.
He can afford to be.
You want a tip? Don't try to make $1 million. You're a good worker, Martin. If you want me to, I'll even talk to personnel. Maybe Mr. Reynolds will let me hire you back.
I'm in business for myself. One simple little attachment. Look, Bud, let me use this and I'll give you 10% of the job. Easy money without even lifting a finger.
No dice.
Think it over, kid. And when you get tired of being your own boss, let me know.
All the rest of that day, I kept trying to figure an angle.
Ever hear of a business loan?
I'm over my head with a bank now for equipment.
What about your family?
Have none.
Friends?
How do you keep them once you borrow money? I even tried to promote a turret top demonstrator just for the weekend. No luck. All I could think of was the Dalton plant turret top. Just sitting there. You know the rest. What do you care? What's one case more or less in your life?
You're wrong, son.
What do you mean?
See you around. I may tell you someday.
With the thoroughness and patience of many years of investigation, Jesse Caswell began to find out about Alan Martin. After inspecting his small workshop, he called on Ted Smith, the contract engineer for Meteor Aircraft. He confirmed the subcontracting offer. From there, he went to the Dalton Tool Company and looked up Bud Taylor, foreman of the shop.
Mr. Taylor, are you willing to testify in court that Mr. Martin had come to you first and asked if he could borrow this turret top?
If you go to a bank and they refuse to lend you money, that doesn't give you a right to break in and steal it, does it? I only work here. Mr. Reynolds, a plant manager, is pressing the charges. I like Martin, but...
Have you ever been in business for yourself?
Once, but what's that got to do with it?
Failure?
Well, I decided I'd rather work for a large firm like Dalton. No headaches, steady.
I understand. But on the other hand, someone's got to start a little outfit so they can go in a big one like Dalton's here. Isn't that right, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, but...
Thanks very much. So, $900 for that, huh?
That's right.
That's more money than Dalton had his whole plant when he first started.
slogan, Mr. Caswell. And since Martin has committed a crime...
Well, it's not that I condone his actions, Mr. Reynolds, but it's my experience that honesty has as many degrees as a circle.
What are you trying to say?
Well, just that a slogan is like a rule or a regulation. Sometimes it's unfair to make it apply. Now, if this once, you could make an exception.
And violate the trust that Mr. Dalton's placed in me?
Well, as plant manager, do you have the final word?
That is our usual policy.
Unless, of course, Mr. Dalton sees fit to intervene.
He'd never do that. You're not going to try to see Mr. Dalton.
No, why not?
He's jammed with appointments all this week. He's so busy...
I don't think he'll be too busy to see me.
But Mr. Caswell,
No more calls, please. I tried my best to avoid bothering you, John.
Jess, you couldn't have picked a worse time. I'm right in the midst of negotiating a vital defense contract.
Well, I'm negotiating a boy's future.
I'll be frank. It was unfair of you to take advantage of our friendship.
Friendship?
Well, I'll admit that we haven't seen each other as much as we might during the last few years.
The last 20 years, John.
Well, people drift apart, different interests, those things happen.
Now, if I'd been able to get anywhere with your plant manager, I wouldn't have disturbed you.
Reynolds reflects my attitude completely. I've spent a lifetime building policy, and he's right to enforce it. I can't interfere.
You mean you won't?
Well, if you choose to put it that way. Martin committed a crime, and he's got to pay for it. I've told you that Oh, all right. I'm on the way.
There's one more question, John.
What is it?
I wonder if you remember the first time we met.
Oh, yes, I remember it.
36 years ago, to be exact. Remember where? County jail.
But my case was dismissed in the interest of justice.
With the aid of a public defender. A fellow named Jesse Caswell, remember?
Yes. That's ancient history. It was a matter of justice.
Justice? I don't think you've learned the meaning of the word.
Oh, no.
Or maybe you think it's something special that begins and ends with you, John Dalton, tycoon, pillar of society, backbone of industry. Where would you be if your boss had turned his back on justice 36 years ago? Honesty is the foundation of success. You write beautiful slogans, John. Why? To ease your conscience? Or have you one?
Goodbye, Jess.
Late that same afternoon, a tired Jesse Caswell sat in my office and told me what had happened. I was more convinced than ever that I never should have allowed him to take this case.
All right, what are you worried about? The case doesn't go to trial for 2 days.
Yeah, but you don't have a chance of winning. The law's all on Dalton's side.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to lose.
Now, you've been in this game too long to bank on personal friendship. Besides, you just finished telling me he won't intercede.
Only because I haven't found the right way to persuade him.
Now, in my opinion, the best thing to do is to plead extenuating circumstances, to hope for probation or a light sentence.
A man has to go to jail. There's no such thing as a light sentence.
Just what are you going to do?
I don't know. If I did, I'd be doing it.
Now, if you want me to take over for you...
I haven't hit the canvas and you've got me counted out.
Just go home and get some rest.
I don't need any rest. I'm going to see Dalton.
Yeah, but you just spoke to him.
No, he spoke. I listened. Now I'm going to do the talking.
Have you ever taken no for an answer?
Not when I thought the answer should be yes. I may have said some things this afternoon, John, you didn't like, and I should have known better.
Is that why you came here, to apologize?
If you want to accept it as such.
When a man apologizes, he's made a mistake, and you pull a whopper. Lecturing to me as though I were some broken-down bum sitting in the tank at Lincoln Heights Jail.
Why did you bother to see me?
You know, the trouble with your kind is that you never stop to look yourselves over.
40 years of practicing law, and where are you? A deputy public defender. A few $1,000 a year, the hard way, with a rocking chair waiting for you at the end of the line.
What you think of me doesn't matter.
Neither does that nobody that you're defending.
I defended you once.
Well, who needed you? I didn't break in any place. I'm not a thief. I'm John Dalton.
John, dear. I'm sorry if I've interrupted.
You haven't. I've nothing further to say.
I gathered as much.
I'm Mrs. Dalton.
Jesse Caswell.
How do you do? John, aren't you going to offer Mr. Caswell a drink?
He's leaving, and so are we.
I've overstayed my welcome now. I'm very happy to have met you, Mrs. Dalton. I feel sorry for you, John. You have so much to be thankful for.
Next time I say we're leaving, don't question it. What are you sitting down for?
I told you, John, I don't like taking orders.
Are you going to start that business again? Come on, let's just get out of here.
What does Mr. Caswell do?
Big man, public defender. Lucy, are you coming or not?
Why did you need a public defender?
I didn't.
Why did you have to explain that you never broke in any place, that you were no thief?
I had to get something through his head. He represents that boy who tried to steal a piece of equipment from the plant. Wants me to intercede for him. You know how I feel about honesty.
I think I'm finally beginning to understand it.
Now, Lucy, I don't intend to stand here and then...
Mr. Caswell said he was sorry for you. That's what I've been wanting to say for a long time.
What are you talking about?
You wouldn't understand. You're a big man who thinks he has everything he wants. But you've never found your place in the sun.
Well, that's fine talk coming from a secretary.
I'm your wife. Can't you understand that? You've given me everything I want, except the right to respect you. I know now why we're always running out, surrounded by people. It keeps us from facing each other and seeing how little we really have.
I don't know what you're talking about. If I'd known this was going to happen, I'd never have let that old man come in here.
Why did you need a public defender, John?
Oh, there's nothing to it. It happened 36 years ago. I'd just come back from the war, and I knew even then I was going into business for myself. The firm I worked for was supposed to give me a bonus, and when I tried to collect to get money to open my shop, they wouldn't pay.
Why not?
Well, they claimed I'd borrowed against salaries due before I went overseas.
Was that true?
A few $100. Without that bonus money, I couldn't open my shop, so I took what was rightfully mine.
And you were caught.
The case never came to trial. The boss realized an injustice had been done, arresting a veteran, and he dropped the charges.
And what about this boy Jesse is defending? Maybe this boy had a dream just the way you did.
Oh, Tommy Rod.
John, I beg of you, give Jesse the same chance to defend this boy as he did you.
Caswell did nothing for me.
He kept you out of jail. He made all this possible. And what do? Brush him off, humiliate him, just as you do me and everyone else who disagrees with you.
Are you through?
You haven't even heard me.
I'm going to that dinner party.
Then go alone and see how you like it.
Lucy. Reynolds, in view of my old friendship with Mr. Caswell and with this case coming up for trial tomorrow, I felt it expedient that we discuss this matter without any further delay.
As you wish, Mr. Dalton. I'm sure you know that I've reviewed this case with the district attorney. And with all due respect to Mr. Caswell, he feels positive of securing a conviction.
I understand, but,
Well, you're not suggesting that we withdraw these charges.
Well,
Well, then perhaps there's some criticism about the way I've handled this.
Oh, nobody's criticizing you, Reynolds.
Then, if I may speak freely, by pressing this issue, Mr. Caswell, you've infringed upon the rights of friendship.
Have I, John? Mr. Caswell is merely doing his job.
And so am I, Mr. Dalton. Or is the purpose of this meeting to make it appear as though I personally were withdrawing these charges so that your slogan can remain sacred?
Reynolds,
I believe in that slogan. I believe in you. I believe in what you stand for. Now, have I been wrong? If so, then I prefer to resign right here and now.
Oh, there'll be no necessity for...
Thank you, sir. Will there be anything else? Then if you'll excuse me.
You have the ball again, John. Which way are you going to run now?
The same way I've always gone?
Yeah. I guess we're both wasting our time.
Mr. Caswell, I hope John would send for you. Everything's going to be all right.
No.
He's not going to help you? And that boy? But I was so sure when I saw you here.
Thanks for trying.
Lucy, what are you doing here?
The Book of Quotations. You live by it, don't you, John? Honesty is the foundation of success. That's as far as you ever read. You should have turned the page. What shall it profit a man if he should gain the whole world and lose his own soul?
Well, it's almost 10 o'clock, Jesse.
Yes, I know.
I hope you don't mind my coming down here this morning.
Figured I'd need moral support?
Well, no. Well, that is, I have a case in Department 82 at 10:30, and I thought I could kill some time here.
Everyone rise. Facing the flag of our country, recognizing the principles for which it stands, Department 87 Superior Court in and for the County of Los Angeles, California is now in session. The Honorable James J. Harkness, Judge presiding. Be seated.
Your Honor, in the matter of Alan Martin, Mr. Dalton of the Dalton Tool Company and Mr. Klein of the District Attorney's Office and myself have discussed this problem rather thoroughly, and at this time, I would like to move that the matter be dismissed in the interest of justice.
Do you concur in that motion, Mr. Klein?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
So ordered. Let the record show that on motion of the public defender and concurred in by the district attorney that the case of Alan Martin, number 184326, is dismissed in the interest of justice. Once again, and for the last time, I'm sure, the court takes judicial note of the efforts of Deputy Public Defender Jesse Caswell. Court adjourned.
Well, that night we gave Jesse Caswell a farewell dinner and a gold watch. Alan Martin continued in business for himself and is doing well. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. And Jesse is still practicing law as special counsel for John Dalton. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients.
Many of our cases come under the heading of routine. However, the case I'm going to tell you about tonight was anything but routine. It involves a child and a child beater. The story of Pauline Derrick became officially a case when the frantic screams of her daughter alarmed the neighbors.
What's the trouble, ma'am?
What's the trouble? Look at this poor child. Her mother cut her and locked her in the closet. I don't know what came over that woman.
Did your mother do that?
Yes. She's my stepmother. She has a terrible temper. Something's got to be done about that woman.
Where do you live?
Right down the hall, apartment 21.
Is that your daughter down the hall?
Yes.
You cut her up and lock her in a closet?
Yes. Oh, no. No. I locked her up and...
All hail the chair.
I can't understand.
All right, lady. Come along. Take her down and call in. I'll be with you in a minute. This what did it? I'm afraid you'll have to come down to the station and sign a complaint. Feel up to it?
It's all right, Terry. I'll take you down.
What'll they do to Mom?
I don't know. That's up to the judge.
She didn't mean it. I'm sure she didn't. She just gets that way when she's mad.
Mad? Mad enough to kill?
Go ahead, honey. Cry. It's all over.
You're safe now. From now on, you're going to live with me.
I wish you were my mother.
Public opinion had no use for Mrs. Derrick. It never has for a child beater. Although she denied her guilt, the state charged Pauline Derrick with felonious assault upon a child, resulting in traumatic injuries. The court appointed me counsel. It was one of those cases I viewed with little enthusiasm. The adverse publicity didn't help, but it was my job to defend Mrs. Derrick. I went down to see her. Mrs. Derrick, you're charged with locking up your daughter and cutting her with a knife.
I locked her up, but I didn't hurt her.
You're in serious trouble, and I can't help you unless you tell me the truth.
I've been afraid of the truth. Afraid for Terry.
Why?
I love her. I didn't want to lose her. Now I know that I lost her a long time ago.
Care to tell me about it?
I'll tell you if you believe me.
The truth, Mrs. Derrick, speaks for itself.
I'm guilty only of one crime. Of loving my Terry too much. And forgiving her too often.
I see.
When my husband died, Terry was all I had left in the world. She was his daughter, but I loved her like my own. I didn't have much to give her. I had a part-time job, and in the afternoon I took in sewing at home. It was enough for rent and for food.
As Mrs. Derrick's story unfolded, I was amazed by its bitter realism. It all began the day Mrs. Derrick received an unexpected visitor.
Mrs. Derrick?
Yes?
Is your daughter home, Mrs. Derrick?
No, she's in school. Who are you?
I'm the district truant officer. She hasn't been attending school very regularly, and we'd like to know if something is wrong.
My Terry not going to school? Oh, no.
Yes, ma'am. Quite a few times last month. She didn't have a written report from you.
Oh, my Terry wouldn't do a thing like that. Why, she's a good girl. You must have the wrong place.
Sorry, ma'am. This is the place, all right. Our records show your daughter is 15 years old. And the law in this state says that she must attend school until she's 18, unless she gets married. Is she married, Mrs. Derrick?
Oh, no. She doesn't even go out with a boy.
Well, then I suggest you have a talk with her. Because unless her attendance record improves, the department will have to take action.
I'll talk to her. I'll talk to her.
All right, Mrs. Derrick. Good day.
Good day. Terry? Hi, Mom. Hi, honey. Terry, something wrong, Mom? Do you like school, Terry? Well, sure. I like it all right. Well, then, why haven't you been going? What do you mean, Mom? You've been away from school several times, and you haven't told me about it. That's not true. But it must be true, Terry. Someone was here and told me. Who told you? A man. He said he was the truant officer. Why did you lie to me, Terry?
I didn't lie to you. Honest, I didn't. You just gotta believe me.
But how can I believe you, Terry? That officer, he knew all about you. Don't you trust me? Why did you stay away from school? Tell your mom, huh?
Well, Mom, there are reasons. I wanted to surprise you.
What do you mean?
You work so hard. I just can't stand seeing you tired all the time. So I took a few days off from school to look for a job.
Job? My Terry working? Oh, no.
Oh, Mom, I'm young and strong. I want to help out. Please, Mom.
Oh, my little girl. You make me feel so wonderful. You're so good. I love you very much.
I love you too, Mom.
I know. So, no more looking for a job, huh? And you'll go back to school.
Oh,
Gee, do I have to?
Yes, Terry. I want you to be a smart girl and learn fine words and many things. So when you grow up, you won't be like me.
Jim, don't talk that way.
Oh, I want you to have all the best of everything. All the things I didn't have. So you'll do what I tell you to do, yes?
Okay. You're the boss.
Oh, Terry.
My old lady's getting suspicious. The truant officer was around this morning, but I fixed it up.
I got news for you. I've been talking to the gang. You're in, doll. Give me a hand.
You mean now I'm really one of the Circle Gang?
That's what I've been telling you.
What do I have to do?
As you told. And you better not chicken out.
Not me.
I think I got a bit for you tonight. I'll let you in on it as soon as Jack shows.
Well, look who's here. Mama must be sleeping. Terry's out tonight.
That's a real crazy cat.
Yeah? I think she's got her eye on you.
Come on, baby. Get a real nervous chump.
Go on, do me something. You're from nowhere. Why, you little slinky! Whoa! Let me get her! Let me get her! Oh!
Hey, baby. You're real hep. Get lost, character. This is my chick.
Where have you been? At this hour and looking like this?
I went to a party.
A party? What kind of a party? You'll explain to me, you will.
There's nothing to explain.
I've got a right to know. I'm your mother, and you're just a schoolgirl.
I can take care of myself.
Where'd you get these clothes?
I borrowed them from a girlfriend.
What kind of girls do you know?
You wouldn't understand. They're not square like you.
can't understand. Sneaking out behind my back. Where have you been? You must tell me.
I've had enough of this, Mom. If you really want to know, I've been out with a boyfriend.
You should be ashamed of yourself. You won't get out of this house for a week now. And I mean it. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Steiner.
Hello, Miss Derrick. Sorry, I can't say good morning. There's nothing good about it.
Why? What's wrong?
They broke into my jewelry store last night, smashed up the window, and stole everything.
Oh.
And you know who did it? Kids, Mrs. Derrick. Kids.
Oh, what kind of kids are they?
You've seen them. The kind that hang around street corners and jukeboxes.
It's a shame what's becoming of boys these days.
But what about girls?
You can join a gang, as long as it's the button gang.
Girls in on this, I'm told. Girls.
Who told you?
Who do you think? The police.
It never occurred to Mrs. Derrick that her daughter was one of those girls. And the following week, Terry was on her best behavior, sticking close to home. Actually, she was just lying low.
Terry, what are you doing? I'm doing my homework, Mom.
Why don't you bring it in here and sit with me?
Oh, I got my books spread all around.
You've been a good girl all week, Terry. You see how easy it is to be good?
Sure, Mom, sure.
Hiya, Ma.
I don't believe I know you, young man.
Oh, sure you do. I'm Chuck, Terry's boyfriend. She must have told you about me. Hey, doll. Get a move on.
You're right on the dot.
Terry, what's all this about?
I'm going out.
Oh, no, you're not. Go back to your room and take those clothes off immediately. You're not going anywhere.
Tell her, Chuck.
Look, Mom, you don't understand. She's in, see? You can't make her do nothing no more.
How dare you talk to me
All
like that?
hail Button
Why,
Gang.
You're just a kid like her. You go home where you belong.
Well, what do you think this is, kindergarten or something? You seen you, Mom?
Oh, Terry.
Come on, Mom. I got off the leash long ago.
Here's the deal, guys. We cover these corners here. You drive.
Right.
I pick up the loot. And you two take care of it.
Uh-oh, we've got company. Oh, brother, now she starts tailing me.
Hi, Mom. You come home with me this minute.
Oh, dig her.
Tommy, what? Oh.
Now, don't make a fuss. Otherwise, we might have to dust you.
Oh, you be quiet, and you come with me.
Now, look, old lady. Why don't you play it smart? Otherwise, you might meet up with a little accident, like getting your face smashed with a brick, or a car might run right smack into you.
Oh, Terry. Terry, you don't belong here. You belong with me.
Oh, yeah?
Look, don't you get it? You don't cut no ice with her no more. Now, let you beat it.
Oh, Terry, please. Please don't let your mama go away like this.
Oh, Terry, please don't let your mama go away like this. Oh, you're goofing off, old lady. Why don't you go now? Hey, Edgar, how about some service down here? Terry, sit down.
Terry stayed out all night. When she showed up the next morning, she went straight to her room.
Terry. Terry, what are you doing?
I'm clearing out.
Oh, you can't do that.
Can't I?
No. Oh, Terry. Terry, where did you get this jewelry?
Who cares?
I care very much. Oh, so help me. I can't can't handle you anymore.
You said it.
It'll have to be the police now.
Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
You think you know everything. Well, you learn different when the police get here.
Oh, Mom, help! I'm cut! Help me, please!
Cut? Oh, what do you mean, cut?
I'm bleeding! Somebody help me! I'm bleeding to death! Oh, Terry!
Gonna take the cops on me, huh? Well, I'll save you the trouble. Just to make it look good.
Then the police came and took me away. I don't care what happens to me, but what's going to happen to Terry?
If what you told me is true, the authorities will have to take over.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Chuck, we gotta get out of here. I can't walk. I can't walk. Come on, boy, we gotta make it.
We'll get you to a doctor.
Get him to a doctor, that's all we'll need. Then we'll all get caught. No, Doc. Come on. No, take me to Jake.
Don't make such a fuss.
Take it easy. He'll act like he's drunk.
Who's driving that car out there? Hey, you. Who's driving that car out there?
How do we know?
What's the matter with him?
Can a fella have a good time?
All right, get up. I said get up. These are the ones we're looking for.
You can't search me. You do and I'll rip my clothes and scream bloody murder.
Officer, we're looking for this girl, too. I'm Matthews, public defender. This is policewoman Rollins.
Right, sir. Take the girls in the back room and search them.
Sit still, son. Better get an ambulance.
Yes, sir.
Help me, please. Get me out of here. I'm sorry for everything I did. I'll make up for it.
Oh, Terry, I forgive you, but I can't help you. Not this time. You've got to learn your lesson alone, without me. I came to tell you that I'll miss you.
You'll have your chance, Terry. It's up to you now.
Oh, my baby. It's going to be all right, Terry.
The charges against Mrs. Derrick were dismissed. Terry was sent to a correctional school for girls, where she is being taught to become a more useful member of society. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. defender. The public defender is a public servant employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. We know the word syndicate to mean an association of persons formed to meet increasing competition. There are good ones and bad ones. This is a bad one. Like any legitimate business, this syndicate has lots of hard-working employees. There's some of them now. They're just going to work. 10 p.m. is not the usual hour to do business, but they like it. It's safer at night.
All right. Chuck and I will take the first one. Bert, you stand watch and cover us.
Cover what? They're in a cup around. They're all working the other side of town. Denver checked.
You heard the orders, didn't you? 2 work, 1 watch.
Ain't no fun watching.
Why would I cliff you? You're watching.
Well, you know, this works a lot better since I oil it.
Put it away. Here comes one.
Oh, yeah. What routine you want to use?
Well, it's a guy. The match bit always works.
It's easier when he's got his hands in his pocket.
Let's go.
Hey, Bud, got a match?
No, sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. How do you know? You haven't even looked.
Smart kid, huh?
Real smart. I got him, Chuck.
Kid, what's the matter? What happened?
Let's get out of here.
Chuck caught a knee in the face. He's out cold.
Get going. We'll pick him up in the car.
No. What about that guy?
He's out cold, too.
Yeah, I guess I fixed his wagon.
Which one of you guys goofed?
Who goofed? I got his wallet.
Good pickings?
I'll see.
What about Chuck? Don't worry about him. He'll be around.
Jeez, that guy's a cop.
What? You idiots. Should have thrown you all out in the street and let him pick up the 3 of you. Let's get out of here.
He didn't look like a cop. What about Chuck?
Never mind about him. We can get dozens like him.
He'll finger us. And you too, Denver.
Chuck ain't got no guts. He'll talk.
You want to bet? Huh? He won't talk. If he does, he'll never live to regret it. Now, let's get out of here.
Don't get it wet when you take a shower. Trustee,
yeah, Doc.
Make out a card on him. I've got to check a patient in the women's tank.
How you feel, Haskell?
Lousy. Hey! Lay off.
Hurts, doesn't it? Cops are going to be asking you a lot of questions, but you ain't going to give no answers, are you? Are you?
No.
That's good. Because if you do, you'll be sorry you even have a nose.
Chuck, assault with a deadly weapon is a pretty serious charge. Do you know what you'll get if you're convicted?
What deadly weapon?
The report says you were carrying a knife with a 5-inch blade.
Well, who doesn't? You have to in the gang I run with.
What gang?
No, mister, you sound just like a cop.
Those answers won't help you in court.
I'm not talking.
Now, Chuck, whether you like it or not, I'm here to help you. It would be a lot easier for both of us if you were to tell me the whole story. What is it, Chuck? Are you scared, or do you have some mistaken idea about loyalty? Your gang didn't help you, did they? Then why help them?
Mr. Matthews, you're just not getting through to me.
Well, Chuck, whether you talk or not, I still have the responsibility of defending you. I'm going to try and get to the bottom of this.
look disappointed.
I am.
Yeah, he's a tough kid.
Not tough, just scared.
Oh? Then they got to him.
Yeah. Well, they passed the word in here. This place is maximum security.
You tell me.
I wonder why they'd go to all that trouble about a simple mugging job.
I've heard a few rumbles.
What kind of rumbles?
Bart, we've always had gangs of tough kids, but now somebody's got them organized. All this has been going on for the last 10 days. It just didn't happen, you know.
Well, what's the answer?
Maybe somebody on the police force won't play ball.
Yeah?
Like Captain Perry. Couldn't buy him off with Fort Knox.
The night before, they worked this area. Last night, they worked here, 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 and here. Now, this is where they got Sergeant Lund. We all know there aren't enough men on the force to do an airtight job. So all we can do is try and outguess them. Tonight, I want this area and this area covered like a blanket. Oh, hi, Bart. We've got to bring in some of these young punks and make them talk. All right, boys, that's all.
Mind if I sit down?
Go ahead.
What do you know about Chuck Haskell?
Why?
No, I just drew him for a client.
That's your problem.
No, Lloyd, we've both got a problem. The same one.
I don't follow you.
You arrest him, I defend him. Now, no matter what happens when they go to trial, the wolf packs still go on. Now, someone's behind this mob. I want to help you get him.
Why? We work different sides of the street.
You're a good cop, Lloyd. If they break you, it's bad for everybody.
Who says they're trying to break me?
Well, let me put it this way. I heard rumbles. Now, whose toes have you been stepping on?
That's a long story.
I got plenty of time. Just let me call the office first, will you?
Use the other phone. That's a bug.
Huh? You mean you've got a mic in here?
Uh-huh. Tape recorder. Over here, I'll show you. I can kick it on with the button under my desk.
I've always wanted one of these.
Comes in mighty handy whenever we have unexpected visitors.
Lloyd. Or should I say Captain Perry? You're looking great. Just great.
You didn't come here to discuss my health. What do you want?
Who was that?
Joe Baldwin.
Big Joe Baldwin? What was he doing here?
Listen.
You can talk nicer than that.
Sometimes I don't feel like it.
Well, when you hear what I've got to say, maybe it'll help you to.
What kind of a car are you driving these days, Lloyd?
A good one.
You could use a better one. You look real nice in a big convertible.
I might.
Sure. And the wife could use a fur coat. She liked mink, Lloyd, I forget.
I never asked.
You should. There's nothing like a little mink to make a woman happy.
And there's nothing like a chain of slot machines to make a man rich.
I'm doing okay. But it's getting to be a lot of trouble.
You know?
Yeah. Having to drive all that way out in the country to pick up the money hardly seems worth the effort sometimes.
Oh, I can see that.
I knew you would. I thought if I moved back into town, it'd be better for everybody.
That would include your club, of course.
Why not? It's a high-class joint. Only the best people in town lose their money there.
Well, look, punk. If you think for 1 second you're buying protection in this office, you're crazy. As long as you're in the county, I can't touch you. But just try it on this side of the line. I'll close you up so quick you think you stuck your head in a bear trap.
Okay, pal. There are a lot of ways of doing things. I like to do them the easy way. On the other hand, if you want to play tough, I can play that way, too.
I'm beginning to get a picture. When did this happen?
About 2 weeks ago.
He didn't waste much time, did he?
He's a big operator. The way I figured, he's behind this Wolfpack business. He thinks he'll either get me fired, or he'll keep me so busy I'll forget about him. But he's not going to get away with it.
Too bad tape recordings aren't admissible in court as evidence. You could grab him right now.
Well, he's too smart. I wouldn't be surprised if he knew this room was bugged. Excuse me. Captain Perry. Yeah. What? Tonight, Channel 14. Thanks, I'll be looking. Bart. Did you ever hear of a Paula Jackson?
Paula Jackson? Oh, yeah, she has this inside story on television. I hear it's a good show. Why?
I just heard her inside story tonight is wolf packs.
Well, her ratings should go up.
I'll get you.
She just got herself 2 new viewers.
And if these young hoodlums are allowed to continue their atrocities, we can safely expect that before long the authorities will be helpless to cope with the situation. I will continue with my confidential inside story on the wolf pack after this important message from our announcer. Oh, Tony, let's take a breather. It's hot in here.
All right, everybody take 10.
And when are you going to get rid of this thing? I'm getting cross-eyed trying to look past it into the camera.
Next week, whole new deal. Little gadget about yay big. No wires, nothing.
Good.
Oh, by the way, there's a guy over there who wants to talk to you.
How come? You know visitors aren't allowed on the set.
Name's Baldwin, Joe Baldwin.
You just answered my question.
Paula, how nice of you to stop rehearsal. You know my assistant, Mr. Morgan.
I've seen him around. What's on your mind?
You better wait in the car, Denver. Paula, this is a bit public, isn't it?
You can say all you have to say right here.
Well, you know, you're doing a great service for your community with this, wolf pack story.
You should know. And I'd give $1 million to pin it on you.
But you can't.
You're too slippery, Joe.
Thank you. Just for that, I'll give you a hot tip on how you can stop the gangs.
I'm listening.
There's a police captain downtown. Name's, Lloyd Perry, new man at the job. I don't think he's big enough for it. Now, if he were to be replaced...
Where are you getting your tips these days? They're lousy.
You're wrong, Paula. I'll bet you're gragged. You're wrong.
What's the gag? You only bet on sure things.
Your husband should have known that. He didn't.
Didn't what?
Aren't you afraid we'll be overheard?
What about my husband?
You really shouldn't let him out all alone.
I don't play the watchdog wife. I love him and I trust him, and what he does is his business.
And yours.
Get to the point.
Well, you see, he just happened to wander into the club the other night.
Go on.
You know how dice can act sometimes. He just couldn't seem to get them to go his way. So I cashed a check for him.
How much?
You should give him a bigger allowance if you want him to play in the big leagues.
I said how much?
Let me see. Oh, yes, $1,000. But that's not the point. You see, this bank wouldn't even give me a dime for it. Now, please, don't tell him I told you.
I'll get a check to cover it.
Paula, I don't want your money. After all, you throw a lot of weight in this town. All you have to do is tie a can to Lloyd Perry on your broadcast tonight. And nobody owes me a cent.
And if I don't?
Passing a bad check is a felony. I think that's 1 to 5 years. Long time to be separated.
No one would convict him, not when you're involved.
Maybe. But think of your reputation. You've worked a long time to get where you are. How long do you think you'd keep this program if I gave the story to the newspapers?
I can't do it.
Well, I'd think about it if I were you. I'm not asking very much.
But the program's all written and rehearsed. I can't change it now.
Paula, I've always heard you were great at ad-libbing. I'll be watching tonight to see if you live up to your reputation.
I've just shown you firsthand what these gangs of young mobsters are doing to our city. Someone is responsible for this terrifying condition. Someone must be held to blame for this disgrace. Confidentially, let me tell you who that someone is.
Maybe she got Baldwin.
There is only one man who could do something about it and hasn't. And that man is Captain Lloyd Perry of the city police. If I were the mayor, the first thing on the agenda tomorrow morning would be an investigation.
That Baldwin gets around.
He's asked for it. Now he's going to really get it.
Where are you going, to get a gun?
Calling the office. Everybody goes on double shift till I get him, he gets me.
Paula Jackson's bombshell was the biggest thing to hit in a long time. 3 days after the broadcast, the story was still hot.
Listen to this, Denver.
If Captain Lloyd Perry can't cope with the situation, the commissioner should take action. How about that?
Swell, only when do I get some sleep? This job's killing me.
This will all be over soon.
Well, something's gonna give. This town's alive with cops.
Won't do any good.
Yeah, but the boys are getting scared. They want more dough.
Give it to him. Pay him. $20 a night. No good's money unless you put it to work. Hello. Oh, hello, Paula. Seen the evening papers? Hmm? Oh, the check. Well, Paula, I thought I'd better hold on to it for a couple of days in case I need another plug. Save your breath, dear. I can't hear you. What's she got to be mad about? I can still put her husband in jail. See what that is, Denver. Unless it's important, I'm not in.
Oh. Yeah. Come in. Look what I found.
Oh, Captain, what a pleasant surprise. Sit down, you look tired.
I like it this way.
Suit yourself. Decide to throw in the towel, Captain?
No, but it won't be long before you will.
Now, what made you arrive at that remarkable conclusion?
Up to now, you've had those boys pulling petty larceny stunts, with a little mugging thrown in for good measure.
And you can't prove a thing.
But I'm going to. And when I do, it'll be big casino. Because your mob just killed one of my best men.
Waking me up in the middle of the night ain't gonna make me talk.
Maybe this will. 2 hours ago, a cop was killed.
That ain't news, it's an hour old.
Chuck, who did it? Who's behind this?
You're starting to fade out again.
Here you are, a kid with no record. And now a cop's been killed. Do you know what'll happen? They'll try and throw the book at you. I don't want to see that. I'm your lawyer, your friend. I'll see that you're protected.
Look, Mr. Matthews. 10 times a day they tell me. 10 times. If I open my mouth, I won't live long enough to take a deep breath. Now, what do you want me to do?
Now, what do you want?
Now, is that any way to talk to your chief booster?
Hi, Bart.
I just paid my boy another visit.
Haskell?
Yeah.
Did he talk?
No. And what I'm afraid of, if you don't do something pretty quick, he won't be around to talk.
Something's got to break soon.
There's only one person left who might be able to help you.
Paula Jackson? Yeah. If Joe Baldwin's really got something on her, I don't think she'll talk either.
What have you got to lose?
All right. I'll go by and see her in the morning.
What's the matter with right now?
It's after midnight. She'll be asleep.
Not if she's got as much on her mind as I think she has.
Okay. You better come with me. It may be interesting.
You sure this is the right place?
This is what they gave me at the TV station.
I don't know which is going to give first, me or this buzzer.
I think we're getting some action.
Well, as I live and breathe, Stanley and Livingston. Isn't it a little late to come calling?
Oh, this is Captain Perry, and I'm Bart Matthews.
I know. Come in.
Thank you. Captain?
Thank you.
You want a drink? The bar's over there.
Oh, thank you. I'll come right to the point.
You do that. When a girl gets to be my age, she needs a beauty sleep.
What has Baldwin got on you?
Wonder what my husband would think if he saw me sitting here with two men.
What has Baldwin got on you?
He already said that. You must have rehearsed it.
Have you thought up a smart answer yet? Or do you want to tell the truth?
You don't scare me, Captain.
Then how come Baldwin can?
Where's your husband?
Away on a trip.
For his health?
That sounds good. Use it.
Maybe if you heard what happened tonight, you wouldn't have so many smart answers.
That must be Mother. She always calls at this hour. Hello?
Hello. You asleep?
Me, asleep? Don't you know I take awake pills?
That's my Paula. Hear what happened?
No. What happened tonight, Joe?
Well, it's the strangest thing. One of my boys didn't know his own strength. He killed a cop. That's really gonna fix Perry.
Yeah.
I hear your husband's out of town. How about a date?
Why not?
Meet me tomorrow night at the club around 9, okay?
none.
You know, Paula, I don't think I'm going to give you back that check for a while. You treat me much nicer when you're on a string. I'll be seeing you, honey.
I'll do anything you want, including murdering that rat.
What about getting him up here?
Yeah. This wouldn't be a tough place to bug.
No bug, not with Joe Baldwin. He'd find it. Why don't I just get him up here and make him talk? You can be in the next room listening. And then when you've heard enough... Wait a minute. I just remembered something. You be here tomorrow night at 7. And leave the rest to Paula.
All right. Tomorrow night.
We're going to start using it on my program next week.
This is all you need. This and the receiver in the other room.
This broadcast to the receiver.
Seems simple, but I don't know how it's done.
Where are you going to hide it?
Ah. Now you see it? Now you don't.
Think it'll stay put?
That's my problem. You'd better get in the next room. He'll be here any minute.
Here he comes. Listen.
Hey, honey. Sorry I'm late, but Denver had some last-minute chores to do.
I'll say I did.
I didn't know you were going to bring Denver along.
Well, we might be able to do without him later. Satin. Nice.
I like it. How about a drink?
I never touch this stuff when I'm on duty.
Later, maybe. Why didn't you want to meet me at the club tonight?
Oh, I thought it'd be cozier here.
You ain't just woofing, baby.
Shut up.
Hey, Joe, this door is locked.
What's that door doing locked?
Why wouldn't it be? It goes to the next apartment. The manager's the only one who has a key.
Okay, Denver, you can blow. Wait in the car.
What about that drink?
Later. Well, what do we talk about?
Oh, the birds and the bees are great for openers, but I'd rather talk about you.
That's my favorite subject. Go on.
When are you going to give me my check back?
Oh, one of these days when we make a real deal.
You play too rough for me, Joe.
What do you mean?
You go around killing cops and you...
Denver didn't know he was a cop until Perry told us.
Then that makes it all right.
Listen, I don't want to talk business.
My, we're jumpy tonight. Maybe a drink would help. I'll fix one.
I ain't thirsty. All I want is you.
Remember, I'm a married woman. I'll fix that drink.
I said I don't want a drink. Come on now. Wait a minute. What's that, Bright Eyes?
That's my new compact. Where did you find it?
Compact, I'll bet.
All right, what's the gag? No gag, Joe. Reach.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Want me to call the doc?
Don't bother. He doesn't need one. But I bet he could use a good heart.
Denver Morgan, apprehended and convicted of murder in the first degree, paid the maximum penalty. We could do nothing for Chuck Haskell. He, too, paid the maximum penalty for assault with a weapon. As for the Wolfpack activity, it subsided completely after Joe Baldwin's death. Now, the case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in the court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients.
This case is about a man not so young in years who found love, but almost lost his conscience.
You did call the cops. I told you I didn't want to go through with it. What do we do now?
Same plans. We'll ditch him and meet the boys. Let's go.
Open the door. Okay, get going.
Empty? You're the Mike Polachek who called the station, huh?
I didn't call anybody.
You sure you know what you're talking about, Polachek? The desk sergeant said...
Look, I told you I didn't call anybody.
Maybe you'd better tell the lieutenant about it.
Doesn't make sense. A man calling himself Mike Polachek calls the police at 11:30 that night and asks for help.
Wasn't me.
I find it hard to believe you. I don't get it. I checked with the Trucking Association. You're their idea of a professional driver, alert, safe, no police record, good, solid citizen. The police know that you're involved in this hijacking. But you couldn't have made off with that whole load of coffee all by yourself. Now, what are you hiding? Who are you protecting? Why did you call the police in the first place?
I told you I didn't call anybody.
Now, Mike, I'm your lawyer. I believe that you're withholding evidence that could get you out of this mess.
I don't want your help. Just leave me alone.
Okay. They say that silence is golden. But is it worth spending 5 years in jail? Think it over, Mike. Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Mr. Matthews, did you get Polachek to talk?
No, why?
Well, the captain thinks there's something phony, too. He's assigned me to look further into the case.
Welcome aboard, Riley. Got any angles?
A few. I'll be around. Trying to shortchange me, Elsie?
McNary?
Yeah, that's me. Who are you?
The name's Matthews. I'm defending Mike Polachek. Or trying to.
Oh. How'd you know who I was?
Well, they told me down at your company that you like hotcakes.
Yeah, they call me Pancake McNary.
I understand that Mike used to live with you and your wife.
That's right. For almost 8 years. He moved out a couple of weeks ago.
Argument?
Sort of.
Anything that might have something to do with his hijacking a company truck?
Look, mister, maybe we had a fight. Maybe Mike ain't calling me a friend of his anymore. But Mike ain't the kind of a guy to steal anything.
He refuses to give me any information that might help him. I thought possibly you might have something.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Mike sure changed after he met that dame.
Who?
Thelma Richards.
Changed in what way?
I remember the day he met her. When he came home, he was moon-eyed and grinning like a high school kid.
Who is she? Oh, she's wonderful. Pretty, blonde. How did you know?
You're wearing it all over your face.
No kidding. The old buck is thinking of settling down.
I'll go on. I just met her. We're going out tomorrow night for the first time. Say, Annie, I was thinking of taking your advice about getting some new clothes. You know, the stores are open tonight, so if you're not busy...
Well, what do you need her for? I'm the fashion plate around here.
Don't listen to him. You'll be wearing green with purple stripes.
I'll go change my clothes.
Did you meet her?
Well, sure, we all went out together a couple of times.
What did you think of her?
Oh, we liked her okay. But it was really because Mike liked her. Annie and me felt, I don't know, like she was sort of stuck up.
How do you mean?
Oh, it's nothing she said or did. It's the way we felt. They practically went steady from that date on. On her birthday, we gave her a little surprise party.
Oh, that's great. 2 left feet I'll never learn to
You're
stand.
just modest. In a couple of weeks, you'll be doing the mambo. Then we'll go down to the Carlton House and show off.
The Carlton House? It's way above our heads, isn't it, Annie?
The closest I ever got was passing it on a bus. Well, come on, everybody. Come and get it.
Oh, I'm about ready, too.
I'll get the potatoes.
Don't be too long.
Okay.
There we are.
They look delicious.
Oh, he's a great cook.
Yeah, you ought to taste my flapjack.
Barbecued? Happy birthday, Thelma. Come on, open it.
Mike, a fur coat.
Come on, let's try it on.
Mike, you shouldn't. Must have cost a fortune.
How do you like it, Annie?
It's very nice.
Yeah, it must have cost a fortune.
I've just got to see it. Where's the mirror, Mike?
Come on, I'll show you.
He must be crazy. That coat must have cost $1,500 if it cost a cent. Maybe it was none of my business. But Mike was a pal of mine. I wanted to know the score. I waited till he got home that night. It was kind of late.
Well, I thought you'd be asleep.
I wasn't very tired.
That was a wonderful party. You know, Thelma said it's probably one of the best parties she's ever been to.
Yeah, I'll bet it was.
Did you have a good time, Tom?
Oh, sure, everything was great. Everything but the coat. Coat? It took you years to save the dough you must have paid for that fur.
Well, Tom, that's what money's for, to spend and enjoy. Besides, it was worth every cent just to see the look on Thelma's face when she saw it.
She gonna marry you?
Hope so. I think so.
How do you know?
Something kind of funny, Tom.
Maybe it's because you're acting like a sucker.
Are you talking about Thelma?
Look, Mike, giving a girl presents is okay. A box of candy, pair of gloves, flowers, that's what the usual guy gives the usual girl when he goes out with her. But when she met you, she hit the jackpot. A bracelet, then a wristwatch, and now that coat.
Look, I love her. I want to give her everything. I'll admit she's pretty. But what kind of a girl would accept those things unless she was going to marry you? Well, I'll tell you the kind that kiss and run, take everything they can get. You're talking about Thelma. Types don't change, Mike. Just the faces. They're still bums. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe I shouldn't have shot out my mouth. That's the way I figured it. He moved out the next day.
Anything else you can remember?
No. He's no crook, Mr. Matthews. He's a friend of mine. Help him, will you?
I'll try. Thanks. The Polachek case was baffling. I'd gotten a lot of information, but none of it seemed to dovetail.
Hey, you look worried.
The word is frustrated.
I got medicine for that.
Who's our visitor?
An undesirable character calls himself Steve Edwards. Sit down. Any other aliases? He's very uncommunicated. He was picked up at Zeta Market's warehouse trying to sell some coffee. A lot of coffee. Turns out the coffee came from Polachek's truck.
Have Mike Polachek brought down. As soon as possible, please. I think you brought the right medicine, Lieutenant. I see you recognize Edwards, Mike.
I met him before.
He was caught trying to sell the stuff from your truck, Mike.
He was arrested? That's right, Polachek. And a few of his helpmates are being booked right now. Will he go to jail?
Well, maybe not in this state right away. There are a couple of prisons in Missouri and Ohio who have prior claim on him. But I think Mr. Edwards will be put away for quite a while.
On your feet. All right, take him away, Bill.
Sit down, Mike.
Are you telling me the truth? He'll be in jail?
It's true. You want to talk now, Mike?
And she's safe. He'll be in jail. Can't hurt her.
When did you first meet this Edwards?
About a month, or maybe 6 weeks ago.
Did Thelma introduce you to him?
Selma wouldn't know his kind. No, I met him after one of my stopovers at Grady's Diner. He was standing by my truck. I didn't pay any attention to him.
Carrying a big load there, huh? Well, biggest in the line. Drive it 5 days a week. What do you carry?
Oh, all sorts of things, mostly groceries.
Been hauling coffee the last week. Coffee? Yeah. That's like diamond.
Sure is.
I'll bet this rig can carry $10,000 or $20,000 worth, huh?
Maybe more than that.
The driver can make himself a lot of dough.
I do all right.
I mean real dough. $2,000, $3,000, $5,000. How? By losing the rig. Huh? Well, you know, for instance, you're in having a cup of coffee and you don't hear somebody else driving away.
You ain't making me a deal, are you?
Who, me? No. No, but I got a friend who might, though. That is, if you're interested in a little extra money.
Move on, Chiseler, before I tear you apart.
Okay. I'll be around.
Dicks. Pride. Spin dicks. Lesbian. Spin dicks. Bi. Spin dicks. Trans. Spin JACKBLAST wide people blanket JACKBLAST wide people blanket.
I think you better go without me.
What's the matter, honey? Don't you feel well?
I'm all right. Just tired, I guess.
Tell Mike.
You're sweet. But this is something I don't think you can do anything about.
Tell me and see.
I just wrote a letter to my father. I told him
I told him I was coming home by the end of the week.
Leaving? But why?
My father's in trouble. He's had his little bookstore for more than 30 years. Things haven't been going so well, and he owes a lot of money. He has to raise $5,000 or he's going to lose the store.
What can you do?
I can get married. There's a lawyer back home. He's rich. He can make it easy for Dad.
Honey, you can't do that. Well, we're going to be... Oh, look, we can work it out.
Darling, I can't tell you how much I want to stay with you. But I've got to do something. Dad called me this afternoon. He's miserable.
Don't jump off and do crazy things. I can work something out. Promise me you'll wait a couple days.
I won't let you do it, Mike. You've been so kind. It's too much to ask of you. This is my problem.
Mine, too. I love you. I'll get the money somehow.
In the next couple of days, Mike tried to borrow that money. It was next to impossible. Mike's fat bank account was gone. He was making payments on a fur coat.
Hello, honey. I just stopped by on the way to the yard.
It's nice to see you, Mike.
What's this? What are you doing?
I've been packing. I've got reservations on the train back tonight.
No, you can't.
I'm sorry, Mike. I can't wait any longer. There was another letter from Dad this morning. I've got to think of him.
I had a talk with the boss. He said maybe he could lend me part of it, $1,000.
It's not nearly enough. 5 is the least. Please, darling. I'm going home. Don't make it hard for me.
I won't let you go. You've got to stay here with me.
I can't. I can't. What am I going to do?
I'll get the money. I swear I will.
Mike was resolved to keep that promise, and there was only one place where he could get that $5,000.
All set, Mike?
Yeah, I guess so.
Now look, it's very simple. You're in having dinner and the truck disappears. You give us 20 minutes, then you go to the phone and call the police and report it.
I don't know. You sure it'll be all right?
Sure, I'm sure. What's the matter? You getting chicken? You're either in or you ain't. Make up your mind.
I'm in.
Good. What time will you get the load to the diner tonight?
About 11:30.
Fine, I'll meet you there with the money.
For the first time in Mike's life, he was doing something dishonest, and he despised himself. But Mike knew it was either get that money or lose the only woman he ever really loved.
Hi, Mike. Everything's arranged. Joe here can take care of that big baby fine.
Well, I was just thinking, maybe we ought to put it off.
Huh?
Might not be worth your while to take it tonight.
Why not?
Well, I thought it was going to be a full load, but it's only half.
That's a lie, Polachek. One of the boys was watching the loading. You're carrying capacity. What are you trying to pull on us?
I don't like it, this whole deal, and I'm not going through with it.
What are you talking about? It's all set. You're getting $5 grand.
No.
Well, now, maybe I can get you 6. You said your girl needed the dough bad.
Yeah, I know.
Well, come on. Come on in and talk it over with a cup of coffee, huh?
Hello, police. Look, my name's Mike Polachek. Yeah. I drive for the Acme Trucking Company. I made a deal with a guy to hijack my truck, and I want to get out of it tonight. Yeah, you heard me. I want to get out of it, but I'm going to have trouble. Yeah, we got to stop it. I'm at Grady's Diner on M Street. Yeah. Are you sure you feel all right, honey? I was kind of worried. Yeah, well, as long as you're okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
I thought maybe you were calling somebody else.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe I'm talking about your backing out.
I'm no crook. I worked for this outfit for a long time, and
Nobody suspects you. You're drinking coffee and somebody steals your truck. It's simple.
Won't work. Anybody'd know I was lying. I know the sound of that motor. I know it was running. Look, I don't have to apologize to you. I changed my mind, you understand?
Drop your hands. Go straight through that door right over to the truck, you hear? And don't start anything because I'll be too close to you to miss. Get going.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Listen, and listen good. I don't care if the police pin this rap on you. But if you rat out on me to the cops, your girlfriend Thelma isn't going to live very long, understand? Don't hurt her. I won't tap. Just don't hurt her. Okay, remember.
That's why I couldn't talk. You understand, don't you? She loves me. We're going to be married. I just didn't want him to hurt her.
And now?
Now she's safe. He'll be in jail. She's safe. Thelma. What are you bringing Thelma here for? She doesn't belong in a place like this.
You got a few wrong ideas about Thelma. She's been mugged and fingerprinted in 3 states.
I don't believe that. Not Thelma. He's lying, isn't he?
I'm sorry, Mike. But this is the woman you were trying to protect. The woman you'd go to prison for.
Oh, this is a mistake.
No, it's no mistake, Mike. She and Edwards have been working this racket for years. She's married to him.
Well, you're lying. That couldn't be. Thelma would... She would have told me.
Help me, Mike. Please help me. We'll be married. Get me a lawyer, a good lawyer.
Just a minute, Mike. Here's something you ought to see. And I think Thelma can find her own attorney and pay for him, too.
What are these?
Pawn tickets. Thelma liked to turn everything into cash.
Pawn tickets? What for?
Your presents. The watch, the fur coat.
Tom was right. You're no good. You belong in prison. Take her away. Take her away.
Thelma, Steve Edwards, and their whole mob were convicted and sentenced to terms up to 10 years in the penitentiary. In view of Mike's complete cooperation, the district attorney moved for dismissal of the charges against him in the interest of justice. Mike is back with the Acme Trucking Company, and he's still the best driver they've got. And he's the McNary star boarder again. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender.
defender.
Hello, I'm Bart Matthews, your public defender. The public defender's salary is paid by the community, and he's charged with the responsibility of giving legal aid free of charge to any person who seeks and needs it. It's the public defender's sworn duty to defend the public accused of crime until they're proved guilty in a court of law. This is Jimmy Morse. He has fulfilled the prediction of his many critics. He has been convicted of murder and awaits execution in the death house. That was the noon whistle. Unless the governor grants a stay of execution, Jimmy has exactly 11 hours to live.
You ever visited, Jimmy? Would you like me to wait in here, Father Dunn?
That won't be necessary, Haynes, thank you. Well, the governor's decided, Jimmy. Your reprieve has been refused. I'm sorry.
Figured. Well, what do we do now? Get down on our knees and pray?
Your heart isn't ready for prayer, son. We'd be wasting our time.
That's a new angle. Sky Pilot doesn't want to pray.
Later, after we've talked.
Talk? About what? How I gotta ask him to forgive me? How I gotta take it like a man? Let him burn me for something I didn't do?
Don't, Jimmy.
I know what you're gonna say. Go through that door, Jimmy. Don't let him see how you feel. It'll all be over in a few seconds. It's just a big mistake. Just... How do you forget it, Father?
Get hold of yourself, son.
Get out of here! Get out!
Jimmy!
Get out of here!
That better be all, Father.
Get him out of here!
Look, that's enough out of you. Settle down. I'll be back to see you this afternoon.
So, Father.
I'll see you this afternoon.
I don't get it, Father. After all you've done for that kid.
No, Haynes. I've failed, Jimmy.
Father, do you mind if I gave you a little advice?
Of course not.
You're knocking yourself out over that kid. He doesn't deserve it. Listen, I've seen a lot of guys come in here. I don't remember one ever admitted he got what he deserved. Some of them even got under my skin. Believe me, it isn't worth it. Court has decided.
Even the courts are not infallible, Haynes.
Still believe he's innocent, huh? Haynes. Yeah, he's here. The magistrate's office.
Father Dunn speaking. Yes. Well, I'll go there immediately. Thank you, Judge Lambert. Don't say anything to Jimmy, but there still may be a chance to save him.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Father. Good to see you again.
Hello, Mr. Matthews. Judge Lambert phoned?
Yes, he authorized me to check on your new evidence. The staff's rather short-handed, but Investigator Copeland volunteered to come in on his day off.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland.
Name's Sam, Father. I understand your new evidence concerns one of the two witnesses who testified against Jimmy Morse.
Yes, the woman, Agnes Fay.
Well, Sam just checked the apartment where Ben Regan was murdered. Agnes Fay no longer lives there.
I know that, but you can find her before 11.
If she's still in the city.
She's got to be.
They've asked for police help. They're doing everything they can.
Father, it might help Sam if you were to brief him on the trial.
The trial? Even though Mr. Matthews defended him, Jimmy's record was against him. And those witnesses, and my testimony.
Your testimony, Father?
Yes. It happened last winter. My parish is in the North River waterfront district.
Tough neighborhood.
Jimmy was raised in North there. Learned the code of the streets. At 16, he was sent to reform school, labeled incorrigible.
You sponsored his parole?
Yes. I've known him since he was a youngster. I've always hoped that his rebellious energies could be turned to some youthful pursuits.
And so you persuaded Ben Regan to hire Jimmy in his garage.
Yes, Ben did it as a favor to me. He knew that I had great belief in Jimmy. I still have. Just as I had on the night that Ben was killed. Well, lucky, he says. I got $5 left. I'll go for bust. Rack him up. Sure thing, Jimmy.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy. Are you sure you want to do this? Listen, you used to be pretty sharp with the cue, but you've been away a long time. You're out of practice.
You afraid I'll get even, Mackie?
No, but you shouldn't even be in this joint. You're out on parole.
Hey, ain't you heard, Mackie? Jimmy's got a pie card. What does that crack mean?
Nothing, Jimmy.
What does it mean, Sid?
Well, everybody knows the Padre is fronting for you. Father Dunn's got a lot of drag. He can fix a beef for any company.
I don't ever want to hear you mention his name again to me, Sid. You hear?
I didn't mean nothing by it, Jimmy.
I told you shouldn't be in here. Look at your boss. He's blind as a bat. You better beat it.
Too late.
Hey, Puck, got any change? Yeah, I'll get you some change, Mr. Regan. How much? Make it a 10.
What are you doing in here?
Just hanging around.
Just out of reform school, and you're right back in trouble again. You know you're not supposed to be in here, don't you?
Guy's got to go someplace. I'm lonely.
I don't know why I let Father Dunn talk me into hiring you. I told him you was no good.
You're drunk, Mr. Regan.
Drunk, am I? Why, you wise Yannigan? I'll show you.
Here, stop it, you two. Jimmy, do as I say. Ben, I'm ashamed of you.
Sorry, Father.
Well, now, shake hands, the two of you. Go on, shake hands. That's better.
Only had a few drinks.
A few's enough to make your mouth mean, Ben, and you know it.
Maybe you're right. Don't feel so good.
You're going home and sleep it off. Jimmy, take him home.
Why me?
I have a sick call. I haven't the time.
Well, let him take a cab.
Jimmy, do as I say.
He's got all that money from the garage on him, Father.
Take him home, Jimmy, and take care of him. Come on.
Say, Father, about me being in here.
Later, son.
Hey, see all that dough Ben was carrying?
And that's what I had to testify to. That Ben was mean drunk, that he and Jimmy had quarreled, and that Ben had the money with him when they left the pool room together.
To establish motive, the prosecutor dwelt on the fact that Jimmy had gambled away his money a few minutes before.
But what actually convicted the boy was what happened a half hour later.
Hey, Aggie, what's wrong with them lights?
Talk about cheap. Super shuts off the hot water and the lights at 10 every night.
Yeah, big so crazy, see?
Keep the change.
Oh, thanks.
Night.
Now, watch out for them steps.
Thank you.
Agnes Faye found Ben dead. He'd been clubbed with a paperweight and robbed.
Suspicion immediately fell on Jimmy. When the police picked him up, he was washing blood from his clothes. There was a nasty gash on his cheek, and he admitted that it was made by Ben's ring.
He said that Ben got mean in the cab, hit him in the face, and broke away.
And the money?
About $500 never found.
The prosecutor suggested that Jimmy hid it.
Father, these hallway lights that you mentioned...
That's our new evidence. I asked the superintendent, Mrs. Mulvey. She says she always turns out the lights about 10 o'clock to save money. She says that she remembers Agnes Faye telling her that night she had tripped in the dark.
But Agnes Faye testified that the hallway was fully lighted when she saw the killer.
Yes, but I think she turned on that light just before the killer appeared, and the glare blinded her.
That's a possibility.
Don't you see? That's why she wouldn't identify Jimmy at first.
What about the cab driver?
Well, Hoff only saw the killer for a fleeting moment. The prosecutor built his entire case on Agnes Faye's testimony. All other factors were circumstantial.
Do you think there's a chance for a stay of execution, Mr. Matthews?
Perhaps, if we find that Agnes Faye made a mistake in her testimony.
Jimmy?
Yeah?
I'm Sam Copeland from the Public Defender's Office.
You're wasting your time. I told that guy Matthews everything I know. You guys get me railroaded, now you want to bat the breeze.
Not particularly. I'm here to accommodate a friend of yours, Father Dunn. He's hoping you might remember something new.
I don't remember nothing.
Something we could use to get you a new trial.
It's kind of late for that, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah, and a waste of my day off, too.
What do you mean by a crack like that?
I think you're guilty, mister. Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead, blow your stack. I hear you're handy with your fists, real handy.
Why, you...
What's the matter, can't stand to hear the truth?
It's not true, mister. I don't know why nobody believes me. I didn't do it. I didn't kill Ben.
Cigarette?
Yeah. That's the guard.
Guard?
What's the trouble?
Need a light.
Oh.
Thanks, Haynes. Hey, that's a nice lighter. Never saw one before with the St. Christopher's medal on it.
It's yours. Makes up for the day off you lost.
Huh?
The guard keeps it for me. I'm not allowed to have lighters or matches. Take it. It doesn't belong to me anyway.
Thanks, but,
I won't have any use for it after tonight.
Thanks, Jimmy. Be seeing you, kid.
Yeah, you bet.
Don't give up hope. Maybe I will. My office call, Father?
No.
Police should have located that Fay woman by now, if she's still in town.
She's got to be.
I hope so, Father. Because I believe, like you, that kid's innocent. Well, let's go.
Dunn left the death house. Jimmy Morse had 6 hours to live. Copeland set out to find Carl Hoff, hoping the cab driver might know where the girl worked.
Sam, there's an independent ahead.
Wrong license number, Father. It's going to be tough to locate an independent cabbie in this town.
It's getting awfully late, Sam.
Yeah. Hoff probably picked up a fare. No telling where he is now.
KLQC to car 68. KLQC to car 68. 1016 at Granite Pine. 1016 at Granite Pine.
They ordered a prisoner picked up. Over there, Father. Pulling into the cab stand.
28Y 150. That's Hoff's car.
I'll talk to him, Father. You keep your ear on the radio. My call is PDI 1.
Where to, mister?
This'll do. Office of Public Defender, Mr. Hoff.
What do you want with me?
A talk?
Sure. I hate to hear you alone, huh? How about it?
No, thanks.
Now, come on, please don't be bashful. It's good. Ham and mozzarella, imported. My wife's Italian. Hey.
I'm in a hurry, Mr. Hoff. In less than 5 hours, Jimmy Morse is going to be executed.
I didn't sentence the kid. I only told what I saw.
Are you absolutely sure it was Jimmy Morse you saw?
99%.
Only 99%?
Look, mister, nothing in this life is 100% perfect. Besides, look, ain't it true? That dame's testimony convicted the kid, not mine.
I have reason to believe she might have been mistaken.
What are you telling me for?
Do you know where she lives?
Well, don't you live in that apartment anymore, someone?
No. Do you have any idea where she might work?
Not the father, you son. Honest, I give him my word.
Thanks.
Hey, that ain't necessary. I was on my dinner hour. Nothing, huh?
Nothing at all.
You had a call while you were talking to Hoff. I want you to phone the office. Confidential information.
Matthew speaking. Oh, yes, Sam. The police just located Agnes Faye. She's employed at the Skyline Club.
I know the place. Thanks.
Hello. I'm Agnes. You asked for me.
Oh, yes. Please sit down.
How nice. I'd like a cigarette and a Scotch old-fashioned. The St. Christopher on your lighter. I used to wear one of those around my neck. Oh.
About the Jimmy Morse case, Miss Faye. The night of the murder, when you entered the hallway, were all of the lights on?
What's the difference?
Life or death for a boy tonight?
Look, don't think I'm not sorry for that kid. But Ben, Mr. Regan, he was a nice guy. I saw what that kid did to him.
What about the light near Regan's door?
It was on when the kid bumped into me. I said so at the trial.
But you didn't say you had just turned it on.
I answered every question they asked.
Did they ask you if you had just turned on that light?
No.
Why did you?
There was a tear in the carpet. I caught my foot.
And just when the light went on, the killer burst through Regan's door.
Yes.
You turned, and for a brief instant, the two of you were face to face.
So close I could feel his breath.
But you didn't get a clear look at him.
What?
You were looking into the light. The glare blinded you. You weren't certain who you saw. That's why you didn't identify Jimmy until halfway through the trial, until after you'd heard all the circumstantial evidence against him.
That's not so.
Isn't it, Agnes?
You got me all confused.
Then you're not sure.
I don't know. Not sure of anything anymore.
Agnes, will you wait here for a call from me?
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Agnes. Oh, bartender, Scotch old-fashioned for the lady. Thank you, Agnes.
Well?
We've got a chance, Father, if we can persuade the DA to phone the governor and ask for a stay of execution. The girl had been looking into a bright light. The glare must have affected her eyes. I'm sure if you give her another chance, she'll change her testimony.
It was her identification that convicted the boy, Mr. Talmadge.
You're forgetting about the gash in the boy's cheek and the other evidence.
Circumstantial.
So the public defender argued, but the jury disagreed. No, I'm sorry. I can't phone the governor. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have guests.
What if there's a shadow of a doubt?
I don't believe there is a shadow of a doubt, Father. Your theory about the light is interesting, but highly speculative.
Speculative?
Oh, good evening, Father.
Good evening.
Hello, Sam.
How is he, Haynes?
Scared.
Will he see me?
He asked to, in the chapel. The warden's with him now, Father. I'll bring him in a few minutes.
Thank you.
You know, they all show what they're made of when the time nears. Get so you can predict how they're going to take it. This kid surprised me.
You'll make it okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, it's something at least.
Yeah.
Father. If you don't mind taking a cab home, I think I'll go.
Well, certainly, Sam. May I see this? Where'd you get it?
Jimmy, why?
Belonged to Ben Regan.
How do you know?
St. Christopher medal. Had it put on there myself. It was a door prize at a church supper. Ben wanted.
Father, this might be just what we've been looking for.
Matthew speaking. Oh, yes, Sam.
Oh, Bart, did the police find anything of Regan's on Jimmy when they picked him up?
Nothing. I stressed that at the trial. Why?
Well, the kid gave me a lighter. Now, Father Dunn says it's Regan's. Now, look, the kid didn't have it on him when he was picked up. He must have gotten it after he was jailed.
You mean someone gave it to him?
Well, I don't know, but...
Well, he was allowed visitors at the trial. Question him, Sam.
Right. I've got to talk to Jimmy right away.
Look, you can't go in there now, Sam.
But you heard on the phone what...
Yeah, I heard, but what difference will it make?
That's what I've got to find out.
Look, you can't go in there. The warden and the doctor are there now. The kid's having a physical.
Physical? Now?
Yeah, it's the law. Look, relax, Sam. Sit down. I'll see what I can do. I'll let you know when we bring the kid through here on the way to the chapel.
Public Defender's Office. I'm going to get right to the point. The night Ben Regan was murdered, one of you followed him and Jimmy Morse out of here. You went to Regan's apartment and waited. When he came in alone, you killed and robbed him. Now, I want to know who. Well, if it takes longer than 10 seconds for an answer, I'm going to have to book all three of you. All right. If that's the way you feel about it, I can get a policeman.
Wait. Shut up, Sid, please. I said shut up. Sid, if I get in trouble with the cops again, Mo Man will kill me. Honest, mister, it wasn't me or Sid. Why, you stupid...
Hold it, Sid. I don't want to get Artie into trouble. I got nothing to hide.
No? You shouldn't be so careless with your murder souvenirs, Mackie.
I never saw that before in my life.
Well, here. Take a better look. You went to visit Jimmy in the city jail during the trial. That dropped out of your pocket while you were sitting in the bunk.
You can't prove that.
We'll see when we get to headquarters, Mackie.
Yeah.
You're going to tell that to the warden if I have to wring every word of it out of you.
All right. All right. Okay.
Father, Sam Copeland has just cleared Jimmy. Got a confession out of some kid named Mackie. Warden is calling the governor now.
Jimmy was returned to parole thanks to the faith and hard work of Father Dunn and Sam Copeland, and is now well on his way to fill a useful place in our society. Fred Mackey was convicted of the murder of Ben Regan and ultimately paid the supreme penalty. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. Public Defender Irwin I. Krug, Windham County, Willimantic, Connecticut, and his staff for outstanding achievement in the cause of justice. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community. and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. The case you are about to see is one of the most bizarre that this office has ever encountered. And yet, it's all a matter of public record.
Everything clear on the watchman?
Everything clear.
It's bound to be wired with an alarm. Get the short circuit unit. I won't need any tools. I can do this by long-distance telephone. Okay, Fred. I tell you it wasn't a double play. The ball goes right off the pitcher's glove. That makes it a shortstop play. But Eddie goes, and I think it's time for it. Hey! Hey, you!
Gentlemen. The heist was a loan company out in the Norwood district. About 4 of them. We got the one driving, but no trace of the money or the others. Thanks. Bob Carter, this is Bart Matthews, public defender.
Bob?
He came down at my request to see if he can help you. Sit down.
What's the matter? My face dirty or something?
There's going to be more than that wrong with you, Bob, if you don't come off your high horse and realize that I'm here to help you.
Why don't you guys give up? I already told the cop I don't know anything.
According to what Lieutenant Varga told me, you knew enough to break into that loan company, take a lot of money, and disguise yourself so that you'd be above suspicion.
Thanks for the nice words. Now, can I go back to my cell?
Bob, don't you realize the seriousness of the charge against you? Suspicion of burglary. That's punishable by 5 years to life in the penitentiary, you know.
There's no suspicion. I'm their guy, all right. I know the score. The cop got my license number, and they identified me. I got careless and left my gloves off, so my fingerprints are all over the place.
But I've been advised that if you cooperate with the police, the DA's office may ask the court for leniency.
You mean I tell you what I know, and even if it don't help, they'll get me a break?
That's right. Lieutenant Varga promised me that he'll go to bat for you if you help him clear this up.
Okay. You got a deal.
All right, Bob, go on.
Well, it all started with a guy named Gil. I don't even know his last name.
But who was this Gil?
One of the nicest, no-good guys that ever breathed air. I don't guess I'd ever met him if it hadn't been for something that happened a couple of months ago. My old man died the year before. Ma had taken a job as a cleanup woman nights so me and my sister, Jenny, could get through school. Things were rough. Okay, Rick, give her the gun.
Hey, she all but sings now, Bob. You've got the touch of an angel on anything mechanical.
Well, thanks for the ride home from school. I gotta go in now and help Jenny with supper.
Yeah, they're having a clam bake tonight at Bathurst's place. Pick you up at 7.
Sorry, Rick, I can't make it.
What are you talking about?
Well, you've been paying for my fun long enough. I can't do it myself.
Saddest story I ever heard. Pick you up at 7.
No, I mean it, Rick.
And why don't you change things, Bob? Make yourself a few bucks. I could help.
Look, you and I have been friends for a long time. How you make your money to buy convertibles and do it up brown is your own business. But it's not for me. I'll see you. Hi, sis.
I wish you'd be more careful with your shirts. This is the 4th I borrowed this week.
You know, you're gonna make some guy a great husband.
You're not funny, Bob. Not funny at all.
Hey, what's the matter?
Our class is having a prom next week. Joe Weeks, he's a real nice boy. He sits next to me in English. He asked me to go with him.
So, give the guy a break and go.
I told him to get somebody else.
Why?
This is the dress that Ma got for me to wear. Like it?
Sure, Jenny.
I wore it today. We had our class picture taken, and everyone wore their best outfit. I was proud. Real proud. I thought I was dressed as good as anybody that...
Well, Jenny, honey, I don't get this at all.
We just had the picture taken when Margie Stevens comes up. She looks at the dress, and then she laughs and says it's the one that her mother gave to the clothes drive last week. Isn't it a scream? Mom got me a party dress from the clothes drive. One Margie Stevens threw away. Well, I'm throwing it away, too.
Gil? Oh, yeah, what's on your mind?
Gil, this is Bob.
Oh. Sit down. You and Rick been good friends a long time, I gather.
Oh, ever since I can remember. He's a swell guy.
Says the same about you. Fact is, he told me a lot about you. Says you need to make some money. Bad.
I guess that's right.
Any qualifications?
Well, I'm good at anything mechanical, but who wants a guy not at high school yet?
Well, maybe I do.
Well, you mean it? You mean you'll hire me?
That depends on how bad you want to make money.
Well, if your old lady had to scrub floors all night on her hands and knees and your sister had to wear somebody else's clothes, how bad would you want money?
From what I hear, you got talent. Lots of talent. With what I can teach you, there's no end to where you can go. From the moment you come to me, you won't have any troubles about money. Your only problem will be cops. Well, what's it gonna be, Bob? I contact the fellows by phone when there's to be a meeting. Tell them the time and the place.
Okay.
Oh, Bob. Tell your mother to quit that job, huh? And get that sister of yours a new dress.
I'll see you.
So, in the matter of a 5-minute meeting, the die had been cast. Young Bob Carter wanted money desperately, and Gil Wells had the means whereby he could get it. And between this boy and this man, there developed a great bond of devotion. that seemed destined to bind them in tragedy as well.
It was a clumsy, careless job of staking out. And you only have Bob to thank for not getting caught last night. Cracking that safe was as fast a job as I've ever seen. He's one of the best. But in spite of the blunders, it was a pretty good week. 3 service stations, a cafe, and a garage. $885.
Hey, what's this bit? Where's my cut?
Your cut? For what?
You're forgetting. I pulled that cafe heist.
You used a gun. I've told you and told you, Fred, we don't use guns in this outfit. Now you go without a week's pay to make sure you remember.
Now, just a minute. Supposing a cop comes up. Cops have guns, and so do cafe owners.
You still got that gun?
Sure.
Point it at Don. Don, show him what you'd do if a man pulled a gun on you. Now, I'm sure you'll remember. Nice work, Don. Make sure you can all do it as well. All right, you're all warming up for that bakery job tomorrow night. Do it good, and I got a big surprise for you. Okay, I'll call to let you know where to meet. Bob, stick around a minute, will you?
Bob, I've got a date with Betty. How about meeting us at Vathis?
No thanks.
I know. Jenny's alone. Nice guy. Who else in this outfit would think of his sister?
Seems like everybody's got something to say to you.
Yeah, what do you mean?
That's why I asked you to stick around. I wasn't kidding when I told the others you were good. The fact is, you're one of the best I've ever run across.
It's crazy. Look at this truck. A regular classroom. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
What's crazy?
You? Me? This whole thing?
Well, what's so crazy about it? We've been pretty successful, haven't we?
I don't get you, Gil. You're a nice guy. Got lots of education.
What's on your mind?
I've been thinking about you. You know, if you were on the level, I bet there's nothing you couldn't do. You remind me of a football coach I had a couple of years ago. Nice guy, smart. We all liked him. The way I like you.
Well, one thing's on the level, kid. I'm no football coach. But thanks anyway.
Oh, Bob, we're so proud of you. And grateful, too.
Ah, forget it. I'm the man of this house, ain't I?
Aren't I?
Okay, but I am. And my family deserves nice things like anybody else.
There's just one thing.
Yeah?
Ma and I have been wondering.
What about?
Where you get the money.
I told you I got a job.
But what kind of job?
In a service station across town, I told you.
Sylvia Keller's dad works in a service station, too. And she says they're just able to get by. Bob, all these nights away from home, and you never let us know anything about what you do or...
Now leave it alone. I'll get it. Hello? Yeah. Right. Right. I'll be there.
Another one of those phone calls. Where are you going?
Jenny, leave me alone.
Okay, you did it, and you did it good. Now you're ready for the big time. The Central Loan Company in the Westbury District. It's tomorrow night. We'll meet at the corner of 7th and Logan. There's a small carnival at the corner, and we'll get together there about 10. There'll be a baseball game letting out about that time, and you'll all dress like players. Okay? Now, there's somebody I want you to meet. Pops, come here. Pops, how many years you spent in jail? 17. So here's a good example of what not to be. Pop's one of the best safe men in the country, but he just didn't know how to be careful. Let's see that it doesn't happen to any of you. Okay, everybody but Bob, go home and get a good night's sleep. I want you sharp for tomorrow night. Bob, Pop's
got some intricate tumblers for you to work on. Okay, Pop, he's all yours.
You see, kid, these here new systems on the big jobs have just a little bit more to them. I'll show you.
Oh, no point in waiting for Bob. He may be a while.
I wanted to talk to you, Gil.
What about?
I want you to count me out for a few days.
Why?
I want to get married.
Forget it.
What are you talking about?
This is a tough business, Rick. You gotta keep your mind on your work. No time for vine-covered cottages.
Well, now, just a minute. I go out and do a heist for you. That doesn't give you the right to run my life.
What are you doing to Rick? Oh. Guess I lost my temper. Sorry, Rick. And you talk about being smart. All right, Fred. The alarm will be at the top of the door. Be sure you gag it before going in. The watchman goes off for coffee in half a minute. What happened to you? You're late. You're supposed to be the one in charge.
I just wanted to tell you. After tonight, I quit. I'm getting married.
You what? After what I told you?
Nobody's gonna run my life for me. Even you.
Okay, Rick, maybe I made a mistake. You want out? Get out.
That's the way I figure it.
Gonna give you a break, kid. You don't have to work tonight.
Guys will need me.
Bob can handle it, can't you, kid?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, you better get going. It's time.
So long, Rick. I'll see you. So we did things like we planned, and here I am not like we planned.
No, you're right. You're not much help.
Tough.
But you could help.
How?
Well, chances are this Gil doesn't know that you've been arrested. That means he'll try and contact you by phone.
Then I could let the cops know where I was meeting him. That it? Nothing doing. I'm no good, maybe, but I'm not going to do that to Gil.
I thought you'd like to see this, Bud.
Thanks, Bill.
I'll wait outside.
And this friend of yours, what's his name?
You spell his name. I won't say it's the same guy.
Maybe you'll change your mind after what you're about to see.
What am I about to see?
Nothing very pretty. Nothing very pretty at all, Bob. All right, let's go. A patrol car was cruising out on Route 77 this evening. They spotted a convertible off the road. They stopped to investigate, and this is what they found.
Rick. He's got 3 bullet holes in his chest.
Some honeymooner, Bob.
Tell me what you want me to do.
There was only one thing for Bob to do, and that was to go home and sit tight until Gil contacted him. And as it turned out, he didn't have but 12 hours to wait.
Hello? Yeah, Gil. Baptist place. Sure. I'll be there. Hello? Give me Bart Matthews.
Hey, Bob. Hiya, kid.
Gil, what are you doing here? Thought you were supposed to meet me at Baptist place.
Changed my plans. You mind?
No. No, of course not. Where's the truck?
Let's go.
It was a good plan, but there was only one thing wrong. No one had anticipated that Gil Wells would change his mind. Every patrol car was alerted to investigate trucks fitting the description they had been given of Wells' truck. Meanwhile, Bob Carter would be on his own.
Just a hotel room, kid. Why so much interest?
I'm not sure. It's just that you've always been so secret about yourself. I guess I was interested to see how you lived.
Make me sound like a pretty important guy. The fact is, you are the only one who knows where I live.
Gil, why did you pick me up near the house?
Oh, I guess I was interested to find out about the job last night. How it went.
You got the money, didn't you?
Yeah, I got the money. Wasn't any trouble, was there?
No. No, there wasn't any trouble.
You're lying, kid. You're lying right through your teeth.
Why, you're crazy, Gil.
Fred's big brother spent the night in a drunk tank. He saw them book you. Baseball outfit and all.
Okay, so I didn't want to bother you.
Give it to me straight, kid. How'd you get out of jail? The cops planned it that way?
They didn't have to plan it. After I saw what you did to Rick, I'd have come here myself.
Rick got out of line. When guys get out of line in this business, you have to take care of them.
You're just like my football coach. That's what I always said, wasn't it? How wrong can a guy get?
Gil Wells, this is the police. We found your truck down the alley, traced it to you. Come out with your hands up.
Now give me the key to this door.
Not yet.
What do you intend doing? Giving me a wedding present, too?
I'm walking out of here right behind you.
I'm not moving.
Like you said, I'm not your football coach. You've got 10 seconds to change your mind. 1, 2.
First it was Jenny.
3.
Then it was Rick and Betty.
4.
Now me.
5.
How many more lives you wrecked?
6.
How many more people cry themselves to sleep at night because of you?
7. 8. 9. I sure taught you good. At least your coach and I have one thing in common.
Take him out.
And so, with the capture of the other use, one of the nation's most unique crime rings was brought to an end. Gil Wells was convicted of the murder of Rick Martin and subsequently executed. As for Bob Carter, he is just finishing a sentence in a juvenile correction institution. Now qualified to earn an honest living, he will soon be paroled to his mother and sister. He has received his master mechanic's license, a much better use for skilled hands. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. Public Defender Leslie E. Still, City of Long Beach, California, and his staff for outstanding achievement in the cause of justice. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. This is the story of a boy who set a camera trap to get a picture of a small, harmless animal. What he caught was something much bigger, a murderer. When Gary Johnson, young naturalist and wildlife photographer, checked his camera the next day, he knew his trap had worked. He didn't know how well.
Mr. Sanders! Mr. Sanders, something awful's happened. It's Miss Bascom.
What about her?
I found her over in the park. She's dead.
Dead?
Are you sure? Come on, quick. I'll show you.
We'd better notify the police.
Did you know this girl?
Yes, I knew her. We were engaged to be married.
Had you set a date yet?
Oh, not exactly. You see, I've been a little financially strapped, and we've been putting it off.
You didn't happen to be with her last night?
Yes, I was with her. We went to a movie, and then afterwards it was such a nice night that we decided to go for a drive.
That's interesting. Where did you drive to?
Well, we drove through the park here.
You'll have to come with me, Mr. Sanders.
What for?
I think the captain will want to have a talk with you.
Mr. Sanders didn't do it. He couldn't.
Why couldn't he?
He just couldn't. He's the best teacher in school. He's my best friend. And he wouldn't hurt anything or anybody.
Thanks, Gary.
You'll probably have your chance to tell all about Mr. Sanders later, in court. All right, let's go.
At the preliminary hearing, I was appointed to defend Sanders. He couldn't afford private counsel.
Now, Gary, would you words, please? Exactly what happened the day you found Miss Bascalotti?
Well, sir, I collected some insects, and then I checked my camera. You see, I was trying to get a flashlight picture of Procyon lotor. That's a raccoon.
Thank you. Do you always use the Latin or scientific names?
Oh, most of the time, sir. Mr. Sanders, our general science teacher, says it's the best.
Did you get the picture, Gary?
I got something, all right. Of course, I couldn't tell what it was at that time, but I knew that some animal had grabbed the bait and set off the camera and taken its own picture. It's neat the way it works. I learned the trick from Mr. Stone.
Will you tell us what happened next?
Do I have to talk about that again? I've already told everything.
The judge wants to know, Gary.
And then Gary told of his frightening discovery. The next witness was Howard Stone, owner of a camera shop, a friend of Gary and his advisor in wildlife photography. He didn't seem to relish what he had to tell.
Yes, I saw them together that night.
Where?
In Sanders' car, just before they turned into the park.
Now, do you remember what time that was?
Yes, it was around 10:30.
Did you speak to them?
No, I called and waved, but they didn't seem to notice me.
Why not?
Well, they seemed to be preoccupied.
In what way?
Well, I couldn't be sure, but I thought they were arguing, quarreling.
That's not true. We weren't quarreling, Howard.
Well, maybe I got the wrong impression. I'm awfully sorry I said anything, Ralph.
Mr. Stone, Mr. Sanders, you're out of order. Do not address each other.
As a result of the preliminary hearing, Ralph Sanders was held for trial on a charge of murdering his fiancée.
I don't understand it. Why should he say we were quarreling?
Could he have had any reason for lying?
No, that's what puzzles me. We've always been good friends.
Was Stone a friend of the Bascom girls, too?
Yes, and he knew her before I did. In fact, he introduced us.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, Howard and June used to go together. Oh, I guess I should have told you that before, Mr. Matthews.
You should have. What happened to that romance?
Well, I'm afraid I did. It was just one of those things.
Sometimes those things can be quite important.
Oh, no. It's nothing like that. Howard's a bright sort. He's a good loser.
Right sort. Well, Howard Stone and I are different. I'm not a good loser. Mrs. Dennis?
Yes?
I'm Bart Matthews, Public Defender's Office. May I ask you a few questions?
Oh, why, certainly. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing to be alarmed about. Do you have a tenant named Howard Stone?
Oh, yes, indeed. He lives right across the hall.
Well, do you know him personally? Anything about his habits?
Oh, of course. I make it a point to know all my people. Mr. Stone's awfully nice, quiet, regular with his rent. He runs a camera store in town.
Yes, I know. Did you see Mr. Stone on the night of the 16th? Last Friday?
Friday? Oh, that's the night I was reading such a good book. Mad Love. I just couldn't put it down. And I'm usually in bed at 9:30.
Yes, but...
As I said, I couldn't put the book down, so I did hear Mr. Stone come in.
Do you remember what the time was?
Well, let's see. Anthony had just grabbed Caroline and pulled her toward him when Mr. Stone interrupted. I mean, he came in.
I see, but do you remember what the time was?
Yes, I glanced at the clock. It was 10:30.
That checks. Thank you very much.
Oh, Mr. Matthews.
Yes?
There was something else that happened that evening. I don't imagine it's important, but it was a little unusual for Mr. Stone.
And what was that?
Well, as I said, I couldn't put the book down, so I did hear Mr. Stone go out again around 11 o'clock. I suppose he forgot some cigarettes or something.
And did you hear him come back in again?
No, I didn't. Shortly after that, I finished the book and went to bed.
Thank you, Mrs. Dennis. You've been very helpful.
No, not at all.
I set out for the home of Gary Johnson, the boy who found the body. Gary wasn't home, but his mother rather proudly showed me the quarters of the budding young naturalist.
It's Gary's bedroom, but also his dark room, laboratory, and museum. I can't tell you when you'll be back. You know how boys are.
Well, it's not important, Mrs. Johnson. I just thought that Gary might have overlooked some detail that might help. Do you mind if I look around?
Not at all.
Gary does all right with the camera. Getting good animal shots isn't easy.
He works hard at it, and he loves it. That's his latest roll drying.
It's a nice squirrel picture. And the snap turned out fine.
Gary's becoming quite good at it. Mr. Stone has helped him a lot.
You know, Gary testified at the hearing that he took all of these pictures at the park.
I believe he did.
I think I'll be going now, Mrs. Johnson.
I'm sorry Gary wasn't here.
Well, it doesn't matter.
That boy spends all his spare time, and some that he shouldn't spare, out in the woods studying animals. I actually think he likes the animals better than he does people.
Well, sometimes, Mrs. Johnson, they're better than people.
Rod Matthews. I'd like you to look up an auto license for me. 2N202. Yeah, that's right. Thanks.
Mr. Stone, I'm glad to see you.
Same here, Gary. I thought I'd drop by and see how you're doing with your photography. Your mother out?
Yeah, Mom's gone marketing. Hey, come on to my room. Think I got some good shots.
I'm anxious to see them.
Sure took me a long time to finish shooting that last roll. They turned out swell.
Fine, fine. Which one is the picture taken in the park that night? You know, the one you told the judge about at the hearing.
You know Procyon Loader, the raccoon? Here, isn't it a peach?
Yeah, nice work. Sharp definition?
Thanks. Sure lots of fun.
I told you it would be. You can get much more from a camera than you can with a gun. And nothing or nobody gets hurt.
Beta trigger trick worked just perfect. It came out real good, didn't it?
What? Oh, yes, excellent. The raccoon sort of caught himself in the act.
What's the matter?
That raccoon,
Hey, I didn't see that on the negative. Why, I can read the license number. 2N202.
The raccoon took a little more than his own portrait. Too bad.
Is it? Why?
Because the car in the background spoils the effect. Takes away its natural woodland atmosphere. Gary, this shot could have been a prize winner.
Gee, that's a shame.
Has anyone else seen this picture?
No, I just printed it this morning.
Where's the negative?
Right here.
It'll be very simple. You can take it down to the shop and retouch the car right out of that picture. Then you'll have a real chance in the photo contest. Come on, let's go.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Stone. I'd have to do it myself. The contest is for amateurs only.
That's right, I forgot. Well, at least I can show you how it's done. That'll be ethical.
Gee, Mr. Stone, that'll be swell. If I could win the photo contest, I'd be the head guy in our class. You sure you can spare the time to show me how to fix this negative?
Sure, Gary. I've got all evening. And, well, you're my favorite pupil.
Gee, Mr. Stone, thanks a lot.
Forget about it, Gary. Come on, let's go down to the shop and get the job done. The sooner, the better.
I'll take care of that.
The boys must have been pretty busy. It took them a long time to run down that car license number. It was nearly 6, and I was almost ready to call it a day. Matthew speaking. Oh, yes, sure. What? Stone? Oh, never mind the address. I've got it. License number 2N202 was registered in the name of Howard Stone, ex-boyfriend of the murdered girl. I lost no time in getting to his place of business.
Sorry, we're closed for the day.
Has Mr. Stone left?
Why, yes, some time ago.
I'll get him at home then.
I don't think he'll be home. I think we went over to see a young friend of his, a kid by the name of Gary Johnson. Is it important?
It is important, thank you. Now I was really worried. If Howard Stone saw his license number in Gary's picture, anything could happen.
Take it easy, Gary, and I'll get things set up for us.
Oh, this is going to be keen. I've always wanted to learn about retouching.
Just a second now, and I'll show you how it's done. Let me have the pictures.
Hey.
It's no good. We'll print plenty as soon as we get the negative fixed up.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
take long.
Oh, I'm supposed to do it, remember?
That's right, you were. Okay, take my chair.
TN202. Funny number. Sounds like TNT.
Now, never mind that. Here, let's start with this etching knife. Yeah. Have to work very carefully. Before we're through, we'll make that car get lost just like magic.
Mr. Matthews.
Good evening, Mrs. Johnson. Have you seen Gary?
No, I haven't, and it's almost dinner time.
Well, do you have any idea where I can find him?
No, I haven't. Is something wrong, Mr. Matthews?
No, nothing. I was just anxious to find Gary.
Oh.
Have you seen Mr. Stone tonight?
No, but I've been out most of the afternoon. Gary's forever late for dinner like this. But he might be at Mr. Stone's apartment. Sometimes he goes up there to show him pictures.
May I use your telephone? I'll call him.
Yes, right over there.
Thank you. Hello, information. I wonder if you'll get me the telephone number of Howard Stone, Majestic Apartments, 7th Avenue. Thank you.
Say, that's pretty good for a beginner. Thanks. It's fun. Kind of hard on the eyes, though. And the fingers, too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, retouching gets rid of many unpleasant details, like double chins. But you're not quite through.
Okay, I'll finish it. And then can we make some prints? I'm dying to see how it comes out.
Why not? When you finish, you'll find the paper in this drawer. Cut as many as you want. I'll mix up the soup.
I can't imagine what's keeping Gary.
Does Mr. Stone call on Gary often?
Oh, he's been here several times to help him with his photography. What's the matter? You seem to have Mr. Stone on your mind tonight.
I have. Gary, too. Do you mind if I take another look at his room?
Oh, not at all. Just like it was this morning.
Looks like Gary's been home since I was here this morning. He's taken his negatives down.
I hadn't noticed. I haven't been in his room since I got back from market.
It's gone. I don't like this.
Mr. Matthews, is Gary in trouble?
I hope not, Mrs. Johnson. I hope not. Hello, Sergeant. Matthews speaking. Put out on all points on Gary Johnson. Age 15, height about 5 feet, light brown hair, blue eyes. Right, Sergeant. I'll wait here at the Johnson home. Oak 2411. Thanks.
Gary.
It's a little underexposed, Gary. We'll have to give it a little more time. But you did a good job. You really lost that car.
Oh, gosh. Didn't know it was so late. Mom will be worrying.
Okay, we'll make the prints some other time.
Well, no, I'm anxious to see him. I'll call Mom and tell her to keep something warm for me.
But don't bother her. We can do this anytime.
It'll take just a second. Hi, Mom. I'll be a little late. Down with Mr. Stone in his shop, making some prints.
Oh, thank heaven. Mr. Matthews is here and wants to see you right away, so come right home, Gary.
Okay, Mom. I'm sorry I worried you. I'll be right home. What? Oh, yes, Mom. Bye. He's all right. He's
coming right home.
Where is he?
I should have known it would have something to do with pictures.
But where is he?
Well, he's busy with some darkroom work at the shop with Mr. Stone.
Stone?
$202.
Everything all right?
Yes. I mean, I don't know. 2N202.
What did you say?
I said 2N202. That was the license number on the negative. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
I just noticed your car license. The number's the same.
You're very observing, Gary.
Well, then, it was your car in the park that night. If your car was there, you must have been there. Then you did it. You killed her. And I know why.
Why, Gary?
You were jealous. Because she was going to marry Mr. Sanders.
Sanders was released after Howard Stone's confession, and Stone was convicted of murdering the woman he couldn't stand to lose. How strange the unexpected help our office got in trapping a killer, from a boy with a hobby and from Procyon Lotor. That's a raccoon. Now, the case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. Last year, almost 2 million people were arrested in the United States. This is the case history of one of those people, taken from the files of a public defender in Illinois.
Get me the police. Police! Quickly, please!
It's a diamond ring,
earrings. One's a pin, so big. 5 diamonds. Oh, there she is. That's the girl. She stole honest jewelry. Arrest her.
No! No! My daughter. She wouldn't steal anything.
Bertha Pulaski, age 18, birthplace Warsaw, Poland. Charged grand theft property. My office was assigned to defend Bertha Pulaski. My first stop, as usual, was police headquarters.
Hi, Marty. I'd like you to run a check for me.
See the chief.
Well, the name is Bertha Pulaski. I'd like to find out...
Well, at least I ain't out arresting innocent people.
What's going on, Marty?
They shut off your water.
Who shut off my water?
Know what I'd do if I was you? See the chief.
Yeah, thanks. Well, Chief?
Glad you had a safe trip back from Chicago. We can't spare any fearless champions of the innocent.
You read my Chicago speech, huh?
I sure did. Had his at Gettysburg beat all hollow.
All I stated were the facts based on the records of my office. 8 out of 100 of our clients who go to trial are found not guilty.
We're pretty stupid.
I didn't say that. But you're human. You make mistakes. Can I look at some records?
You've got some records at your office. You boasted about them in Chicago.
But, Chief...
You don't seem to understand, Matthews. We're working different sides of the street. We arrest them, you defend them.
We've been friends for almost 10 years. I don't think you want to see an innocent person go to jail any more than I do.
Oh, but you're wrong. I love to send innocent people to jail. Read your Chicago speech. Send the next visitor in. Mr. Matthews is leaving.
Hi, Betty.
Good morning, Mr. Matthews.
I played frost this year.
Which innocent prisoner would you like to check on?
Hi, Bart. Careful, George. Say hello to me, and they're liable to shut off the immigration service, too.
Betty, can I have the booking slip on Bertha Pulaski?
The Pulaski girl's a client of mine, George.
We're putting a hold on her.
Oh, what for?
She entered this country 4.5 years ago. If she's found guilty on grand theft and gets more than a year, she'll be deported.
Where to?
France.
Yeah, but she's not French.
That's where she entered from.
But there aren't enough jobs for the French. How's she gonna live?
Bart, I didn't make the law.
Mr. Matthews, the man who was here, he was from immigration.
Yes, I know. Now, this man Wilmar, who says that you stole his wife's jewelry.
They'll send me back to Europe.
I understand your mother was his housekeeper.
You won't let them do it, Mr. Matthews. You won't.
Miss Pulaski, would you mind answering my question, please?
I'm sorry.
Your mother was Wilmar's housekeeper?
Since he brought us to America.
I see. And did you get along with Mr. Wilmar?
Mr. Wilmar and his wife were very nice.
Bertha, did you take that jewelry?
No, Mr. Matthews, I swear I didn't. You don't believe me.
Well, it is rather hard to believe. A man brings you to this country, treats you well for 5 years, and then suddenly, according to you, lies and has you arrested. Doesn't make sense. Bertha, are you holding something back?
You have to tell my mother
About what?
why Mr. Wilmar is mad at me.
I'll try not to.
Since Mrs. Wilmar died 3 years ago, her room has been kept the same. Her clothes, hats, everything, just the way she left it.
That's the room the jewelry was stolen from?
I didn't steal it. I went to get a book.
He found you in his wife's room.
I was by the bookcase. I didn't hear him come in. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right, Bertha.
I was only going to read a book. I didn't touch anything.
It's all right, Bertha. Wait a minute.
It's late.
A minute, please. You very pretty girl.
Thank you.
I like you. Talk to me.
It's late. My mother, she's waiting for me.
She is sleeping. Come. Sit with me by the fire.
But there is no fire, Mr. Wilmar.
There was when Anna was alive. Come, sit down. Anna wouldn't mind you sit in her chair. Tomorrow. You know what tomorrow is?
No.
Anniversary. We've been married 24 years. Anna's jewelry. I get it from the deposit box. We have the party, huh? Just you and me, brother. You wear the jewelry instead of Anna. All right?
Please, Mr. Wilmar.
Anna likes you. I like you.
Please, Mr. Wilmar.
Come, the anniversary kiss.
Take your time. I can wait.
Okay.
Why didn't you use that rear door?
It was locked. It's always locked. Even my mother doesn't have a key.
And where did you go after you left the room?
I ran out of the house. I ran down the street. There's a bench on the corner. I sat down. I was crying.
And then what?
I went home. Mr. Wilmar was there. There was a man with him. He said, that's the girl. He said I took his wife's jewelry. The man arrested me.
Why didn't you tell your story to the police?
I was afraid. Afraid they would tell my mother.
Well, I don't understand.
During the war, my mother and I first lived in Poland, and Czechoslovakia, then Italy, then France. Once a German soldier tried to touch me. My mother got a knife. She would kill Mr. Wilmar, too. Mr. Matthews, because I would not kiss him, Mr. Wilmar, can he send me back to Europe?
Where can I find this Mr. Wilmar?
Maybe home, in that dead woman's room.
This is Anna's room. The jewelry was here.
I understand you brought the Pulaskis to the United States.
I went and signed the paper.
What kind of paper?
It says I, Hans Wilmar, would bring this woman to America. I said I would see the government did not have to give her charity to live.
I see.
In about a month, maybe 2 months, they come. Mrs. Pulaski, I liked right away. She was a nice woman. Tomorrow, she could come back to work.
But you didn't like Bertha?
It is difficult to say you don't like a child. In the good book, it says a good tongue is the tree of life. Bertha had a bad tongue, always making trouble, fights between Anna and me.
How?
Telling Anna lies about me. She just didn't like to see people happy.
Then you never did get along well.
I tried. As the Lord is my judge, Mr. Matthews, I tried. Like my own flesh and blood, I treated her. Anna was a wonderful woman. 24 years we married. Even Anna does not like Bertha.
Mr. Wilmar, Bertha told me about that night you found her in here.
She did? Maybe she's finding out it is better to suffer from truth than to grow rich by lies. The book of Proverbs.
She told me that you kissed her, she slapped your face, and ran out of the room. When she returned, the police were here and you had her arrested.
They also told you this? Before I go to sleep, I kiss Anna goodnight. Do I need to kiss Bertha too?
What did happen that night?
It was late. I come home. In here, I hear the noise. I came through the door. Bertha was there holding Anna's jewelry. I said nothing. I thought perhaps she wanted to look at Anna's jewelry. What could it hurt?
And then?
Maybe she saw me in the mirror. Quickly, she ran out.
Well, why didn't you stop her?
Oh, I couldn't. She was out the door.
But Bertha told me that door was always locked and that nobody had a key.
Why should it always be locked? It's the door to the bedroom.
Bertha Pulaski facing deportation was a human interest story, and the local papers made the most of it. Naturally, they were sympathetic. So, a few mornings later, when I returned to the city jail...
What can't I do for you today, Mr. Matthews?
I'd like to see the crime report on Bertha Pulaski.
Just a minute. Chief, it's your friend, Mr. Matthews. He wants to see the crime report on Pulaski. Right. He says it's okay.
Thanks.
Because you're entitled to it. Here, I guess you can find it yourself.
Thanks.
Oh, he's coming right out.
Thanks again. Two questions on the crime report are, is this property insured? If so, by whom? Wilmar had told the police the jewelry was worth $5,000. I wondered how much he had insured them for. I made a note to write to the insurance company back east.
You still got time for your clients?
Why?
I figured you spent all your time at press conferences. I see by the papers we arrested another poor innocent victim last week.
If you're talking about Bertha Pulaski, I think she's going to be another one of those 8 out of 100.
You know, you won't believe this. But after reading about that poor girl last night, I cried myself to sleep.
She says she's innocent.
Then why did she refuse a polygraph test?
She refused?
We offered her one.
I'm going over to see Miss Pulaski now. Why don't you come along?
All right, I will. And if she did it, I'll have a confession out of her before we leave. Before we go any further, how do you rate him as a lawyer? He only defends people without money. How much did Wilmar pay your mother?
$100 a month.
4.5 years. That's 54 months. That's better than $5,000. Didn't she save anything?
Mr. Wilmar took $10 a month.
For what?
To pay him back for our fare on the boat.
Well, that still left 90.
But he also took $60 for me.
For you?
Yes, he said it cost $15 a week for my room and board.
Well, then he actually only gave her $30 a month.
Yes.
Where did you hide that jewelry?
I didn't take it.
Then why wouldn't you take a polygraph test?
Do you know what a polygraph test is?
No.
A lie detector test.
Oh, yes. Is that what you meant?
Well, that's why she refused you. She didn't understand what you were talking about. Are you still willing to let her try one?
Yes, this afternoon.
Do you agree to take the test, Bertha?
Yes.
We'll make arrangements for this afternoon, then.
Now, you'll remember to answer yes or no to each of the questions I've already read to you.
Yes.
Ready? Remember, yes or no? Were you born in Warsaw, Poland?
Yes.
Are you 18 years old?
Yes.
Did you steal the jewelry?
No.
Is your mother in America?
Yes.
Do you know who stole the jewelry?
No.
Did you eat breakfast this morning?
Yes.
Have you told me the truth?
Yes.
Did you come here from France?
Yes.
Were you born in Poland?
Yes.
Did you steal the jewelry?
Yes. I mean, no.
Are you 18 years old?
Yes.
This tape on the polygraph machine is recording the inner feelings of the subject. Each question is answered.
Is your mother in America?
Yes.
Did you steal the jewelry?
You've asked me 10 times already.
Yes or no, please?
No, no, no.
I think that'll be enough. You can come in now.
What did you find?
Now, these are the critical questions.
About the jewelry?
Yes. She denied stealing it, and even later on when she got flustered. The graph kept a level pattern.
Then she's telling the truth.
No doubt about it.
You see, Mr. Matthews? I told you. Now can I go?
I can't release you, but this might help you.
Will you tell my mother?
About this, yes. Where is she working now?
Oh, she has a good job now. Much better than a housekeeper. She went to work as a waitress and they made her manager over the whole place. It's a big restaurant called the Blue Tiger on First Avenue.
It wasn't exactly the type of place Bertha had described, but her mother was important. She ran the donut machine. I have some good news for you.
They are letting Bertha go?
Well, not quite that good. But they did give her a test, a lie detector test, and it shows that she was telling the truth.
Then why they will not let her go?
Because that's not enough.
2 chocolate.
I went to the man at the immigration.
George Dunmore?
He says he can do nothing. If they say in court Bertha is guilty, they will send us back to France.
But not the both of you.
If they sent Bertha, could I stay here? For what?
Okay, chum, break it up. On the ball, kid, on the ball. The donuts, get with it. You ain't worth a dime to me unless you're hustling these donuts, understand?
Perhaps I'd better go, Mrs. Pulaski.
Mr. Matthews, first tell me, you talked to Mr. Wilmar?
Yes?
Why is he telling lies? Bertha, she told you something? A thing I don't know? That old man, he tried to touch her?
I think I'll be going, Mrs. Pulaski.
Tell me.
Well, I can't, Mrs. Pulaski. What a client tells an attorney is like what a patient tells a doctor, a secret.
All right, Mr. Matthews. You don't tell me nothing. By myself, I'll find out.
Mrs. Pulaski.
You saw the paper?
That thing is only a machine.
It says Bertha is telling the truth.
In court, who will they believe? Me or the machine?
Mr. Wilmar, in my life I never begged. But for a child, for Bertha, I am asking. She's a young girl. Her whole life in front of her. Let her grow up here, where she's not afraid tomorrow to be running again.
What can I do?
Go to the police. You'll say you made a mistake. You didn't see Bertha. It was somebody else.
To lie is an insult to the Lord. The book of Proverbs.
Once more, I'm asking. You'll tell the police you made a mistake?
I didn't make the mistake. Now go out. That is honest.
A long nail file like this, I used in the war. You know for what?
Mrs. Pulaski, go home.
A German soldier. He tried to touch Bertha. I killed him.
You're a nice woman. Don't make trouble.
For Bertha, I could kill again.
Will that get Bertha out of jail?
You pig. So calm. So sure. I'll kill you! I'll find a way. I'll
Come in.
No use, Mr. Matthews. Still, he keeps lying.
You better sit down, Mrs. Pulaski, while we ask Mr. Wilmar a few questions.
She tried to kill me. She's a crazy woman. Now you should arrest her, too.
You better sit down, too.
Mr. Wilmar, you never throw money away, do you?
What's that waste she'll want?
I received a letter from your insurance company this afternoon. You never filed a claim for your money.
My money?
The money they owe you if that jewelry was stolen.
I forgot. In the excitement, I forgot.
The $10 every month for the board. The money for Bertha's food. That you never forgot.
The records at your bank show you opened your deposit box March 11th.
The day before the anniversary. I told you.
You opened it the day after your anniversary, too. Why?
Is it there now? Is that where you hid the jewelry?
It's honest jewelry.
We can get a court order to open that box. Want to make us do that? Shall we get that court order, or do you want to tell us the whole story?
Thank you so much, Mr. Carter.
You're very welcome.
For me, too. Thank you.
That's all right.
If you'll wait outside for me, I'll take you home. I want to say thanks, too, Paul.
Oh, forget it, Bart. Sorry I got so touchy.
Don't apologize. Oh, and those 8 people out of 100 who are found not guilty when they go to trial. I never blamed the police for arresting them.
Sure sounded that way.
Well, the police work on information. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes it isn't.
Well, that's the chance we got to take. It's the only way we can operate. But I don't feel too bad. As long as the people have you and other attorneys in their corner, we'll keep on catching those 8 mistakes out of 100.
Well, I better not keep my client waiting. So long, Paul.
Oh, Bart. Water permit. It's being turned on again.
Bertha Pulaski did not bring suit against Mr. Wilmar for false arrest, although she could have, because she preferred to forget the ordeal. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. I wonder how many times you and I have said after glancing at the headlines, too bad.
I feel sorry for the man, but it could never happen to me. That's what Carl Hopkins would have said. He was an average man with an average outlook. He lived a narrow existence in a deep rut. Carl never had much to say.
Smells like rain. Hope Roberta got the wash in. I'm home, honey. I was right. Did you get the wash in? Paper says it's gonna rain. Ah, those bombs. Lost another one. Roberta, where are you? Guess she's mad about this morning, giving me the silent treatment. A husband and wife are entitled to an argument once in a while. Maybe she's getting the wash. Roberta, you out there? Ah, women. Always getting their feelings in an uproar over nothing. Burnt. Now we'll have to eat out. If there's anything I hate, it's to eat out. The prices they get nowadays. Maybe she's putting on her face. I guess I never will understand women. Baby, I'm sorry about what happened this morning. Roberta. They'll think I did it. They'll think I shot her. I gotta get out of here. They'll say I did it. I didn't do it. I gotta get away. Put it on the table. Drop it. Yours? I wasn't here. I didn't shoot her. Front door locked? I don't know. You gotta believe me. Inside, inside. Sit down there.
Thanks. That him?
Yeah.
Did you find anything?
He had this gun on him. Take a look in there. I'll stay with him.
Can we come in now? I told the other policeman Henry was just getting over a cold and that he shouldn't be out in the night
I'm sorry,
air.
but you'll have to wait outside. Regulations.
Well, I don't see what harm it'll do. After all, you wouldn't even be here if I hadn't heard the shots and called you.
We appreciate your cooperation.
Knew right away what had happened. Been expecting it for months. She is dead.
I suggest you wait at home. We'll call you when we need more information. Mrs.
The name's Bell. Myrtis Bell with an E.
Yes, Mrs. Bell.
Look at him sitting over there blubbering. And after what he's done. What's he got to be crying for?
I don't know. How would you feel if you just shot your husband?
Yeah, of course, put him on. Yes, Harris? They did, huh? No other prints? Good. Send one of your boys over with the report. You know who that was, Mr. Hopkins? Lieutenant Harris, head of the police crime lab. You know what he told me? That your wife died from 2 bullet wounds received from your gun, and that on the gun there were 2 sets of fingerprints, yours and your wife's.
I don't know. Maybe she shot herself.
Really? Which hand does he claim he found the gun in?
He said it was the left hand.
Check your notes.
Yes, sir. Yes, I have it. Mr. Martin, what did you see when you entered the bedroom? Mr. Hopkins, Roberta was lying across the bed, face down. I thought she was crying. I went over to the bed. She didn't move. I rolled her over. There was a gun in her left hand.
Subs for the truly low-effort stream. Well done, Chair.
Hopkins?
You've done us
Her
proud.
left hand.
Subs
Your
for the
own
sub
words,
gods.
right?
Donos for the dono dogs.
I guess so.
Will you then tell me how it was possible for her to shoot herself in the right side, under the ribs,
holding the gun in the left hand and have the bullets travel upward through the lungs and the heart and stop in the left shoulder?
I don't know. Why should I shoot her?
Mr. Hopkins, when you're arraigned in Superior Court, do you know what you'll be charged with? Murder in the first degree. And you know what your sentence will be when found guilty? Death, Mr. Hopkins.
But you can't.
On the other hand, if you will admit your guilt and throw yourself on the mercy of the court, I will make a recommendation for leniency. At the very worst, your sentence would then be life imprisonment.
But how can I say I did it when I didn't?
By avoiding a long and involved trial, the state will be spared untold expenses. Now, this could all act in your favor.
I don't understand. What do you want me to say?
Just tell us how and why you shot your wife. It's as simple as that. What is it? Well, tell him the district attorney is out of town and I don't want to... What? Whose client?
My client, Mr. Martin. Oh, I'm sorry to break in on your meeting.
Since when is he your client?
Well, Judge Nunley's clerk phoned me to be at the preliminary tomorrow. Now, you know as well as I do that this man can't afford an attorney. And what difference will one day make?
You're a lawyer?
Yes, sir. I'm Bart Matthews.
Well, I haven't got any money. I couldn't pay you.
You don't have to. The city supports the public defender's office.
Public defender? I never heard of that.
Well, your boss had. He's the one who phoned Judge Nunley.
All right, Matthews. If you're through, you can leave. I'd like to get a statement from this man.
Statement? What statement?
He said if I'd tell him I shot Roberta, he'd get me off with life.
All I'm trying to get from him is why he did it.
But I can't do that. I'd be lying.
Martin, when is the DA due back?
He didn't tell me.
Now, this means that you'll handle the case?
That's right.
And this will be your first important case since your appointment, won't it?
What are you driving at?
Oh, nothing. Except that I'll try to make things as easy for you as I possibly can.
Easy?
Yes, so that you can have your statement, Martin. Quote, not guilty, unquote. Come on, Mr. Hopkins.
Now, see here, Matthews.
As his attorney, that's all I want him to say. You know, Hopkins, I don't think I can put up your bail, but I'm quite sure that I can get the chief jailer to hang a do not disturb sign on your cell. All right, let's go.
Now I ask you, how can I see who's coming and going and serve up supper at the same time? This'll look right nice on Angie, don't you think?
Oh, yes, very. Now, Mrs. Bell, what makes you think that Hopkins was home that night?
Roberta told me once, she told me 100 times. Every night home at 6. You could set a clock by him.
But why would he want to kill her?
Why would any husband want to kill his wife?
Henry, smoke your cigarette. I'll answer the questions. I'll tell you why. It was fight, fight, fight every waking hour of the day. Never surprised me none when it happened.
Now, Mr. Hopkins said that he gave her everything that he earned.
Well, she sure never spent her money on clothes. Never saw a woman dressed so poor. Oh, I'll get it. It's probably the newspapers again. Henry, get the man a glass of cider. It's good and fresh. You'll like it.
Would you, Mr. Matthews?
No, thanks. I'll have to be going.
Say, maybe you want to talk to Grandpa before you leave.
Grandpa?
Mrs. Bell's father. He's in the back bedroom, and kind of an invalid.
I think that would be a very good idea.
Forget the cider, Henry. Mr. Matthews is leaving.
But I haven't finished my...
You're finished as far as we're concerned. Here's the door.
I'm sorry if I said anything.
You're working for the defense, ain't you?
That's right.
Well, we're working for the prosecution.
Was that Mr. Martin who called?
That much I'll tell you, yes. And he said... Henry, you listen to this. And he said we wasn't to talk to nobody connected with the defense.
But I only wanted to talk to your father for a minute.
Grandpa? He couldn't help you none.
Why not?
But he ain't seen anything for 20 years. He's blind.
Why? Conrad Martin had started his counterattack. Everywhere in the neighborhood, I got the same answer.
No statement for the defense. My last stop was the Hopkins house. Oh, hello, Davis. What are you doing here?
Captain assigned me here.
Hopkins gave me his key. I'd like to take a look around.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthews, but I can't let you in.
Who told you that?
Captain. I'd like to help you, but
I know, Davis. It's not your fault.
Besides, I don't know what you'd find new inside. The lab boys gave the place a good going over, top and bottom.
Did they look around back?
What would they be looking for out there?
That's a good question. Maybe I'll find a good answer.
You big tall feller, ain't you, stranger?
Huh? Are you talking to me?
That clothesline kept you from falling, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, you're talking in the wrong direction. I'm over here.
Oh, hi. You must be Mrs. Bell's father.
That's right.
How did you know that I was new around here?
Oh, Murty's told you about me, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
Don't bother me none. I've still got mighty good ears. Minute you started back here, I could tell you was a stranger.
How could you tell?
By the way you walked. I said to myself, wait till he hits that bit of broken concrete. They all do. And you did.
That's right.
Say, did you hear about the shooting last night?
Shooting?
Yep. I was sitting right here listening to the radio. Saw the whole thing.
You saw it?
Well, you know what I mean. Mighty good set of ears.
Did you tell anybody?
Nope. Nobody asked me. But I heard these shots, and then about 2 minutes later, I was sitting...
Grandpa, who you talking to?
Here she comes.
Oh, it's you, is it? I thought I told you to leave us alone.
What's she done, Murtys?
He's the man that Mr. Martin told us we couldn't talk to. I'm coming in and close your windows.
I'm sorry, mister. I thought I'd found a friend.
Yeah, so am I, Grandpa. I thought I'd found an alibi. Conrad Martin was a man young in years and young in experience. He didn't intend to lose this case. Not only did you tell Mr. and Mrs. Bell and everyone else to withhold information, but then you give orders to keep me out of my client's house.
I'm completely within my rights, Matthews.
Your rights? I'd like to know what gives you the right to tell witnesses what to do. They don't belong to you any more than they do to me.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm quite prepared. I think this will give you the answer. In the case of the People versus McCallum, Judge Dean of the Superior Court handed down the following opinion, that...
I'm not interested in Judge Dean's opinion. Now, whether you know it or not, there's a Supreme Court ruling that states that a witness is in the public domain, and as such belongs exclusively to neither the prosecution nor the defense.
Supreme Court?
That's right.
Where did you look that up?
I didn't have to look it up. I learned it in law school. Oh, and another thing, there's a matter of ethics.
I withhold comment.
Do you mind if I ask you a simple question?
That all depends.
What are you trying to prove?
I'm going to win this case.
Even if Hopkins is innocent?
He's guilty, and you know it.
The evidence looks pretty circumstantial, if you ask me.
I didn't ask you.
Then I'm telling you. Now, Conrad, I've seen a lot of eager beavers so anxious to win a conviction that they lose their case.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's your job and mine to see that people like Hopkins get a fair shake.
Was Hopkins fair when he pumped 2 bullets into his wife?
You're taking an awful lot for granted when you haven't even talked to a key witness.
Witness? What witness?
Why don't you wait until we get into court? You'll find out then.
Wait a minute.
What for?
I had a couple of questions.
I thought you had all the answers.
Look, Bart, I've got a tough job to do. The DA's away, and I feel it's my full responsibility to
To see that Hopkins gets a fair trial?
well, yes.
All right, then, get your hat. I've got a witness I want you to meet.
Oh, you come back. Murty's ain't going to like that.
I wouldn't worry about that, Grandpa. It's all been taken care of.
Don't want her coming in here closing the window again. Can't see what's going on. Who's your friend? Never seen him before.
Didn't you say he was blind? How did he know I was here?
Simple. He saw you.
He ain't as tall a man as you be, Mr. Matthews, and he's heavier set.
That's right, Grandpa. I wonder if you'd tell us what...
Mr. Matthews, if you want me to call the police, I'll...
That won't be necessary, Mrs. Bell.
Oh, Mr. Martin. Well, I was only doing what you told me to.
Grandpa, a while back you started to tell me that you heard something right after the 2 shots.
Just a second. Murty, can I talk now?
You can talk now.
Well, sir, I was sitting right here listening to the news on the radio when I heard the 2 shots. First off, I thought they'd got the announcer. But when he kept talking, I knew it wasn't him.
Go on.
Then, a couple of minutes later, I heard the screen door on Hopkins' back porch open and slam with a bang. And somebody come a-rushing down the back stoop. Oh, he was in an awful hurry. I knew he'd never been around here before because he hadn't gone more than 2 steps when he ran smack dab into the clothespole.
Did he say anything?
Yep. Said, ouch.
Did you say anything?
Nope. He was off and around back before I could get a word out.
Why didn't you tell this story before?
Nobody asked me but Mr. Matthews, and Murty shut him up.
Are you sure that wasn't Mr. Hopkins who came down those stairs?
Why, of course I'm sure. First place, I know Mr. Hopkins. In the second place, Mr. Hopkins would know that pole was there and duck under it.
Now, where do we go?
Well, I'd call the crime lab.
What for?
Has that pole been checked for fingerprints?
I don't know. Why would they come out here in the first place?
Last night they didn't have a reason. Now they have. When the closed pole was dusted, Lieutenant Harris found 3 prints. Enough for identification, but not enough for positive proof in court. This meant that when we found the suspect, we'd have to prove his guilt some other way. A run was made through R&I. We learned 3 things. That the prints belonged to a man named Victor Breslow. That he was on parole, which made him easy to find. That he had a long record and a short memory.
I tell you, I was never in that bedroom before. Or this living room. Or this house, or this neighborhood.
You say you've never seen this woman before, Mr. Breslow?
I've never seen her, no.
How can you explain your fingerprints on that clothes pole in the backyard, then?
I told you. I don't know what you're talking about. Can I go now?
Sit down. Relax, Breslow. Mr. Matthews may be a few minutes yet.
What's he doing?
He's next door talking to the man who saw the killer escape.
Man, what are you trying to give me?
Old fellow in a wheelchair. He says he can identify the man.
Oh, yeah?
You always keep your hat on in the house?
Well, it's cold in here.
You can run him through any time you want. Grandpa's ready.
Well, it's about the same time and about the same amount of light. All right, Breslow, on your feet.
What do you want me to do?
All you have to do is run out the door, down the steps, and into the backyard. Just run down the steps and around to the driveway.
Run. It's dark out there. I might break my neck.
You might save it. Davis, you stay with him. I'll tell you when.
Yes, sir. I think you're nuts.
Make it a good performance, Breslow. It may be your last. You all set, Grandpa?
Never been sitter.
Watch him when he comes out. He may try to make a break.
I'll keep him covered.
All right, Davis. On the double, Breslow.
Just a minute, Breslow. Do you call that running? Now do it again, and this time run.
All right, Davis. Send him out again.
Well, Grandpa?
That's him, all right. Only this time he hit the clothes pole with his hand instead of his head.
You're right, Grandpa.
That's him, all right. Same feller I seen t'other night.
What's he babbling about? Put the cuffs on him. What for? I didn't do nothing.
Hold out your hands.
I want you to be sure, Grandpa. Will you swear that this is the same man?
Don't need to swear. I said it's him, and it is.
Well, Breslau?
It was an accident. I didn't want to kill her, honest.
Not when you were doing so well blackmailing.
You find that out, too?
It figured. How long had you been doing it?
Oh, a couple of years. She didn't have any money the other night. I said I'd tell her husband how she'd spent 2 years in the state pen. She pulled a gun on me. I tried to take it away from her. It went off. I wiped the gun clean and ran out the back. That's it.
Yeah. You kind of feel better after getting it off your chest, son?
Well, if it hadn't have been for you, they'd have never pinned it on me.
All right, take him in and book him.
Oh, just a minute. Conrad, I think that confession is good for the soul, don't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, before Mr. Breslau departs, don't you think that he ought to know about the man who put the finger on him?
What about him?
Well, take a good look at your accuser. Do you see anything?
Nope.
Neither does he. He's been blind for the last 20 years.
Blind? Why, you dirty... You trapped me.
No, you trapped yourself.
Want to thank you for your help, Grandpa.
Glad to help you. Sort of broke the monotony.
Nice old guy.
Sure is.
Bart, I'd like to thank you, too.
Well, what for?
Oh, for helping an eager beaver see a couple of things. But I hope you didn't let yourself in for something.
I don't understand.
Supposing Breslau is broke.
So?
So if he can't afford an attorney, you'll have to defend him.
Take care of yourself, Mr. Matthews. And drop by again sometime.
Yeah, thanks, Grandpa. I will. When Victor Breslau was brought to trial, he was found guilty. But since the shooting was not premeditated, the charge was changed to manslaughter. He is now serving a sentence in the state penitentiary. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States
was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. The case you're about to see is about a young man who traveled more than 6,000 miles to find freedom, only to end up behind bars.
Operator, get me the police department, please. Hello, police. I have just killed a man. Yes. I'm Erich Bachmann, 7325 Latrona Drive.
I was appointed to defend Erich Bachmann on a charge of murder.
I have nothing to say.
Mr. Bachmann, if I'm to defend you, you must help me. You must tell me something.
No. I have nothing to say.
Following my only lead, I went to Erich's home. The young woman who answered my ring was no more cooperative, but I was certain she knew more than she was willing to tell. Our investigation seemed to be leading us nowhere, until one day.
Mr. Matthews?
That's right.
Jeff Thomas.
Government. Come in, Mr. Thomas. Would you sit down?
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
I understand you're handling the Bachmann case.
I've been trying to help the boy, but there's nothing much to go on. I don't think he said more than 10 words since he gave himself up.
There may be a reason for his silence.
What kind of a reason?
He doesn't know enough about the case to offer any defense. Only his sister and my office know the facts. Maybe I better start at the beginning. Eric and Wanda Bachmann are refugees.
Jeff Thomas' story told of the hectic days of few... A foolhardy thing to do? Perhaps. But Eric and Wanda were young and brave, and had their lives before them.
Halt, halt, halt! Halt, halt, halt! Alarm! Scheinwerfer!
That bullet crippled Eric, but it did not deter him or his sister from accomplishing their goal, America. They took residence in a Midwestern city, and after the required time, both were granted their final citizenship papers.
Mr. Bachmann?
Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
I am Hans Oberlander. I was told to look you up when I arrived.
I'm glad to meet you, sir.
I've just returned from a visit to the old country, not far from where your father lives.
My father?
Let me put these down somewhere.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any place is all right. Please sit down. You said something about my father. You saw him. He lives.
I saw him less than 3 weeks ago.
You're certain? You're sure it is Paul Bachmann, a teacher?
Well, he is not a teacher now. I think he is a janitor in a furniture factory. But I am certain it is he. When I told him I was returning to America, well, I had a pass. I had been living in New York for several years before I went back.
He's all right, is he? I mean, did they do anything to him?
He looked quite well to me.
Almost 8 years we haven't heard from him. We were sure he was dead.
He's very much alive, I assure you. And he talked of nothing else but you. And is it Wanda, your sister? His children.
We're still trying to get him out. But the State Department, they tell us they have not been able to get much satisfaction.
I know what you mean.
They never give out information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oberländer.
No, call me Hans. I feel we are good friends already.
We are. You brought me wonderful news. Come inside of the house. We can talk much better in there, and it's much more comfortable.
I'm sorry, I'm late, Eric.
Wanda, meet my very good friend, Hans Oberländer.
I'm happy to meet you.
Hello.
Brace yourself. I have big, wonderful surprise for you.
Surprise?
Wanda, Father is living. Hans has been telling me about it all afternoon.
I knew it. I told you, Eric, but you wouldn't believe.
I saw him just a few weeks ago. He sends you his love.
One of our letters got through to him. That's where Hans could find us.
The letter was well worn. It must have been read 1,000 times.
Yeah, it was the one you wrote, remember, when we rented this house 3 years ago?
Oh, it was so nice of you to come to tell us. We have waited so long to hear.
You are everything he said you were. Prettier.
Tell me about Father.
Well, questions later. We must give Hans strength enough to answer them. He must have dinner with us. With wine. Californian wine. Everything American. You know, Hans is a citizen, too. Now for almost 2 years.
Wonderful.
That was a wonderful dinner.
The best part about dinner was hearing all about Father.
I didn't know how late it was. I haven't even registered at the hotel yet.
Well, Hans, why don't you stay here?
Oh, I couldn't.
Well, why not? We have an extra room. It's very small, but I'm sure you'd be comfortable.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in the way.
You have brought us very good news. You are welcome in our house.
They were happy, Wanda and Hans. Hans' stay lengthened into 2-3 weeks. On Saturdays, when Wanda had a day off from the defense plant, they went on a picnic. It wasn't long before Eric realized what was happening. It was obvious Wanda was falling for the attractive visitor.
You know, Wanda, I've been thinking.
Mm-hmm.
There might be a way of getting your father to America.
Yes, Hans? How?
I know some people who might be helpful.
Oh, but we have tried everything. We have written letters. We have tried the State Department, the immigration authorities. We have talked to anybody who would listen.
Yes, but I think that the people that I know would see to it that your father got across the border safely.
I don't understand.
Well, maybe I shouldn't suggest...
Oh, please, Hans, tell me.
Well, these things...
Wanda Bachman didn't sleep that night. Her father was dear to her. So was her new country. The freedom she and Eric had always wanted. The next morning, Wanda Bachman hurried into the federal building.
I thought I loved him. We seemed to have so much in common. And then there was my father. It has been years since Eric and I have seen him. He thought I was going to help him, but I couldn't, even if it meant my father.
Hans Oberländer, alias Robert Decker, alias Joseph Good. Suspected of arson at the Lee Chemical Plant in Jersey City. Sabotage of the Northern Aeronautical Industries at Evanston. Inciting a riot at Smithson Ball Bearing Company.
You know about Hans?
We know Mr. Oberländer very well. He was followed to your home. We have daily reports on everything he's done. And ever since he moved into your home, your brother's fix-it shop has been under surveillance. You have been watched closely at your work.
Oh, believe me, Mr. Thomas. We have not done anything wrong. Why, we've tried to be good citizens.
I know. But since he moved in, we had to be sure. His stories are lies, all of them. He never applied for citizenship. He's only been here 6 months. He was told to contact you because of your work at the plant and because they know of your father through letters they'd intercepted. Miss Bachman, your father was executed 3 days after your escape. sorry. He went quickly. There were others who suffered a long time. Water?
No, thank you, Mr. Thomas. But if you knew so much about Hans, why hasn't he been arrested?
We could have deported him months ago.
Care what you do with him, but get him out of my house. I never want to see him again.
It's important to our country to find out the men he's working with. You, Miss Bachman, can help us.
I?
He trusts you. We need you.
I'd like to, Mr. Thomas. But how?
Think it over carefully, Miss Bachman. This could be a very difficult and dangerous job. I wouldn't want you to plunge into it without knowing exactly what could happen.
But I want to, Mr. Thomas. I must.
Good. Now then, there are several things that'll have to be straightened out. First of all, no one must know of this, not even your brother. You'll contact me here, except in case of an emergency. For that, you'll have a private telephone number.
Hello, Eric.
Hello.
Has Hans come home yet?
Hans? I don't like the way he acts. Maybe Wanda would like to talk to you seriously. Hans has been here for a very long time and...
Not now. I don't want to talk about it now.
You have something better.
Oh. I did not know that you had company.
Wanda, I want you to meet some friends of mine. Mr. Mueller.
How do you do?
And Mr. Grutter.
How do you do?
Charmed. Hans should consider himself fortunate working with you. Tonight, same place. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Bye.
Grutter, he is the important one. I have already spoken to him about your father.
What did he say?
Once the plans are delivered, your father can cross the border.
Good.
Do you think you can get them?
They're not finished yet, but when they are, I will get them.
You are wonderful, darling. Oh, come on, some cooperation, sweetheart.
It's getting late. What about dinner?
It'll only take a few minutes. We're having chops.
I hope you don't mind being your own cook tonight, Eric. Wanda and I are going to a party.
Every night? We are never together anymore. She should have time to rest, too.
It's all right, Eric. I feel fine. I would love to go.
Put on your blue dress. That is the prettiest.
All right, Hans. Who is it?
Eric.
Oh, come in. I was just going to bed, Eric.
If you can stay up this late, 5 minutes more won't make much difference. I've been trying to talk to you for days. You've been avoiding me. Why?
Oh, please, Eric.
I don't like it. He came here as a friend, but now I don't know. He acts as if he owns you. What does it all mean?
You're dreaming things, Eric.
Dreaming? He was going to stay for a week. Now it's been almost a month. Where does he get all his money? He bought a new car, he takes you to nightclubs, and all his friends, his secrets.
Oh, I don't know, Eric. I don't know.
I don't like it. Whatever it is wrong. I'm going to tell him to go.
No, Eric. No.
Listen, Wanda, I'm your brother. I don't want to cause you any unhappiness, but there's something about him...
Stop! I love Hans. We are going to be married. These are the men I've met. I've tried to describe them, too.
Good. Anything else new?
Hans is getting impatient. He keeps talking about the plans.
I have them for you. At least the ones we want to fall into their hands.
Do you want me to give them to Hans?
Not to him, to the whole group.
They're coming over tonight.
What time?
8 o'clock at my house.
Fine. You give them the plans. Leave the rest to me.
Hello, sweetheart. What's the matter? You look as though something had happened.
I got the plans. I got into the files just before they closed it.
That's wonderful. Let me see them.
No. I want to be sure they keep their promise about my father. I want to give them to Gruder.
All right. They'll be here in a few moments. There's a special meeting.
But you said 8 o'clock.
They're on their way here now. Why don't you make a bite? I'm going to clean up.
Thomas speaking. Hello?
Wonder, no towels.
I'll get some for you.
Phoning somebody?
I was checking the time, operator. I think my watch is slow.
It is 6:55, darling. I always know what time it is.
Better get things ready.
Something light. We will feast after we are finished. Gruter should be here in a few moments.
The meeting is earlier, Mr. Thomas. In the next few minutes. I thought I would be too late. Good. Goodbye.
Who are you phoning?
It was nothing. Just a friend at the factory. About to work tomorrow.
It is Gruter and our friends. Come.
You need have no concern, Miss Bachmann. You rendered a great service, not only to yourself, but to a cause worthy of your fine efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Gruter.
I told you we could depend on Miss Bachmann, didn't I?
Yes, Hans. You have a remarkable capacity for judging human nature. And now, Miss Bachmann, would you be kind enough to hand over the plans? Yes. It is what we want. You have been very cooperative, Miss Bachmann. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. But what about my father? You promised.
Your young lady has done splendidly. I think she's deserving of something very special this evening. This lovely country, good roads, too. A ride to the beach, or up to the hills. You know all the scenic spots, Hans.
But I did everything you asked. Why, those plans are very valuable. I could have gotten into trouble. I still could. Please, Mr. Gruder, I'll do anything you ask. I'll work for you again. I'll do anything.
Good night.
Gruter, Mueller, you're under arrest.
But Hans, don't I mean anything to you? You told me you loved me.
Why not? You are a very pretty girl.
Let her go, Hans.
Operator, get me the police department, please. Hello, police. I have just killed a man. Yes.
I'm Erich Bachmann, 7325 Latrona Drive.
I didn't interfere in the matter at that point because there were other members of the spy ring we wanted to round up.
Then Eric Bachman is not aware of your activities in this matter at all.
It's been a confidential file up to this moment. He doesn't even know his sister was working with my department.
He still thinks she's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
She's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
She's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
She's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
She's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
She's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
She's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
I think she's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
She's a spy and a traitor.
You straighten him out on that point. I think he'll talk readily enough.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Thomas.
I don't know.
Oh, you said that your files on this case were confidential up until this moment.
I'll make available to you any information you need to free your client. If ever there was a case of justifiable homicide, this is it.
Thank you. Jeff Thomas was right. Once Eric Bachman knew his sister was still a loyal citizen, he talked plenty in his own defense. I had no trouble getting an acquittal in his case. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. Tonight's case concerns one of the most frightening problems we face today. As you watch, remember one thing, that the answer lies with you, and only with you. Rhode Island, 800,000 people, 1,200 square miles, the smallest state in the Union, but not too small for this.
All right, Adams. Why?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know is an answer I'm getting too often these days. Do you consider that a proper answer to why you have been absent 5 days so far this month with no excuse?
I guess so.
Do you consider that an intelligent explanation? Your school record will follow you through the rest of your life. You know that. Arrested 6 months ago. Misdemeanor. Probation granted. Doesn't seem to have done much good, does it? What are you trying to prove? Who are you trying to hurt, Peter?
Nobody, sir.
Is that all you've got to say?
Guess so.
You don't leave me any alternative, Adams. You are suspended from this school. I want to see your father and mother as soon as possible. Tell them that. That's all. Miss Riker, get me Mr. Matthews at the public defender's office, please.
Suspended? What is it with that kid? Why does he have to do things like this to me? It's hard enough to make a living. I gotta have this, too?
Mr. Adams.
Look, Mr. Matthews, I'm sorry. I appreciate you defended him before. Got him off on probation. But I don't understand it. I'm not a bum, not a criminal. I'm an honest man. I work for a living. I go to church. I'm secretary of the lodge. How can a son of mine do things like this?
That's not exactly a new question.
A beating, is that what he needs? All his life, I never laid a hand on him. Maybe that's where I made a mistake.
I don't think that's the answer.
You got an answer? I'd be glad to hear it.
Well, do you spend much time with the boy? Have you tried talking to him to find out what's bothering him?
I tried like you told me 6 months ago. Took him to ball games, bowling, tried to get close to him. Does it look to you like it helped?
I see. Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you at work, Mr. Adams, but Pete wasn't at home, and it's important that I see him. This suspension has become a violation of probation.
I don't even know where to tell you to look.
I'll take a look in that shack over on Charles. Pete wouldn't be the first boy who's used it for a hangout.
Kids. Go figure 'em. Knock your brains out to give them a nice home. They'd rather hang out in some shack.
Maybe there's a reason, Mr. Adams.
What?
Maybe they find something there they don't get at home.
What's the federal case? You gonna call or ain't you?
Well, let me think.
Start thinking, we'll never get finished.
You boys seen Pete Adams?
Who wants to know, mister?
My name's Matthews.
Well, good for you.
I ask about Pete Adams.
He ain't here.
I can see that. I asked you if you had seen him.
No.
You boys going into business? If you've got anything in mind, you better not miss your first try.
You got me all wrong, mister.
Tell Pete Adams to get in touch with me as soon as you see him. Isn't your name Vince Fulton?
You heard of me, huh?
Yeah. I thought you were still doing time at Howard.
I got 6 months off for good behavior. And I'm reporting to my parole officer regular. What's happened to this place since I've been away? Anybody can walk in here.
Oh, gee, Vince, it ain't our fault.
Why don't you talk to Pete?
Talk to me about what?
We don't like the company you got looking for you. Like that Matthews. What are you doing, giving out passes?
Oh, wait a minute, that's not my fault.
Who are you gonna bring next, the cops?
Well, look, if that's the way you feel, there are other fellas to hang out with.
Pete, wait a minute. Al?
Got a big mouth for a kid, Al.
Fellas! Fellas!
All right. Everybody through griping?
I only meant it.
I said you got a big mouth. Now, listen to me. Let's concentrate on doing ourselves some good instead of all this griping off.
Sure, Vince, you're the boss.
That's right. None of you knotheads ever heard of the Star Depot?
You mean that trucking place?
Yeah, only it ain't a trucking place, it's a depot. A place where trucks come down from Maine and stay overnight so the drivers can sleep.
What about it?
Do I have to draw you a map? I said the trucks stay there all night. Now, we shouldn't let those poor loaded trucks stay there doing nobody no good.
Oh, you're so right.
What are the trucks carrying, Vince?
Merchandise, canned good, cases of it.
You mean heist them?
Who miss a few?
Now, wait a minute, fellas. I don't think...
You don't think what, Buster?
Nothing.
That's better. Now, where was I?
Oh, we were just stealing the vegetables. Then what do we do with them?
We fence them. So what's wrong with that? Somebody gets a good deal, we make a few bucks, and nobody gets hurt. Simple, huh?
Yeah, but how do we get in the depot? There's a big wire fence around it.
Do I have to do all of your thinking for you? We boost one of us over the fence. Pete, he's the smallest. Unless you're Chicken Pete.
You ain't saying anything, Pete.
Are you Chicken Pete?
No. No, I ain't. I ain't chicken.
Please.
Sugar?
No, thanks. Now, to get back to your boy, Mrs. Adams, it's important that I talk to him.
I don't understand Pete doing these things, Mr. Matthews. I just don't understand any of it.
Now, you say he hasn't been home all evening.
He's never done anything like this before. Never stayed out past dinner. I'm worried sick. I was just going out to look for him.
You were going out? Well, what about his father?
Oh, he had an important lodge meeting tonight. You see, he's secretary. Oh, I know what you're thinking, Mr. Matthews, but it isn't like that. The lodge is important to him, and he works hard all day, and he's entitled to a little thing like that.
Yes, of course. Now, about this thing between Pete and his father, this feeling. I wonder if you could tell me something about it, something that would help to explain.
I don't know, Mr. Matthews. I really don't know how it gets started. They both try, but something always seems to happen. Like the thing that happened one night last week. Pete was working on a ship model. His father was going to his lodge, and he'd just gone into the kitchen to get a drink of water.
No wonder you're having troubles. You got it in wrong. You shoved the spar in too tight. That's what makes it bend. But you're rigging out of line.
Oh.
What's the matter with you, Pete? You should have been able to see that.
All right, Pop.
I worked on models when I was a kid. I made mistakes, but none as simple as that. What you should have
All right,
done
so I'm simple. Everybody can't be as good as you.
Don't use that tone to me.
Where you going?
Out.
You're always going out.
Yeah. I wonder why.
What did I say this time? I was only trying to help.
Well, that's always the way it turns out. It drives me crazy. I just can't understand it. Two of them, fighting all the time. And Pete'll just go out, disappear.
I see.
Now the thing with the school. Pete isn't the kind of a boy to be put out of school.
Well, Pete is my responsibility as far as the juvenile court is concerned. It's important that I talk to him as soon as possible. Would you tell him that when he comes in?
Well, of course. But, Mr. Matthews, I'm sure of one thing. I know my son. I know he'd never do anything he'd have to be ashamed of. Never.
Push over. Just like taking candy. Now work quiet like I told you. Come on, Pete, I'll give you a boost up. Well, You can make it easy. What are you waiting on?
That watchman, are you sure he can't hear us?
I told you he's down at the other end making his rounds. Now, come on, get up there.
Who's that? What you doing at that
Hey, Vince, what do we do? Run? What do you think? Get on here.
Vince, help me down!
Get on yourself, you yellow punk. What do you want me to do, carry you?
Hold it. You over there. I see you.
Makes nice reading, huh? Young hoodlums attempt truck depot hijack. Watchman says boys were school age. Sure helps what we're trying to do here in juvenile.
Well, they're printing the facts, John.
Facts. The boys think they're big heads. We're made to look like we're not doing our job. That phone hasn't stopped ringing all day. Everybody indignant and each with a solution. Why don't they print the real facts?
The world is filled with Monday morning quarterbacks.
They get together on one thing, though. Their kids never do anything like this. It's always somebody else's kids.
Yeah, I know.
You've defended 4 or 5 from that area. You got one who's in a little probation trouble right now, haven't you? What's his name? Well, you bet. Lieutenant Roswell, juvenile. Yes, lady, I understand. You're right, it's a Yes, madam, we're all taxpayers. This may go on for hours. Look, Bart, what'd you say that boy's name was?
Peter Adams.
Have you talked to him?
Well, he's pretty elusive.
Friendly suggestion. You better find out if he's mixed up in this thing. And do it as quick as you can.
All right.
Yes, I understand, lady. Certainly.
You read this yet?
I read it.
Ever seen anything like this in your life? What's happening to kids today? What do they want?
Has anybody ever bothered to ask them?
What?
Nothing.
Oh, speaking of kids, what time Mr. Stayout get home last night?
What time did you get home?
So the meeting ran a little late. I'm not 16 years old.
Ed.
I looked in his room when I came in. He was asleep or pretending to be. We're going to have a few words, that grown-up son of mine and me. We're going to get a few things straight, believe me.
Ed, please. Don't argue with him. Don't yell at him. Just talk to him. You're his father.
I'll talk, all right.
That tone of voice, that look on your face, you're so impatient.
And there's nothing to be impatient about. Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, what's the matter with you, Ruth? The public defender gets him off once. He turns right around and gets in more trouble. Explain it to me. Go ahead, I want to hear it.
Ed, please.
You know what the next step is? This. Something like this.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
All right. I know what you're going to say. That's for bums and hoodlums and not for boys like Pete. Well, I'm going to make sure it never gets that far. Well, the night owl. Where you going, Pete? To school? You like it so much you go on Saturdays these days? Well, I ask you a question.
I'm going out.
I'm going out. Just like that, huh? Sit down.
Eat some breakfast, Pete.
I'm not hungry.
And you're not very smart either. Or maybe you are. Maybe you're smart in school. Tell me about school, Pete. Especially about the last couple of weeks.
Ed.
Never mind, he's big enough to talk for himself now. Big enough to stay out of school. Well?
I wanted to tell you about it.
Only you didn't. Things like that I got to hear from Mr. Matthews, huh? Nice.
Pop, listen.
To what? A bunch of excuses? What are you trying to do to us? Take a look. Is this what you're heading for? Is this what's next? Hey, what's this? What happened to your jacket?
Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Let me see that.
Ed, what is it?
I tell you, it's nothing. I tore it playing.
Playing? Playing where? On a fence? You're the one they're looking for. You did it.
No, Pop, no.
It's all right here in the papers. Look at me, look at me.
It wasn't me. I wasn't there.
Why do you lie to me? Why do you lie?
Dad, stop it. Are you crazy? Stop it.
That's what I raised. That thief.
Don't say a thing like that.
Just tell me why. Name me one meal he ever went without. One thing he ever wanted that I never gave him. Just name me one thing.
That's what you say. You never gave a hoot about me till I got into trouble. If you ever talked to me, you made me feel like a nobody. Always you were a genius trying to get something through my thick head. Every time you talk to me, you make me feel like I'm nothing. And you never let up, do you? Last month we went to a ball game. So what? You gotta make everything a lesson. Point out how good this guy is and that guy is and how good you were and why I ain't that good. Every time, every time. Everything you ever did had a hook on it. And I was the poor sucker on the end.
Come back here.
What for? You wouldn't even like the way I did that.
So what? Nothing in this world works every time out. Little trouble's good for you. Make a man out of you. So we blew a chance to make a few bucks. Nobody got caught, did they? And we learned something.
Yeah, I learned something.
What do you mean by that, crack?
I mean, you're not as smart as you think you are. You cased the joint. You said the watchman was down at the other end.
You think you can handle both of us?
Yeah, with one hand. Now sit down. This is stupid. This kind of yak ain't getting us no loot.
Well, look who walked in. The fence climber.
You shut your mouth. Come on in, Pete. Now listen, I don't want you guys needling each other. I'm the boss around here. You dig that?
Sure, Vince, sure.
All right. Now, what's the smartest thing we can do right now?
What do you mean?
Come on, stay with me. We blew this last one. Where do we hit next?
The other end of town.
You got any ideas, Al? That's what I thought. We go right back to the same place.
So soon after.
That's the way a smart operator works, punk. Besides, who'd be expecting us to come back there so soon? Don't you see?
How, Vince? How do we do it?
It's a cinch. The same way as before. That night watchman won't expect us so soon. Well, let me hear from you.
I'm in.
I'm in, too.
How about you, Pete? You gonna climb that fence again?
Why not? What have I got to lose now?
The look on his face as he stood there saying it. He meant it. Every word of it.
I'm quite sure he did, Mr. Adams.
But why? What did I do that's so terrible?
Please, it won't help to get excited all over again.
But what did I do? All those things he said, that was a kid talking.
That kid is your son, Ed. He's got feelings just like everyone else.
What am I supposed to do? Watch every word, every look?
You do it when you deal with adults. Kids are more sensitive.
My son, doing things like that.
Nobody does things like that without a reason, Mr. Adams.
Did I give him a reason, Mr. Matthews?
The important thing is, he thinks you did.
You're exhausted, Ed. You haven't had any dinner. Please eat something, please.
There isn't too much time, Mrs. Adams. We've got to find Pete. The police are out looking for those boys now. Pete's in serious trouble.
Did I put him in that trouble? Tell me, I've got to know.
69th sub for 69 one hand wonder 69 BWA.
Knows it, but you'd be surprised how many parents never learn it. Now, the biggest single reason for juvenile delinquency, do you know what it is? A kid feeling he's not loved by his parents. Feeling that he doesn't matter to his parents one way or the other. Now, like all of us, he's got to matter to someone. He's got to have approval. And if he doesn't find it at home, he'll go somewhere else for it. Anywhere. And if he finds it by being tough and criminal, he settles for that. He grabs at it to fill the need that wasn't filled at home. Let's go find Pete, Mr. Adams.
Here's a lamp.
Good.
Get your hands up. Oh, it's you, Mr. Matthews.
What do you try to do? Scare people to death?
Are you kidding? Those kids have really got Lieutenant Roswell burning. He's got every cop in town out tonight. I just hope they're covering the right places.
What makes them so sure tonight's the night?
How bright does he have to be? They've hit for the last 6 Saturdays.
Roswell's on it himself, huh?
Yeah.
Where?
The truck depot. Roswell's a pretty smart cop. He figures the action to repeat there.
Well, thanks, Fred. We'll be running along.
Stick around a while. It's a lonely beat.
You don't know how lonely, Fred.
Come on, give me the tire iron. Oh, this'll be a cinch.
Think so? Put your hands up, quick, all of you. Drop that tire iron. All right, against the wall and face it. Come on, move. Hands against the wall. Take them.
We ain't got no guns.
No, but you got trouble, kid. You got lots of trouble. Don't try it. You got your client back, Bart. Only this time he won't get probation.
All 4 boys were held on counts of malicious mischief and attempted robbery. They are awaiting their hearing at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the case you have just seen is true. One small facet of a huge problem. We offer no solution, for a problem of this size cannot be solved with hard and fast rules. But one thing we do know, one basic fact that must be the keystone of the solution. There is no substitute for love and affection. Peter Adams' parents learned this the hard way. How many others have yet to learn this same lesson? The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender.
In the beginning Chair so loved the world that Chair gave Chair's only begotten Chair, Chair 3:16.
A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in the court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients.
Some of our cases are easy to wrap up. Investigation gives us a clear-cut answer. I thought this case was one of those. You'll see how wrong I was.
In the course of his daily work, the public defender often finds himself in strange and unexpected places. This particular case took me to a roaring steel mill, where men work hard under great pressure. Here we meet all kinds. The hard worker, the sensitive guy, the bully. All with the same passions and conflicting desires that we find everywhere else. But here the struggle is more intense. This is a naked and physical world. Strong men will not be poured into a mold like molten metal. And as if the work and the heat have a direct effect upon them, their emotions sometimes explode suddenly, violently.
Hiya, Bill. Lay off, musclehead. That burns me up.
Can't take it, huh?
He did it! Did you see him? He tried to kill me! He did it!
I didn't release that high lift, Mr. Matthews.
The public defender is a public servant employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The case you're about to see made newspaper headlines not so long ago. The story of a man who almost killed another to keep what he wanted.
Sure, I got sore. Who wouldn't have gotten sore? He was pushing me around. Something.
You picked up a drill, Joe, a pretty deadly weapon.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know what I was doing.
The report says you tried to kill him.
Well, maybe for a minute. But I never touched him with that drill. I swear I didn't. We started to fight, and the first thing I knew, there was the fire. You gotta believe me, Mr. Matthews. I can understand why Harrigan wants to frame me. But I'm not guilty, I swear it. I got a witness.
No, Joe, you haven't.
Well, Pete Logan was standing right there. He saw the whole thing. He can prove I'm telling the truth.
I'm sorry, but Logan says that he didn't know there was a fight until after the fire. Let me see what I can do, Joe. Mr. Harrigan?
That's me.
I'm Bart Matthews, Public Defender's Office.
This is my daughter, Mary.
How do you do, Miss Harrigan?
Hello.
What do you want to see me about?
I'm representing Joe Riley. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
I already told the cops all I know. He tried to kill me. I hope he gets what he deserves.
I'd better be going, Dad. I have to get back to the office.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye, Miss Harrigan.
Goodbye.
Your charges and Joe's version of the fight seem to conflict.
He's lying. He never was any good. I never should have hired him.
You knew him before the job?
He worked for me on a bridge job a few years ago. It was booze and women then, and it still is.
Well, if he was that irresponsible, why did you hire him again?
I didn't want to. I had to.
Suppose you tell me something about it.
Well, all caisson work is tough. This North River job beat 'em all. Right from the beginning, we were hitting bone. Hitting bone, drilling hard rock. Mighty dangerous work when you're 50 feet below the bottom of a river. But there was more than the rock to contend with. There was water and cave-ins and dynamite. Yes, and there were the tempers of the men working in confined quarters. Men who spent most of their lives underground.
Trouble, Jim?
Yeah. They want 6 feet by tomorrow night. 6 feet through bone. I'd like to have the whole gang of them down here. They couldn't ditch 6 inches.
Maybe if we could get some help.
Where? I got all the agencies in town looking. Panty wastes. They're afraid to do a man's work. They're liable to get their feet wet.
Joe O'Reilly's back in town.
Him? I wouldn't have him on the job.
He can spud, Jim. You said so yourself. Right now, we need help bad.
Not that bad. Come on, drill. Push that dirt! Move! We got a tunnel to build! Come on, Red! It's on me, Joe.
Well, hard-hearted Harrigan buying me a drink. The name is Joe Riley, remember?
I remember. Been in town long?
For a couple of weeks. Colorado, putting up a couple of bridges.
Broke?
Why not? You wouldn't be offering me a job, would you, Harrigan?
Could be.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Once is enough. I like my bosses straight, not supercharged. Or have you become more human lately?
I need a driller, Joe. We're pushing bone. Pays good.
They pay better in South America. Hey, you think them senoritas would go for me?
I heard you were playing poker the other night.
I didn't think you cared.
Oh, just trying to get you off the hook.
Get who off the hook? Me or you? Sure. I owe money, but I'm not worried. That North River job you got's an 8-ball. You've been crying all over town for drillers. Buying me a drink ain't friendship.
Okay, I'm in trouble. I'll pay you $1 an hour extra.
You ain't enough trouble.
$2.
2.5.
7 o'clock in the morning, Joe. There'll be overtime if you've got the guts to stick it out.
Well, I guess them senoritas will just have to wait.
Joe reported to the job that morning and worked overtime for the next week or so. Harrigan wouldn't admit it, but Joe made the rugged schedule possible. He was setting the pace.
Billings? Eagle streams today, boys. Vincent? Page? Riley? Oh.
Easy come, easy go. How about you and me making it go tonight?
Lay off, Riley.
I can dream, can't I?
Logan? Harrigan.
Thank you, darling.
Hey, just a minute.
Yes?
Take it easy, Jim. Mary can take care of herself.
Oh, there are a few things here I don't understand. The numbers.
That represents the job number.
Oh. And this?
That's the contract number.
And this one here.
It's your Social Security number. Really, Mr. Riley, you did know that one, didn't you?
Sure. I just wanted to talk to you. You got a nice voice.
Thank you.
Oh, well, just a minute. I was serious. I mean, about taking you out.
But I'm sorry, but I can't.
Oh, I look much better in a pinstripe suit.
I'm sure you do. You must be irresistible.
Just passable. There's a good show playing. We can have dinner and take it in. How about Saturday night? Hey, Riley. Well, how about it?
You're being paged.
Don't worry about Rockhead. He's just my boss.
Rockhead happens to be my father.
Finish up your lunch, Riley. You're losing time. Well, it was very nice meeting you, Miss Harrigan. I'll see you Saturday night.
Mary, you're not going out with him, are you?
I think he takes a lot for granted.
Stay away from him. He's no good. He chases anything in skirts.
Stop worrying about me. I bet he does look good in a pinstripe suit.
I told her about the guy that night. Everything. And I warned her again. But Riley kept bothering her.
Did she go out with it?
A few times. But it was nothing serious.
I see.
Mary's just a kid. She didn't know much about men. And I was right about Riley. Look what happened. He came after me with a drill. He tried to kill me.
Tell me, Mr. Harrigan, could his going out with Mary have anything to do with the fight?
I told him to leave her alone.
Did you do anything to start the fight?
No.
You tried to protect yourself.
He might be 20 years younger than I am. But in a fair fight, I'd tear him to pieces.
It's a serious charge, attempted murder.
Riley should have thought of that when he came after me.
If he's convicted, he can go to prison for 10 years.
That's where he belongs, in jail.
Mr. Harrigan, are you sure that you're telling me the truth about that fight?
I tell you, he tried to kill me. You're making a mistake defending him. He's dangerous. Everybody would be better off without him.
That's the way you feel.
You bet that's the way I feel.
You're like a daughter to me, Mary. I hate to see you like this.
I can't help it. I'm so confused.
Everything will work out all right.
I don't know what to believe anymore. I know it's my fault, but why did Joe have to do it? Why did it have to happen?
I'd like to
Stop the cheerleader. Save the world. Save the Jack. BWA.
Rather important.
Please, Mr. Logan, ask him to come in. I thought I answered all of your questions.
I thought you did too, but now I'm not so sure.
I know it's your job to defend Joe, Mr. Matthews. But how could there possibly have been any justification for what he did? He tried to kill my father.
That's not Joe's story.
I don't care what he told you. He couldn't have been telling the truth.
Joe says that you were a witness to the whole fight.
I didn't know there was a fight till after.
What more proof do you need?
Lots more, Miss Harrigan. It's your father's word against Joe's. Despite the testimony, I find it hard to believe that Joe is guilty.
Well, you can believe what you want to. You're his attorney.
I have reason to believe the way I do, Miss Harrigan. Now, I've made a thorough check on Joe. I know all the jobs he's had in the last 10 years. I've talked to most of the people he worked for. They like him. There isn't one of them who wouldn't give him a job right now. Sure, he was a stone. He liked his fun. He had disagreements, but he was never mean or ugly. This is the first time in his life he was ever arrested. Now, Miss Harrigan, does this sound like the background of a man who would try to kill your father?
My father said he did.
Why? Why would he try to kill your father?
I can't talk about it anymore.
You know, Joe, you've been out with him. Do you feel that he's guilty?
I don't know what I feel.
Easy, honey.
I haven't slept a wink since it happened. It was so sudden. Dad in the hospital and Joe in jail. I've been afraid to let myself think.
You haven't told me everything, Miss Harrigan.
Maybe you should.
I've got to, Mr. Matthews. I can't keep this inside of me any longer.
When did you first go out with Joe?
It was just a few days after I met him at the tunnel. I didn't let Dad know about it. We went to a show, and then after that, we saw each other every weekend. No, Joe.
You're thinking of your father again.
I have to. I'm all he has in the world.
But you gotta break away someday.
I know it, but not yet.
Not yet? What are you waiting for? Look, we can't go on like this. You haven't even told him about us.
I can't, Joe. You know how he is. If he thought that you were dependable...
I am now, Mary. I want us to get married, settle down, have a home.
I want those things, too. But I want him to like you, Joe. I want him to be glad that I'm marrying you.
That's a big order.
It's not too big if you'll try.
I'll try anything.
But then stop teasing him and rubbing him the wrong way. And stop finding nicknames for him.
But, honey, I'm only ribbing him.
I know, but he takes it seriously. Don't you see, Joe? He's competing with you, with the whole crew. He's always had to be the strongest and the best. And he just won't face the fact that he's getting older.
Honey, what do you want me to do?
You've got to get along with him, even if it means swallowing your own pride.
All right, if that's the way you want it. I'll have that big bone crusher eating out of the palm of my hand.
And remember, Joe, no more nicknames.
Joe Riley went back to work the next day, determined to win Jim Harrigan over.
Ease off, Pete. I'll take it a while.
We're on schedule, boss. Why push when you don't have to?
I'll quit pushing when I see light on the other side of the river.
We'll see light soon enough. Take it slow for a change.
Get back to your drilling, Riley. You're not being paid for advice.
You forget, Chair. I'm the lost paladin, the breaker of oaths, the rejecter of deities, the one who chose to stand. You can't stop me, and you can't stop BWA.
Hold it, boss. I'll give you a hand.
I don't need a hand.
Oh, you need a little help.
I don't want any help. Get back to your drill. Come on, let's try again. Now get this straight, Riley. When I tell you to do something, do it. Now get back to that drill.
Easy, Joe. He barks a lot, but it don't hurt. That guy's impossible. There's no getting along with him.
I know better. Where do you think I'd be if it weren't for him? He's kept me working all these years. I've got a home and practically a daughter when nobody else would have me.
You, maybe. But no one else likes him. They break their backs. What thanks do they get?
Well, maybe he don't show it, but he's loyal to those that stick.
Logan, Riley, stop gabbing and get to work.
Sure. He's great.
Great.
Joe, you shouldn't be here. Dad'll be home any minute.
I don't care. I want to talk to you.
What happened?
Get him to like me, you said. I've practically crawled on my hands and knees trying to help him. I've been eating dirt for a whole week, and I'm sick of it.
Joe, nothing can be accomplished this way. You're angry.
I got a right to be.
You'll work it out some way, darling. Just be patient.
You've said that for the last month. Look, honey, we're getting married. You got my engagement ring, and you can't even wear it. What's the matter, Mary? Aren't you sure of me? Don't you love me?
You know I do.
Well, then what are we waiting for?
I don't want to hurt him. Don't you see, Joe, that he loves me, too? He spent his entire life working for me.
You gotta make up your mind. You can't have both of us.
Give me time to think about it, Joe.
What is there to think about?
I love you so much, darling.
Mary. Get out of here. Now, take it easy, Harrigan. We got a few things to tell you. You heard me. Get out of here.
We love each other, Dad, and we're going to be married.
Marry him? Not while I'm around. How long's this been going on? A couple of months. Behind my back. Be calm, Jim. This is for real. You wouldn't know what that meant. I warned you. I told you to stay away from him. I told you it was never anything but booze and skirts for him, and you wouldn't listen.
You listen, Dad. Joe isn't like that at all. You were wrong.
If I ever catch you around this house again, I'll throw you out. If you ever try to see her again, I'll tear you apart. Now get out of here.
Dad, please.
I told you there was no use. You're fired, Riley. Finished. Pick up your check tomorrow. I never want to see you again.
Dad shoved him out and slammed the door in his face. I haven't seen Joe since. I don't know what to believe, Mr. Matthews. I believe Dad and I believe Joe. All I know is that I love him. And I want to know the truth.
I'd like to know the truth, too, Miss Harrigan. And I think Mr. Logan can tell us what it is. Remember, it's not only Joe. It's Mary's happiness, her future.
You love him, Mary. You sure? You're right, Mr. Matthews. I know what happened. I saw it. I thought Harrigan would own up. I didn't know how it was between Mary and Joe. But first, you got to understand how it is between Harrigan and me. He saved my life once. He kept me working. He's my best friend.
I understand. Suppose you tell us how it happened.
I didn't know about the argument, so it didn't seem strange when Joe showed up for work the next morning.
Thought I told you you were fired. That's right. I wanted to talk to you. We got nothing to talk about. Your check is waiting for you. Pick it up and get out of here.
Look, Jim, we haven't got anything to fight about, especially now. You just don't understand about Mary.
I told you I never want to see you again. Now get going.
You can't split us up, no matter what you do. We're getting married.
I have to throw you out?
I'm hired by the week, not by the hour or the day, Harrigan.
Put down that drill.
Leave me alone, Harrigan.
Come on, Riley. Let's see how strong you are. Don't tempt me, boss. What's the matter, Riley? Afraid? Afraid of a man twice your age?
Okay, Harrigan. You're big and strong, a real champ. Now go throw your weight around somewhere else. helped him pull him out. They fought all right, Mr. Matthews, but Joe didn't try to kill him.
I think that's the real story, Mary. The truth.
You understand, Mary?
Now, I could confront your father with this testimony in court, but I think it would be better if you would straighten him out first, Mary.
I'll go right away, Mr. Matthews. When can I see Joe?
Soon. And he'll be glad to see you, too. On the basis of Jim Harrigan's testimony, the district attorney dropped the complaint, and Joe was released that day. Joe and Mary are married now. They've got an apartment just down the street from where Harrigan and Pete Logan live. They're friendly, except for an argument now and then about Junior. But aren't all father-in-laws that way? Now, the case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. Tonight, Philip Morris salutes Public Defender Quinn M. Dickerson, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and his staff for outstanding achievement in the cause of justice. And now about next week's case. You'll see the unusual story of the actual courtroom trial of Carl Novak, accused of an ice-pick murder. See the facts placed before you and decide for yourself if you agree with the jury. Be with us next week when Philip Morris will present Your Witness, another exciting case from the files of the public defender. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. Our motion picture studios pay writers millions of dollars every year to develop exciting stories. But sometimes a true story within the studio itself can be more exciting than anything conjured up in the mind of a writer. This story began at National Film Studios.
And we have had so much in our life together. So do with us whatever will bring gladness to your hearts. As your queen, your gladness will always be mine.
Your name Walton Loring? That's right. You police officers? Yeah.
You're under arrest. Assault and robbery.
I'll get my film. I'll be right with you.
Assault and robbery. Those are serious charges.
I know, but I didn't mean to hurt him.
I'm afraid we'll have to come up with something better than that in court. Maybe if you were to tell me what you and Jack Taney were arguing about.
He owed me money, and I tried to collect it.
You knew that IOU you held of his was outlawed 17 years ago.
He still owed me the money.
I don't understand you, Walt. At one time, you were a well-known motion picture director. Now, it's hard to believe that a man of your background would rob a man of a few $100s.
Very few people in this business remember me as a director. So, let them remember me as a thief.
It was obvious that if I was to help, I had to start somewhere else. I went out to Walt's former place of employment. National Film Studio. Loring had many friends on the lot, but no one had any idea why he would have turned to robbery. I was about to give up when I decided to have a word with Sid Page, one of the studio's oldest employees.
You see, Walt, he never let any of his pals go around without money in their pockets. Now, I know because I was one of them.
You think he wanted to help someone enough to steal for them?
Maybe. About a month ago, there was this girl used to hang around here. Pretty as a brand new penny, but a little bit scared. I'm sorry, miss. I can't let every girl who asks go in to see Mr. Taney. Directors are busy people, and right now, with this new picture starting...
But the papers say that he has not found the actress to play the French girl. If I could just see him.
How many times have I heard that before? All of you girls jumping for the rainbow.
But someone has to win the part.
Now look, you said you were here from France. You have people there. Take my advice and go back to them. Find yourself a nice French fellow and start thinking about kids and a house. Believe me, it's not so bad. It's a job that lasts a long time.
Then you won't help me.
I just tried to.
Later, I tried to get Walt to tell me who the girl was, but he refused to even admit there was such a girl. Then, when I returned to my office, I found a young woman waiting to see me. Her name was Andrea Jordan. Now, what can I do for you?
I read in the papers that you're defending Walton Loring.
That's right.
I came to ask you if there is some way I might help. You see, it is I who should be punished, not Walton.
You mean he's not guilty?
He is only guilty of being the kindest, most understanding man I have ever known.
Do you want to start from the beginning, please?
Well, he started about a month ago. Before that, I spent many months trying to become a motion picture actress.
Who's there? Who's in here? Who's in here? Whoever you are, you better answer.
How did you get in here, miss?
Through the back gate. It was unlocked. I have to see Jack Taney.
You, know Mr. Taney?
Not exactly, but I have to meet him. You see, I am an actress.
You girls are all alike, aren't you?
Are you going to say the same things as the officer at the gate?
Oh, you've already met Sid. Well, I was, but I can see it won't do any good. Come on, I'll let you out. Say you are movie-struck, aren't you?
I told you I am an actress.
Your dreams been getting in the way of your eating?
Why, of course not. I have money, lots of money.
Well, I was just going to have my lunch. I thought maybe you'd like to join me. You know, just to keep it old Duffer company.
Well, if you'd like me to.
It'd be a pleasure.
So he came to me after the performance and said, Mademoiselle, it is such brilliant artistry as that which you have shown tonight that makes me proud of the theater.
An amateur critic tells you great, so you figured you're ready for America in the movies, huh?
I am ready.
Well, at least you shouldn't have to go home without being able to tell the folks what the inside of a studio looks like. Would you like a first-class, personally conducted tour?
You would take me?
On one condition. You'll promise me you'll go home to the folks.
I cannot make such a promise. I know in my heart that I am a good actress, and I want someone else to know it.
All right. We'll make the tour without the promise. Now, this is what we call a live set.
What does that mean?
That means they'll be shooting here tomorrow morning. And this is the way the set will look when it's lighted. This set is being used in a picture called Rangoon, and out there is a panorama of the city of Rangoon. Pretty, isn't it?
Oh, it's wonderful. Just as I dreamed it would be.
Walton Loring had never lost his understanding for the ambitions of young people. So he decided no harm could come from giving this lonely French girl a quick look at a motion picture studio. And the short tour extended itself to 3 hours.
Moviolas, light banks, cameras, dollies. There's so much to know about this business.
Yeah, a man could spend a lifetime and not learn all he'd like to know. I saved the best for the last.
What a beautiful set.
Miss National's new big production, A Star in the Sea. It's about a queen of Crete who, 1,000 years or more ago, gave up her life for her lover.
I have read the book. This is her palace?
Well, it's what we call an exterior. The scene they made today was where the queen was telling her subjects off. You see, they're about to sacrifice her to their god of the sea for having fallen in love with a man from the mainland, and this is where she reads a big scene where she tells her subjects she forgives them for what they're about to do.
You were here today?
Oh, yes. I always come a few hours early to watch them work just to keep my hands in production.
Tell me about the scene.
Well, over here is where the queen was standing, just right of camera. If I had been the director, I'd have staged it differently. Instead of 50 extras, I'd have called for 200. I'd have shown them how a big scene with a lot of extras should have been handled.
Did you ever have anything to do with these things?
Well, there was a time a lot of years ago I did a big picture like this. I called for 300 extras. The producer was upset at first, but when he saw the film, he changed his mind.
You were once a director?
Well, as I said, it was a lot of years ago.
You are a strange man. A background like that and...
Well, I'm not complaining. I had my day in the sun.
I would like to have worked with you.
Well, maybe you still can. Miss Cash is always leaving a script around on the set. Yeah. Here's the scene they made today. Would you like to read the Queen's part?
You mean it?
Yes. Start with the scene where they drag the lover from the balcony and he's standing among the soldiers and people just below her.
So you come to me to say I am to die with Aziru, to make me forget a man I love. But do you think that even in death I could forget? Can one forget the world is round, or that behind every good there is evil? Can I forget the things he has said, the things we have done? You have been quiet since the reading. Was it so bad?
I've been thinking. You know, you have some very fine qualities.
You're just trying to make me feel good?
No, I'm telling you the truth. Oh, there are some things you do badly, but deep down you have real talent. I'd like to work with you. I'd like to bring them out.
You would coach me?
If you turn out as well as I think you will, I'll arrange for you to read for Jack Taney.
How can I ever repay you?
By being good, better than even you are possible. We'll start tomorrow at 8. I'll meet you at the banking.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
The following 2 weeks were endless hours of work for Walton and Andrea. No longer were they has-been director and movie-struck girl, but two hard-working creators with one goal, setting Andrea in Jack Taney's new production.
Cut.
Well, was it any better, Walton?
I want you to come to the studio tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Time for chat
Jack
to end this
Taney will be
menace
here
once
making
and
some
for all.
tests.
Bring the
You're ready for
BWA.
your big
Chat.
chance, Andre.
But will Mr. Taney let me read?
Don't you worry about Jack Taney. I started him as a second assistant director 20 years ago. I practically taught him everything he knows. He'll listen to me.
Cut. Quit it.
All right, let's go to lunch.
Okay, 1 hour.
Hello, Jack. How are things going?
Well, what do you know, Walt Loring? What brings you up here from the back lot? Oh, Grace, will you get me those new sketches for the wardrobes for the French girl? That stuff they showed me is too dull. What were you saying, Walt?
I want you to meet a wonderful girl. In fact, you might say she's a protege of mine.
Oh, Walker, wait a minute, will you? Nice to meet you, miss. Sorry I can't spend more time with the girl, Walt, but you know how it is. Here, take her out on the town. It's a treat from me.
What do you mean? I didn't come here for a touch. This girl has talent, real talent. All I'm asking you to do is to give her a chance to read the part of Colette Duval.
You've got to be kidding.
This girl's a natural, Jack. I stake my reputation on it.
Your reputation? For what? Punching clocks? Reputation.
I had one once. And if I hadn't, you wouldn't have one today. And if I hadn't given you your first chance, you'd still be a bum.
Get this guy off my set.
No.
If he comes back again, I'll have him fired.
Jack, come.
How do you like that has-been?
But he didn't let Taney's insults stop him. That same night he went to see Bill Ludwig, the head of National Film Studios.
You know, Walt, as long as I'm head of National Picture, you've always got a job. Of course, I can't guarantee to help all your friends. Say, why is this girl so important to you?
First, because she's got all the qualities to make a star. And second, I want to prove something to myself.
Well, I tell you what, I'm leaving for the East tonight. Be gone about 6 weeks. When I get back, why don't you and I have lunch or something, and I can say hello to the girl.
Sure. Hello all the way from France.
What?
Nothing.
Well, glad you stopped by, Walt. Do it anytime.
Cher will not keep our beloved Jack from us.
Who did he assign to direct?
Mr. Ludwig wants me to make the test. He said, Walt, this test must be made your way. None of this flashy modern technique. I want a test like the old-time Walton Loring would have made it.
There is no one I would rather have.
We must hurry now. Get in your dress. We're all ready to go. Ready on the set.
Coming. How do I look?
Like a lady of the theater.
If Mr. Ludwig doesn't like me, I'll die.
Don't you worry, he'll like you. Remember, Mr. Ludwig didn't assign you to any director. He assigned you to me.
Walton, for your sake, I try to do my best. I only hope it is good enough.
Don't you worry, you just get up and do it as we rehearsed. It'll be good enough. Now, you know where to start. Action.
I do not know why you really wish me to die. I only know that all of you are my children. That my body will be restless and comfortless away from you. I used to hate your touch, but now it is sweet to me, even though it is to bring me pain. You think that in this hour you will punish my husband and me by ending our lives. But life is not measured in time alone. And we have had so much in our life together. So do with us whatever will bring gladness to your hearts. As your queen, your gladness will always be mine.
Well, camera and sound are wrapped up. Tired?
A little, but it doesn't matter. Imagine by tomorrow I will know. Really know if I have a chance.
No, not so fast. Take longer than that to get this film ready.
How long?
Well, there's a lab work on the film, the cutting and assembling, and the print has to be shipped back east to Mr. Ludwig. Oh, we should get an answer within 10 days or 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
But you mustn't be impatient. 2 weeks isn't a long time.
It is for me. You see, Walton, I don't have 2 weeks.
What do you mean?
The return trip ticket and a few dollars is all that is left from what I brought over.
But you can't leave now. Not when we're so close.
Little money can sometimes seem like so much.
You just leave that to me. I want you to stay. And you must make a good impression on Mr. Ludwig. We'll get you a whole new outfit.
But I couldn't.
You can pay me back when you become a star.
You really have that much faith in me?
Maybe we could say it's faith in myself. I still feel I know talent when I see it. And I intend to prove it to others as well.
I left the studio right after that. I promised Walton I would stay the additional 2 weeks.
Excuse me. Matthew speaking. Oh, yes. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you very much. That was Lieutenant Colton. He thought I'd like to know that Jack Taney is going to be all right.
At least we have that to be thankful for.
Now, why don't you go home and get some rest?
Well, what do you intend to do?
Well, evidently, the only one who can fill us in on the rest of the story is Walton Loring. I'm going to see him.
I wish I could do something to help.
Perhaps you have already.
All right. Now that you know about Miss Jordan, I have no reason to hide anything. I was making my usual rounds of the lot when I happened to look up, saw a light in Mr. Taney's office.
What are you doing here?
Well, for one thing, I want to apologize for what happened. I realized I made a fool of myself.
All right. The opinion's unanimous. Now get out of here. Can't you see I'm up to my ears in work?
Well, there's another thing. I need some money. $300.
Why come to me?
Well, in all the years I've been in this business, Jack, I've never asked anyone for a dime. I loan them. But I'm asking you. I'm asking you for $300.
Are you crazy?
I let you have a lot more than that when you were getting started.
Look, I'll ask you nicely just once more. Get out of here.
I only want what's coming to me. I have your IOU here for $300.
December 23rd, 1933. I paid that back 100 times. Can't you remember anything? Extra work? I carried you on my preferred list for years.
But you still owe me the money.
Getting thrown off my set wasn't enough, huh? All right, I'll throw you out of my office.
Just a moment, Jack. I took the money he owed me, and I put the IOU in his place. That's all there is to it. When I realized how badly he was hurt, I called the ambulance.
Well, that may be one thing in your favor, Walt. I'll work on it.
Thanks, sir.
The morning paper had carried an item that Mr. Ludwig had been called back to the studio from his business trip. I went out to see him. Mr. Ludwig?
How are you, Mr. Matthews? Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Matthews, I know what you're going to ask me, and, well, I have to be a heel and say no.
Well, the way I understand it, Taney owed Loring that money.
Well, I guess Taney owes about everybody in town. That doesn't give them open season on him.
All I really want from you at this moment, Mr. Ludwig, is 6 minutes of your time.
What?
Walton Loring made a screen test of the girl he was talking to you about. I took the film from his personal effects at the jail. I thought we could look at it together.
Well, how will that help?
Well, I'm not sure. But if Walt had enough faith in Andrea Jordan to risk his future in making the test, we ought to be able to risk a few minutes of our time looking at it, don't you think? Well?
June, get me a projectionist in room 3, please. 16 millimeter. Right here, Mr. Matthews.
So do with us whatever will bring gladness to your hearts. As your queen, your gladness will always be mine.
What did you think of the girl?
Not bad. Not bad.
Then you think she has something?
Could be.
So what are you going to do?
Well, I might sign her to one of those 6 months option deals, start her in small parts, see how she makes out.
It's been a good day all the way around for you, Mr. Ludwig. Not only did you find yourself a talented young girl, but you never saw a screen test that cost the studio less.
All right, all right. I'll have a talk with Taney.
You think he'll listen to you?
He'd better, with rapt attention. You see, Taney has an option coming up, too.
Sounds like blackmail.
Well, if they pin it on me, you'll be my choice to represent the defense.
Fair enough. After a conference with Mr. Ludwig, Jack Taney admitted that his attitude was the cause of Walton Loring's outburst, and he requested the district attorney to dismiss the charges. Walt is now back at his old job, and he's a happy man, for Andrea Jordan is well on her way to success. Walt gets a big kick out of coming into the studio early to watch her on the set. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. The case you ought to see is about a young man whose father was so busy helping others that he forgot his own son.
No. I'd kill you. I'd kill anyone who tried to take me back. I couldn't stand it. I'd kill myself if they ever caught me. I would.
Harry, quiet down, please. We'll think of something.
You gotta help me. Oh, please help me. I can't go back there.
Of course we'll help you, Harry. Here, this will be safer with me.
Oh, give it back to me. They're here. They're gonna take me.
Easy, Harry. We said we'd help.
Well, it didn't take him long to find you. Come on, we can get out the back through the alley.
What are you going to do?
I can get him across the border in a couple of hours. He's in no condition to drive.
I won't let you. Harry's my brother. He's my problem.
They're coming after me. They're coming after me.
Come on, let's get out of here.
No, I won't let you. I'll drive. I'll do it.
No, darling. My name is John Doe. No matter how many times you ask me, it's still John Doe.
Okay, John Doe, what are the rest of the answers?
Well, I told you. This fella asked me for a hitch, so I gave it to him.
Look, I'm your attorney. There's no need to lie to me. You were helping a convict to escape, and he was killed. Unless I get your cooperation, you're going to go to jail for a good long time. Now, suppose we start over again, huh?
John Doe.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
There's a young woman to see him.
Who is she, nurse?
Shirley Selvey.
Selvey. Selvey?
Well, I don't want to see her. I don't want to see anyone. I never heard of a Shirley Selvey.
Oh, you haven't, huh? Send her in, nurse, please. You know, every once in a while I get someone like you. Tell me, Mr. John Doe, why should I help people who refuse to help themselves?
Steve. Darling.
Miss Selvey, I'm Bart Matthews, the public defender. I've been trying to get him to answer a few questions.
Don't say anything, Shirley, not a word.
If only I could get a few facts, what his name is.
Don't talk, Shirley. Let me handle it.
Tell me, Shirley, what is his name? Why did he do it?
I'm sorry. I can't tell you anything.
Shirley didn't talk. Both of them were shielding someone. But who and why? The name Selvey stuck in my mind. And then it hit me. Retired Judge Myron Selvey, top drawer society, a big man in the state. Could this be his son? Is the judge in?
I'm afraid not, sir. He's addressing a group at the auditorium.
Oh, well, then perhaps you could help me. Martin confirmed my hunch. My client was Steve Selvey, the judge's only son, who had recently been married. I decided to talk to the judge. Well, thank you very much.
It's a shame that a community like this should allow such a slum area to exist. It's not only a fire hazard, it breeds disease. It's an incubator for juvenile delinquency. Our children deserve better than that. And it's up to us to see that they get it.
Judge Selvey?
Yes.
I'm Bart Matthews. I'd like to talk with you for a few minutes.
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Matthews, but I have to address another group. They're waiting for me now.
Maybe they can wait. Your son's in the hospital in the city jail.
The city jail hospital?
He'll be all right, at least physically, but he's in trouble.
Steve? Well, you must be mistaken. It can't be my son.
Have you seen him recently?
Well, not in the last several weeks, no.
I'd say more like several months.
I'm not a judge of time, Mr. Matthews. I've been very busy lately.
Maybe too busy, Judge Selvey. Your son faces 1 to 10 years in jail for helping a prisoner to escape.
What?
I think he could use some of that advice you've been giving to other people. On second thought, Judge, advice is cheap. What Steve needs now is a father.
Mr. Matthews. Steve, You must be Shirley.
Not the most pleasant place for a family reunion. Your father gave up a very important speech to come over here with me.
Thanks.
I'd like you to tell us what happened, Steve.
What happened? I'm guilty. What's the use of talking about it?
I know part of the story, Steve. In order to protect me, you didn't give your name when you were admitted here.
I wasn't thinking of you. I was protecting my wife.
I deserved that.
Let's have the story, Steve.
Well, it started about a year ago, just before my graduation. Hi, Dad.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Martin.
Good morning, sir.
You didn't tell me about your grades.
Oh, you've been so busy, I haven't been able to tell you about anything. I did all right. I averaged a B. Oh, here. You'll need this to get in.
What is it?
What's the invitation to my graduation?
You better pack 2 dress shirts.
They're already packed, Judge.
I don't believe I'm going to get to go, Steve.
Well, Dad, you gotta
Believe me, I want to, but it's a slum clearance deal. They want me to address some groups up north. And do you know, son, some of the boys want me to head the whole project.
Oh, Dad, that's great, but you only graduate from college once in a lifetime. All the other fellas have their families coming. You're the only one I've got.
I feel just as badly as you do about it, Steve, but what am I going to do?
I guess I'll live through it.
Steve! Now, we'll have plenty of time together this summer, I promise, after I get off this merry-go-round.
It's okay, Dad. I'll see you later.
Steve Selvey went on the town that night. It was the eve of his graduation, the most important day of his life, but there was no one to share it with him.
Madam, may I have the pleasure of this dance?
Sure. That'll be another ticket.
Something tells me it stops more than it starts.
Well, that's the way we make a living.
You're awfully cute. Take 'em all.
Don't you want to dance? You still have 98 coming.
No, I want to sit this one out with you. Now, I've been wondering.
I know. I get that question 40 times a night. Why does a nice girl like you work for a dime a dance?
You're not only lovely, you're a mind reader.
How much do mind readers make? I ought to try that for a change. My feet get so tired.
I kind of like you. Here, this is for you.
Well, what is it?
What's the greatest show on earth? Complete with mortarboards and flowing black robes.
What are you talking about?
It was my college graduation. Please, be my guest. Good night, milady.
Congratulations, Steve.
Hello.
Hello. It was a wonderful graduation.
Well, thanks.
I'm glad I came.
I'm glad you came, too.
The next few weeks, Shirley and Steve fell deeply in love. They had filled the void in one another's lives.
No, Steve, it wouldn't work. It couldn't.
Now, why? After all, we love each other.
I'd be bad for you. Wait, well, you come from a fine family. I have a brother who's in jail.
Now there's a black sheep in the best of families. My grandfather robbed a bank, got away with $20,000.
Harry robbed a station. He got 1 to 5 years. He's in a road camp now. I should have sent him to a hospital. He's really mentally sick. He needs help.
My dad might be able to do something. He has some influence.
You talk to him?
Well, sure. After all, I expect Harry to be my brother-in-law.
Steve. Oh, it's beautiful, simply beautiful.
Everything according to plan. I've got the lease on this cottage, got the license, got the ring, everything. And we still have an hour in which to pick up Dad and keep our date with the minister.
Steve, I'm getting scared.
Well, why, honey?
Father, he's such an important man. All those pictures in the papers.
Look, he's just flesh and blood like anyone else. I look a little like him. Oh, I'm more handsome.
Do I look all right? Do you think he'll like it?
Look, you're marrying me, not him. You look beautiful.
I want him to like me, Steve. It's important. Do you think he'll be able to come to the wedding?
He'll come, all right.
You sure? You said yourself he's always so busy.
Look, I checked with Martin. Dad just got off his plane, and his date book is clear for this afternoon. Now, he wouldn't miss his son's wedding?
I know I'll feel like a perfect stranger.
Not to him. You're all I've talked about in my letters. Hello, Martin. You haven't told him anything?
Oh, no, Mr. Steve. I thought it would be better if you told him.
He hasn't any other plans for this afternoon.
Oh, no.
Okay. So guys, I gotta be honest with you. I thought this April Fool's goof would not actually come to fruition. So I've been getting ready from absolute square zero to come on camera, and I promise it will be worth it. And we will start our segment soon. I just wanted to let you guys know I am blown away and shocked. You guys did a reverse Uno on the April Fools. And so I have deemed you all worthy of not only my presence tonight, but also for the surprise that I promised you guys yesterday. You might recall you guys fell like 8 subs short of what I promised you yesterday, and I'm here to tell you that I think you all will enjoy what I have in store. You underestimate how subby we are. I feel like I feel like I'm about to find out whether or not I underestimate how subby you guys are. Anyway, who's this? Where's Chair? Chair is dead, and you have killed him. Hey, we were watching that. It's okay. I'll throw it back on. But I did forget about the power of BWA and shonen anime spirit. Where's the streamer? I don't get it. It's been an April Fool's joke. You guys have been asking me for a chair stream for literally years. Every year on April Fools, you guys are like, man, haha, you should have just done a stream with Chair. You should just do a stream with Chair. Do a Chair stream, Jack. It would be hilarious. And I finally did it, and it was actually pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, this was actually very funny to do. I enjoyed making it like a weird, cryptic eldritch horror thing. Watch out, the chair is right behind you. It's okay. It's been rendered inert by the power of your BWA spirit. Yeah, Jack, do a chair stream, Jack. Exactly. You did go full shonen anime. You went full shonen anime, like the big bad evil guy's lieutenant betrays him at the last moment. That's what you did. I'll put the public defender back on. But y'all are incredible. I did love the ARG energy you added to Chair Stream. I think that Trans Girl Jade, if I do another Chair Stream like this again on an April Fool's Day, I want to go more in depth on the ARG element. Like plan out like a live game for you guys to play. You know? I think that would actually be really, really fun. Put a little bit more energy into developing this concept. Did the chair go? Alt fact, you guys killed the chair. You killed it with BWA energy. Anyway, here, let's switch over here. Come on, why are you doing this to me? Here we go. Play 2. Rip chair. You guys are all complicit. You're guilty. You're guilty! You murderers! But thank you for saving my life. I was slowly being dissolved into the spiritual ether when you guys reached in and grabbed my hand. Like Sam saving Frodo in Lord of the Rings. Okay, I will be back in several more minutes. As you can see, I've almost finished my makeup. And when I do finish and put on a new outfit, I think you all will very much enjoy the stream. So, I will be back in a bit. BRB.
He's in his bedroom, sir.
Good. Now, you relax, darling. Everything's going to be all right. I'll bring Dad down. Be back in a minute. Dad? Oh, Dad.
Hello, Steve.
Hi, Dad. Good to have you home. Hey, you and I have a date this afternoon, remember?
I'm afraid I won't be able to go with you, Steve. Some things have come up.
Oh, now, you can't get away this time. This is an extra special occasion.
Yes, I rather expect it would be. You want me to beat Miss Boyle, eh?
Well, it's more than that. I want you to be there when Dr. Holmes marries us.
Marries you?
I knew it'd be a surprise to you.
Not really. You were very enthusiastic about her in your letters.
Now, come on, Dad. We haven't got time. You're our prize witness.
Tell me, Steve, does she still work in the dance hall?
No, she left last week. Why?
Is her brother still in the prison road camp?
You know the answer to that one, too, don't you? I should think you could have waited to find out about Shirley from me instead of hiring some investigator.
I've been in the public eye all my life. I have my reputation to maintain.
And Shirley might endanger that reputation, huh?
But you've known this girl less than a month, and a month is not time enough to think of marriage.
I love her, Dad.
But you're making a mistake, Steve. Believe me. What's her reputation? What's her background? Who is she?
She's everything I want.
You're not old enough to know what you want. Why don't you wait a few months and see how you feel about it then?
It'd be the same, Dad. Well, I don't want to keep Shirley waiting.
Steve! I won't let you do it. I won't let you ruin your life. She's nothing but a cheap, ignorant little...
I'm sorry, Dad.
It was a terrible thing to do. After all I've done for you.
After all you've done for me? Well, you mean the camping trips we never took? The ball games we never saw? The fun we never had together? You were even too busy to come to my graduation. You never knew me, Dad. Well, now you'll never know my wife.
Wait a minute. If you marry that girl, don't expect any help from me. Ever.
I've had a job ever since graduation. I don't need your help.
Is everything all right, Steve?
You were right, honey. He's going to be too busy.
They were married that afternoon, and Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Selvey started their lives together. It was their first month's wedding anniversary. Steve's job had turned out better than he had expected. The boss even was talking about Steve heading a special engineering project. Yes, everything was perfect.
Harry!
You've just got to help me, sis. You've just got to.
Harry, you escaped.
They wouldn't help me. I just couldn't take it.
Oh, Harry, poor Harry.
I don't think straight, sis. I'm all mixed up. All I know is I just had to run.
Oh, take it easy, Harry, easy.
They'll be after me.
Oh, Steve.
Don't move.
Why, he's my husband, Harry. It's Steve. I wrote you all about us.
I'm sorry.
He's my brother, Steve. He broke out of road camp. What shall we do?
How'd you get out, Harry?
I hid in a produce truck.
All the way down here?
I ditched it about halfway and I grabbed a car.
Where is it?
It's in the back in the alley.
We've got to take you back, Harry.
No, I'm not going to go back there. You can't make me. Nobody can.
You can't keep running, Harry. They'll catch you.
I don't care. I ain't going back. I'll kill myself first.
He's sick, darling. Can't we do something for him?
Take him to a hospital.
Oh, they just turned him over to the police as soon as they found out who he was. Steve.
What?
Well, your father would know what to do. He could help us. Harry needs medical care. At least he could tell us what to do. Harry can't go back.
Hello, Martin. It's Steve. Let me talk to Dad, huh?
Just a moment, please. It's your son, sir.
Tell him I'm not here. Oh, wait a moment. I'll speak to him. Hello.
Hello, Dad. Look, I don't know how to say this, but, well, something's happened and we need your help badly. It's Shirley's brother.
Shirley's brother? You didn't need my help when you got married. I don't think you need it now.
There's no dice, honey. Whatever it is, we do it without him.
Look, I've got it all figured out. If I could only get a few bucks and I could go south, get across the border. They never catch me, then I'd be safe.
I don't know, Harry. Maybe it's best that you go back. Now, we'll go back with you and explain your problem. You'll get proper care.
No. No. I'd kill you. I'd kill anyone who tried to take me back. I couldn't stand it. I'd kill myself if they ever caught me. I would.
That was the story Steve Selvey told. A father who refused help when it was needed the most. Steve's impulsive action gave no thought of the consequences. It was an action that took the life of Harry Boyle and almost cost him his own.
It seemed to be the best thing to do at the time. He was hysterical. And after you hung up on me, I guess I wasn't thinking right.
No, that was I, Steve, when I turned you down.
You've done a lot of good for many people, Judge, but you overlooked one thing. Doing good begins at home.
I owe you an apology, Steve. You too, Shirley. I'll do everything I can to help you. I'll get you the best legal assistance.
Well, Dad, I may be broke, but I think I have the best legal assistance there is right now. I'd like Mr. Matthews to continue in my case.
That's all right with me. And of course, Shirley, you'll come home with me. We'll see you tomorrow, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Bye, Annie.
I did my best along with Judge Selvey's help, but there was no denying the truth. Steve Selvey was found guilty of aiding a prisoner to escape and was sentenced to a year in the county jail. But with time off for good behavior, it won't be too long before he'll be coming home. And I think a real father will be there to greet him. I know he has a fine wife. Now, the case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender. A public defender is an attorney employed by the community and responsible for giving legal aid without cost to any person who seeks it and is financially unable to employ private counsel. It is his duty to defend those accused of crime until the issue is decided in a court of law. The first public defender's office in the United States was opened in January 1913. Over the years, other offices were opened. And today, that handful has grown to a network of lawyers cooperating to protect the rights of our clients. This case is about a man not so young in years who found love, but almost lost his conscience.
You did call the cops. I told you I didn't want to go through with it.
What do we do now?
Same plans. We'll ditch him and meet the boys. Let's go.
Open the door. Up.
Okay, get going.
Empty? You're the Mike Polachek who called the station, huh?
I didn't call anybody.
You sure you know what you're talking about, Polachek? The desk sergeant said...
Look, I told you I didn't call anybody.
Maybe you'd better tell the lieutenant about it.
Doesn't make sense. A man calling himself Mike Polachek calls the police at 11:30 that night and asks for help.
Wasn't me.
I find it hard to believe you. I don't get it. I've checked with the Trucking Association. You're their idea of a professional driver, alert, safe, no police record, good, solid citizen. Now, the police know that you're involved in this hijacking. But you couldn't have made off with that whole load of coffee all by yourself. Now, what are you hiding? Who are you protecting? Why did you call the police in the first place?
I told you I didn't call anybody.
Now, Mike, I'm your lawyer. I believe that you're withholding evidence that could get you out of this mess.
I don't want your help. Just leave me alone.
Okay. They say that silence is golden. But is it worth spending 5 years in jail? Think it over, Mike. Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Mr. Matthews, did you get Polachek to talk?
No, why?
Well, the captain thinks there's something phony, too. He's assigned me to look further into the case.
Welcome aboard, Riley. Got any angles?
A few. I'll be around.
Trying to shortchange me, Elsie?
McNary?
Yeah, that's me. Who are you?
The name's Matthews. I'm defending Mike Polachek. Or trying to.
Oh. How'd you know who I was?
Well, they told me down at your company that you like hotcakes.
Yeah, they call me Pancake McNary.
I understand that Mike used to live with you and your wife.
That's right. For almost 8 years. He moved out a couple of weeks ago.
Argument?
Sort of.
Anything that might have something to do with his hijacking a company truck?
Look, mister, maybe we had a fight. Maybe Mike ain't calling me a friend of his anymore. But Mike ain't the kind of a guy to steal anything.
He refuses to give me any information that might help him. I thought possibly you might have something.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Mike sure changed after he met that dame.
Who?
Thelma Richards.
Changed in what way?
I remember the day he met her. When he came home, he was moon-eyed and grinning like a high school kid.
Who is she?
Oh, she's wonderful. Pretty, blonde. How did you know?
You're wearing it. All over your face.
No kidding. The old buck is thinking of settling down.
I'll go on. I just met her. We're going out tomorrow first time. Say, Annie, I was thinking of taking your advice about getting some new clothes. You know, the stores are open tonight, so if you're not busy...
Well, what do you need her for? I'm the fashion plate around here.
Don't listen to him. You'll be wearing green with purple stripes.
I'll go change my clothes.
Did you meet her?
Well, sure, we all went out together a couple of times.
What did you think of her?
Oh, we liked her okay. But it was really because Mike liked her. Annie and me felt, oh, I don't know, like she was sort of stuck up.
How do you mean?
Oh, it's nothing she said or did. It was the way we felt. They practically went steady from that date on. On her birthday, we gave her a little surprise party.
Oh, that's great. 2 left feet. I'll never learn to
You're
dance.
just modest. In a couple of weeks, you'll be doing the mambo. Then we'll go down to the Carlton House and show off.
The Carlton House? It's way above our heads, ain't it, Annie?
The closest I ever got was passing it on a bus. Well, come on, everybody. Come and get it.
Oh, I'm about ready, too.
I'll get the potatoes.
Don't be too long. There we are.
They look delicious.
Oh, he's a great cook.
Yeah, you ought to taste my flapjacks.
Barbecued?
Happy birthday, Thelma. Come on, open it.
Mike, a fur coat.
Come on, let's try it on.
Mike, you shouldn't. It must have cost a fortune.
How do you like it, Annie?
It's very nice.
Yeah, it must have cost a fortune.
I've just got to see it. Where's the mirror, Mike?
Come on, I'll show you.
You must be crazy. That coat must have cost $1,500 if it cost a cent. Maybe it was none of my business, but Mike was a pal of mine. I wanted to know the score. I waited till he got home that night. It was kind of late.
Well, I thought you'd be asleep.
I wasn't very tired.
That was a wonderful party. You know, Thelma said it's probably one of the best parties she's ever been to.
Yeah, I'll bet it was.
Did you have a good time, Tom?
Oh, sure, everything was great. Everything but the coat.
Coat?
It took you years to save the dough you must have paid for that fur.
Well, Tom, that's what money's for, to spend and enjoy. Besides, it was worth every cent just to see the look on Thelma's face when she saw it.
She gonna marry you?
Hope so. I think so.
How do you know?
Talking kind of funny, Tom.
Maybe it's because you're acting like a sucker.
Are you talking about Thelma?
Look, Mike, giving a girl presents is okay. A box of candy, pair of gloves, flowers. That's what the usual guy gives the usual girl when he goes out with her. But when she met you, she hit the jackpot. A bracelet, then a wristwatch, and now that coat.
Look, I love her. I want to give her everything.
I'll admit she's pretty. But what kind of a girl would accept those things unless she was going to marry you? Well, I'll tell you the kind that kiss and run. Take everything they can get.
You're talking about Thelma.
Types don't change, Mike. Just the faces. They're still bums. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe I shouldn't have shot off my mouth. That's the way I figured it. He moved out the next day.
Anything else you can remember?
No. He's no crook, Mr. Matthews. He's a friend of mine. Help him, will you?
I'll try. Thanks. The Hijacking case was baffling. I'd gotten a lot of information, but none of it seemed to dovetail.
Hey, you look worried.
Oh, the word is frustrated.
I got medicine for that.
Who's our visitor?
An undesirable character calls himself Steve Edwards. Sit down. Any other aliases? He's very uncommunicated. He was picked up at Zeta Market's warehouse trying to sell some coffee. A lot of coffee. Turns out the coffee came from Polachek's truck.
Have Mike Polachek brought down. As soon as possible, please. I think you brought the right medicine, Lieutenant. I see you recognize Edwards, Mike.
I met him before.
He was caught trying to sell the stuff from your truck, Mike.
He was arrested?
That's right, Polachek. And a few of his helpmates are being booked right now.
Will he go to jail?
Well, maybe not in this state right away. There are a couple of prisons in Missouri and Ohio who have prior claim on him. But I think Mr. Edwards will be put away for quite a while.
On your feet. All right, take him away, Bill.
Sit down, Mike.
telling me the truth? He'll be in jail?
It's true. You want to talk now, Mike?
Then she's safe. He'll be in jail. He can't hurt her.
When did you first meet this Edwards?
About a month, maybe 6 weeks ago.
Did Thelma introduce you to him?
Selma wouldn't know his kind. No, I met him after one of my stopovers at Grady's Diner. He was standing by my truck. I didn't pay any attention to him.
Carrying a big load there, huh?
Oh, biggest in the line. Drive it 5 days a week.
What do you carry?
Oh, all sorts of things, mostly groceries. Been hauling coffee the last week.
Coffee?
Yeah.
That's like diamonds.
Sure is.
I'll bet this rig can carry $10,000 or $20,000 worth, huh?
Maybe more than that.
The driver can make himself a lot of dough.
I do all right.
I mean real dough. $2,000, $3,000, $5,000. How? By losing the rig. Huh? Well, you know, for instance, you're in having a cup of coffee and you don't hear somebody else driving away.
You ain't making me a deal, are you?
Who, me? No. No, but I got a friend who might, though. That is, if you're interested in a little extra money.
Move on, Chisler, before I tear you apart.
Okay. I'll be around.
Well, you had me worried. Door was open. You weren't here.
Sorry, darling. Had to mail a letter.
Oh. Hey, look what I got. 2 best seats in the theater.
Think you better go without me.
What's the matter, honey? Don't you feel well?
I'm all right. Just tired, I guess.
Tell Mike.
You're sweet. But this is something I don't think you can do anything about.
Tell me and see.
I just wrote a letter to my father. I told him I was coming home by the end of the week.
Leaving? But why?
My father's in trouble. He's had his little bookstore for more than 30 years. Things haven't been going so well, and he owes a lot of money. He has to raise $5,000 or he's going to lose the store.
What can you do?
I can get married. There's a lawyer back home. He's rich. He can make it easy for Dad.
Honey, you can't do that. Well, we're going to be... Oh, look, we can work it out.
Darling, I can't tell you how much I want to stay with you. But I've got to do something. Dad called me this afternoon. He's miserable.
Don't jump off and do crazy things. I can work something out. Promise me you'll wait a couple days.
I won't let you do it, Mike. You've been so kind. It's too much to ask of you. This is my problem.
It's mine, too. I love you. I'll get the money somehow.
In the next couple of days, Mike tried to borrow that money. It was next to impossible. Mike's fat bank account was gone. He was making payments on a fur coat.
Hello, everybody. Now, I know that for a long time, I promised you guys a latex stream. So, here we go. Hi. It's not quite fully my real latex stream, mostly because, and the reason it was taking me so long to get back to you guys is because, well, frankly, it's really hard to zip up latex. So it's really hard to zip up latex, and it doesn't sound comfortable. It's actually comfortable once you get into it. Getting into it is uncomfortable. But this is kind of, I guess, your taste. It's not fully done. I have a couple other latex accessories. But yeah, I'll have to try this again on a night when my partner is here to zip me up. Because the back of this is currently just open, which is kind of a look in its own right, to be completely honest with you. But I would much rather present to you the full look at some point. So, yeah. It's a little bit looser around the shoulders is basically all I'm saying. And I should take a picture to post on Twitter. Those broads really drive a man to crime. Sweet liberty. I'm questioning, is it a crime to give compliments? No. Compliments are always allowed on riverboat.gg. Eh. Gayfash! Welcome, you joined at a time when I'm actually on screen, which is a minority of today's stream. Hello! Your partner also needs the fun of having to apply the shine? True. True. Thank you, Celestial Heart. I was there for the Vosh chair raid. Yeah, we've been doing an April Fool's stream all day, and then chat actually overcame my bizarre little chair stream challenge. That's it. We got latex stream over. Done, son. Yep, time for me to go to bed. Oh, maybe soon. All right. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough. Chat foiled my chair stream April Fools with their donos. Come join my latex stream. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. There we go. We need a super oiler to drop a K or so Jack can have a week off. Oh my god. That'd be incredible. You do. You did. You saved me, chat. This is like when you get to the end of Metroid in a fast enough amount of time. And she takes off her suit, and you could just see her in, like, casual street clothes. Like, I'm worried about your health? I'll be okay. I'm starting to feel better, I think. Hey, Admiral Paco. Also, my latex gets really hot, so, like, my chest is just so wet right now. It's ridiculous. You're sick? Yeah, I've been sick for, like, the last several days. Also, can you believe how many transphobes keep coming at me to tell me, like, oh yeah, well, you're not a real woman because your tits are fake. And it's just like, but one, they're not, and two, like, cis women have fake tits, and that's fine. They love to cope. And they love to seethe. Oddly enough. Angry, horny, true. Thanks, Tipster. Also, sorry I didn't respond to your DM, but I did read it, and totally understandable. But maybe when things calm down a little bit for you, we can get you on. Have a good convo. Oh god. I don't get the obsession with fake/natural tits, cis or trans, lol. Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, boobs are great. Like, you must really hate boobs if you're just like disgusted by, like, implants or something. I don't know. It's weird. Also, I will do this outfit again with its complete resplendent accessorizing, because usually I wear this with, like, a really big red latex belt that has, like, a chain on it. It's very cool looking. But I am glad that, one, I fit in this dress, and two, now I know that I need to plan my latex streams, at least in this outfit, with my partner present. Because I would really like to have this dress zipped up. I've always seen April Fools as, oh, this is the day your friends have an excuse to be horrible. My goal today was mostly just to give you guys what you've always asked for, and now that I've done it, I have a lot of ideas on what I want to do next year for April Fool's Day. I'm sure she would also enjoy that. I think you might be correct. Maybe. ACAB, all cleavage are beautiful. Hey, Kevin Blaze. Oh, goodness. Here, let's finish this episode of Public Defender, and then we'll figure out our next course of action, huh? Don't wanna take away this this Public Defender episode from you guys. You earned it.
Hello, honey. I just stopped by on the way to the yard.
Oh, also, I've been watching these with you. Some of these are actually fucking insane. Like, my god. Mandaquarian, what was taking me so long is I was trying to, like, MacGyver a clip-on zipper puller with, like, the stuff I have here, and it just wasn't good enough, or, like, I felt like I was at a bad angle and was gonna, like, break the zipper or something, you know? Only did an April Fool's joke on my channel one time a few years ago. Had a friend host my channel and say I retired and that they were the new host. Damn, dude. Hey, Kev from Mars.
It's nice to see you, Mike.
What's this? What are you doing?
I've been packing. I've got reservations on the train back tonight.
No, you can't.
I'm sorry, Mike. I can't wait any longer. There was another letter from Dad this morning. I've got to think of him.
I had a talk with the boss. He said maybe he could lend me part of it, 1,000.
It's not nearly enough. 5 is the least. Please, darling.
Oh, my God.
Home. Don't make it hard for me.
I won't let you go. You've got to stay here with me.
I can't. I can't. Oh, what am I going to do?
I'll get the money. I swear I will.
Mike was resolved to keep that promise, and there was only one place where he could get that $5,000.
And that was by
What's that,
shaking his booty on the street.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now look, it's very simple. You're in having dinner and the truck disappears. You give us 20 minutes, then you go to the phone and call the police and report it.
I don't know. You sure it'll be all right?
Sure, I'm sure. What's the matter? You getting chicken? You're either in or you ain't. Make up your mind.
I'm in.
Good. What time will you get the load at the diner tonight?
About 11:30.
Fine, I'll meet you there with the money.
For the first time in Mike's life, he was doing something dishonest, and he despised himself. But Mike knew it was either get that money or lose the only woman he ever really loved.
Damn, this got real
Hi,
fast.
Mike. Everything's arranged. Joe here can take care of that big baby fine.
Well, I was just thinking, maybe we ought to put it off.
Huh?
Might not be worth your while to take it tonight.
Why not?
Well, I thought it was going to be a full load, but it's only half.
Well, we
That's
can
a
take
lie,
half a
Poacher.
full load.
One of the boys was watching the loading. You're carrying capacity. What are you trying to pull on us?
I don't like it, this whole deal, and I'm not going through with it.
What are you talking about? It's all set. You're getting $5 grand.
No.
Well, now, maybe I can get you 6. You said your girl needed the dough bad.
Yeah, I know.
Well, come on. Come on in and talk it over with a cup of coffee, huh?
Hello, police. Look, my name's Mike Polachek.
A load's a load.
I drive for the Acme Trucking Company. Uh-huh. I made a deal with a guy to hijack my truck, and I want to get out of it. Yeah, you heard me. I want to get out of it, but I'm going to have trouble. Yeah, you got to stop it. I'm at Grady's Diner on M Street. Yeah.
Oh, no!
Well, are you sure you feel all right, honey? I was kind of worried. Yeah, well, as long as you're okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
I thought maybe you were calling somebody else.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe I'm talking about your backing out.
I'm no crook. I worked for this outfit for a long time, and
Nobody'd suspect you. You're drinking coffee and somebody steals your truck. It's simple.
Won't work. Anybody'd know I was lying. I know the sound of that motor. I'd know it was running. Look, I don't have to apologize to you. I changed my mind, you understand?
Drop your hands. Go straight through that door right over to the truck, you hear? And don't start anything because I'll be too close to you to miss. Get going.
Goddamn. Hey, I want a snitch.
You hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Well, listen, and listen good. I don't care if the police pin this rap on you, but if you rat out on me to the cops, your girlfriend Thelma isn't going to live very long, understand? Don't hurt her. I won't talk. Just don't hurt her. Okay, remember.
Well, that's why I couldn't talk. You understand, don't you? She loves me. We're going to be married. I just didn't want him to hurt her.
And now?
Now she's safe. He'll be in jail. She's safe. Thelma. What are you bringing Thelma here for? She doesn't belong in a place like this.
You got a few wrong ideas about Thelma. She's been mugged and fingerprinted in 3 states.
Gasp.
I don't believe that. Not Thelma. He's lying, isn't he?
I'm sorry, Mike. But this is the woman you were trying to protect. The woman you'd go to prison for.
Oh my God.
This is a mistake.
This poor man.
No mistake, Mike.
His entire
She and
heart.
Edwards have been working this racket for years. She's married to him.
Oh my God, what?
Well, you're lying. That couldn't be. Thelma would... She would have told me.
Help me, Mike. Please help me. We'll be married. Get me a lawyer, a good lawyer.
Just a minute, Mike. Here's something you ought to see. And I think Thelma can find her own attorney and pay for him, too.
Well, what are these?
Pawn tickets. Thelma liked to turn everything into cash.
Pawn tickets? What for?
Damn, bro.
Your presents. The watch, the fur coat.
Tom was right. You're no good. You belong in prison. Take her away. Take her away!
Thelma, Steve Edwards, and their whole mob were convicted and sentenced to terms up to 10 years in the penitentiary. In view of Mike's complete cooperation, the district attorney moved for dismissal of the charges against him in the interest of justice. Mike is back with the Acme Trucking Company, and he's still the best driver they've got. And he's the McNary star boarder again. The case you have just seen was brought to a fair and just conclusion through the efforts of a public defender.
Another case for the public defender. Excellent stuff. Excellent. Arachnoid!
Sending love from a cool lol trans spider. Keep up the good work, carrot carrot.
Well, Arachnoid, thank you very much for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. And you got Gayfesh in there, you know, one of our high tier homies. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. We've seen this. Have we seen this dude in a single courtroom yet? I think we might have seen him in 1 courtroom total ever. Like, it's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. But you know what? For you know, being unable to fully zip up this latex by myself, because again, it's latex, I feel like this looks pretty good on me, okay? I feel like this looks pretty good. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Jess, yes, you guys unlocked me in latex today. You did it. You did it, you silly gooses. It looks great. Okay, well, just so you know, this isn't even my full power, okay? I don't see anyone complaining about you being unzipped. It's true. It's just, it's easier to access. Good is an understatement. Good. You guys are being very good chatters. It's hot. It is hot. I'm sweating like crazy. Latex is one of the weirdest fabrics because you feel both hot and, like, crazy cold while wearing it, and there's literally no in between. The outfit looks good. Thank you. Alex. You silly little goose. Busy over there in YouTube chat, furiously masturbating. I see you. I've known 10,000 like you in my DMs. Oh, I'm so disgusted. Oh my God. It's horrible. It's horrendous. I can't. You're so ugly. I can't look away. I can't stop staring. You just the level of mentally ill hideousness. And that's about approximately how long you last in any actual sexual situation, and that's being generous. But sure, come in here and tell me more about how you seeking me out is totally not mentally ill behavior on your part. I'm 15. Lol. Okay, one, that doesn't counteract anything that I said about you, and two, I hope you get better soon. There's genuinely hope for you at 15 years old. I think a lot of people go through conservative or like bigoted phases while they're growing up. And my hope is that you grow out of that. Someone please clip that. Also, like, it's weird being like a moderately attractive like lady on the internet, because you'll get like, especially if you're a trans lady, right? You'll get like weirdos in your like replies who are like, "Hey, I don't accept you as a woman, and I think you're a man. But also, you're one of the most beautiful creatures I've ever seen in my life." And it's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is this weird, like, good cop, bad cop routine you're pulling in real time? I don't understand. Like, do you think like calling me the most beautiful creature you've ever seen, like, somehow counteracts like you not thinking that I'm a woman? Like, no, you're just a horny bigot. That's all that it makes you. Gamer G. Well, you know, we'll see how the timeout fares. Internalized transphobic horniness is weird as fuck. It really, really is. Oh, I remember what I really wanted to cover today. This is yeah. Okay, we're doing a Ben Shapiro clip, everybody. We're doing a Ben Shapiro clip.
Russia has been at the...
Nope, we're not doing that one. We have to... Oh, did he not? Interesting. He didn't actually put it up on the YouTube. It's only on Twitter. All right. We'll watch the segment, your segment on Twitter, Ben Shapiro. Let's see here. The Rubin interview? No. Where is it here? Oh, did Helldivers 2 ever reveal what the April Fools about Malevolon Creek was? Because they were talking about Malevolon Creek and like declaring victory, but it's also April 1st, so I don't believe that for a goddamn second. Oh god. Oh, nope, okay. Bench, oh, I retweeted it, that's where it is. I didn't log on to Helldivers today. There it is. This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. So, the other day, I talked about this a little bit, right? And the concept that I talked about is that Easter falls anywhere between like March 22nd and April 25th. On any given year, Easter's on a different day. There isn't a set day for Easter to be on. It's like the first, you know, after the spring equinox, after the first full moon, the first Sunday. So, as you might imagine from that criteria that narrows down when Easter is, it's not exactly on the same day every year. And conservatives have lost their goddamn minds about Joe Biden recognizing that Trans Day of Visibility, a holiday that was on the same day last year, is coinciding with Easter, as if Joe Biden made Easter and Trans Day of Visibility be the same day. And as if that is going to be true in perpetuity. Like we're just going to move Trans Day of Visibility around to whenever Easter actually lands, which is very, very funny to me. So let's I mentioned this yesterday, right? I mentioned this yesterday, and I thought, well, it'll be like a 1 day long thing. It'll be a day-long thing. Conservatives will pretend to be mad about it and move on. And wouldn't you know it, I'm not making this up, Ben Shapiro did a 14-minute long segment about Easter and Trans Day of Visibility being on the same day, and I cannot wrap my head around why. Like, Ben Shapiro has people who will look things up for him. It's not like he doesn't know that Easter's on a different day every year. It's not like he's not surrounded by conservative Christians who could tell him that it's on a different day every year. He's just, he's going for the clicks. He's going for the clicks, and it's very apparent and very weird, you know? Trans Day of Visibility is silly. I personally believe transsexuals are sinners, so to have public pride in it is wrong in my belief. Well, Zitai, I personally believe that people who believe what you believe are condemned to hell for all eternity. I'm sorry. You know, that's just my personal belief. I believe in a deity that considers you abomination. And if you are in public, I believe we should adopt policies that would exclude you. So I guess we're kind of at an impasse there. Talking about the weird clip of his sister or something? No, we're talking about a full-blown segment on his show. Look up Dr. Miriam Grossman and Dr. Jordan Peterson if you want a thorough critique of the transsexual movement. I have so many videos going over Jordan B. Peterson and his views on trans people, and none of them, in none of them does he make a good point that is backed up by science. Almost like he's a disgraced psychologist who hasn't practiced and is literally running so counter to actually accepted scientific medicine that he's on the verge of being stripped of like his ability to call himself a psychologist. So I don't think that one guy is like a good example for you to refer to, when again 99.9% of every other expert in his field agrees with me. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there.
Day for the Biden administration.
Oh God. As for me, again, my religious belief is that you know, people who are as bigoted as you are abominations and should be excluded from society. That's just a deeply held religious belief that I have, that God damns all of you due to the hatred in your heart. That's just a deeply held personal belief of mine. Jordan B. Peterson had his license revoked years ago. Maybe. I think they might even be thinking of like stripping his degree or something. There was something that was going like a step beyond just stripping him of his license. Like Friedrich Nietzsche's Übermensch was the person who could accept suffering as a natural part of life, then overcome it through the will to power. Transsexuals. Well, okay, but here's the flaw. Here's the flaw here. Nietzsche's Übermensch is a fairy tale. He's not a real person. You understand that, right? Like, the Übermensch is as real as Superman from the comic books. You know, like he's not a real guy. This is like saying you believe yourself to literally be Superman. You're coming into my chat right now wearing a Superman cape and running around and going, "I can save us from asteroids," while you have like a, I don't know, 6-inch vertical. Isn't that a massive misrating of Nietzsche? It absolutely is. But also the way Nietzsche is being employed here and his ideas are being employed are comically basic. You know, your boob window is the shape of the Superman shield. That's true. And frankly, I think it's a great shape. Nietzsche would slap that chatter for quoting him. Yeah, probably. Let's finish the rest here. Transsexuals believe instead of accepting the suffering of gender problems and accepting reality, you should deny biology. Again, Zitai, your argument is so basic and, like, flawed on fundamental levels that, again, I can turn that around easily and just be like, oh, you believe in getting open heart surgery? You believe that instead of suffering the problem of heart disease, you know, suffering the universal problem of heart disease and accepting reality, you want to deny your biology by getting open heart surgery? That's you right now. That's how silly you come across. This is like, oh, I have this serious bacterial infection, but you know, I'm not gonna take penicillin for it because you know, I should accept suffering instead of and not ignore my biological reality, which is being infected with syphilis or whatever. My point is, Nietzschean philosophy is grounded in the acceptance of the uncomforts of reality as existentialism, then using your will and power to accept and overcome it. Well, I used my will and power to get medical treatment that alleviated some of my suffering. So I guess in your example here, I would be the epitome of the Ubermensch. No, I overcame the suffering of reality. And that's me, by the way, that's me granting your reading of Nietzsche, which is deeply flawed. But like Viktor Frankl said, the one freedom you can't take away from a man is his hope and his will to existence. Why don't you accept you are a man as a fact of reality and overcome it like a mature person? But again, I have accepted my reality and I've overcome it. So it seems like you're just one of the Untermensch, okay? You're one of the lessers who's like standing there not able to comprehend how I was able to overcome my suffering. You know, to co-opt your language a little bit here. Also, I love that you quote Viktor Frankl as if being tortured in a fucking Holocaust concentration camp and watching people die and being trapped in that situation by force is at all comparable to someone getting modern medical treatment. Like, how ghoulish do you have to be to co-opt the Holocaust like that? To, like, both misunderstand Viktor Frankl, co-opt his survival of the Holocaust, and also, like, completely just ignore the fact that, like, this is a fixable problem. We have the solution to this. We've had the medical solution for gender dysphoria for 100 years. You know? Like, what is wrong with you? This is like, again, this is like saying, look, I know you're dying of, like, AIDS, but you really shouldn't take that you know, the antiviral treatments that would prolong your life because you're just denying your biological reality to die from AIDS. Like, this is insane. How am I misunderstanding Nietzsche, Frankl, or existentialist philosophy? What aspect of it? I've literally been explaining it to you, and if that's not getting through your head, that's on you. I've been explaining it out loud to you this entire time. about how you're misunderstanding it. In real time. Chat, did any of you not hear my explanation? Did any of you miss the points I was making? Bro's gray matter yearns for more ridges, yeah. You heard? You heard? You heard? I've been clear? Cool. So, Zatai, everyone else in chat can hear and, like, understand what I was trying to say. So the problem isn't me here, the problem is you. I would suggest you go back and watch the VOD of this particular interaction for you to, like, understand what my criticism was, because I'm not going to go through it for another, like, 30 minutes with you. I heard, but I'm saying you're empirically wrong, but I'm not. The, like, overwhelming, like, study after study after study supports the transposition. Like, scientifically, empirically, at, like, 99% of studies that are done on trans people and, like, the medical outcomes of, like, gender-affirming care indicate massive improvement in quality of life for trans people who get those interventions. This is like, again, to make another analogy to help you understand, because it seems like you're really struggling, this would be like around the advent of germ theory and like the standardization of like washing hands. You walking up into my chat and being like, you don't need to wash your hands. That's denying your biological reality, okay? We need to return to the real science of the 4 bodily humors, okay? If you have a fever, you need to be bled in order to bring your fever down. Like, that's, and you, like, come in and you say it very confidently, but that doesn't mean you're right. Like, the science is still on the side of, like, hand washing. You know, the science is still on the side of, like, trans people and gender-affirming care. Why do I care if someone's an Orthodox Jewish psychologist? Why can't you just say psychologist? Also, I find it very interesting that if you Googled the general terms that we've been discussing, if you just Google, like, studies about transgender people, like, if you go to Google right now, Zitai, Google studies about transgender people, 99.9 repeating percent are going to support gender-affirming care. What you're doing is called cherry picking. You're taking 2 people who agree with you while ignoring the vast field of medical and scientific data that we have that supports trans people. No, Super Jet Guy, they're talking about a psychologist that they have Jordan Peterson and then they have Miriam Grossman. I can't link in chat what I need to. You can whisper it to Ahmad. Ahmad has already told you that. Oh, she's basically like Wish.com Christina Hoff Sommers. Okay. That's really bizarre. My God. Let's see. What has Miriam Hoff Grossman contributed to the scientific body of literature? Miriam Hoff Grossman. If I Google Miriam Hoff Grossman's study, I don't get anything, so that's interesting. Let's see here. So what I'm getting out of this is less that she is actually an expert in her field and more that she's just a random psychiatrist who happens to agree with you. That's kind of what I'm finding here. Like there aren't any studies that I can find offhand that she has worked on. So I don't think that necessarily someone who isn't even doing the research on trans people should be someone that you are citing as like an expert on this. I don't have a verified account, so I can't link. Well, you might want to verify your account then. Oh, Zitai, what can I look up to find that study? Because I think I know which study you're talking about, but I want to make sure. How about you copy and paste the name of the study and I'll take a look at it? Because I'm always happy to look at the data because I want to know if I need to change my position. And so far, all of the data I've actually looked at backs up my position. Is it the Swedish study? Do 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 do. I'm looking it up. I heard it, but I don't know its name. Well, it's very weird that you just came into chat and were like, I don't actually know anything about what I'm talking about, but I'm going to talk about how I think you need to be expelled from society and shouldn't have civil rights. And then when I ask you why, like what is the foundation of your belief, you're like, well, these two people say that trans people are bad. And then when I ask like what is the actual data backing up what they believe, you're like, well, I don't actually know anything about the studies. Let's see. Transgenderism, a pathogenic meme on the public. Wow, that sounds legit. Let's see here. So when I look that up, I'm seeing that it is from not at all a study. Like this is, yeah, this isn't a study. I don't know exactly what you think this is. But this is actually not a study. And it's from, not only is it not a study, it's literally from like a conservative think tank. And it's also from 2015. So your bedrock for your ideology is a 15-year-old post from Public Discourse, the Journal of the Witherspoon Institute. And not only that, again, it's not a study. This is I don't need a study, sometimes good old-fashioned common sense. Well, see, this is interesting, right? This is interesting. Because you went from saying, the science is on my side, see, I have these two doctors on my side, and then when I ask you to produce evidence, you're like, well, here's a study, and then it's not a study, and it's from a conservative think tank that is just echoing what you already believe, and it's from, like, over a decade ago. And on studies aren't science. Studies are literally the process by which we do science. Science is that is in accordance with natural reality. Bro, you don't even know what science is. Do you know what, like, can you define what science is for me? What do you think science is, Zitai? This is incredible, dog. We've gone from Da Vinci brain to Da Vinci brain in the span of a heartbeat. My God. How about instead of getting bogged down in citations, you look at reality objectively instead of going to activists? Yeah, the way you do that is with science. And you literally can't even define what you think science is. So I'm going to let you know what science is. Science is the shorthanded phrase for the scientific method, i.e., the process by which we do studies and then we fact check each other between experts in their respective fields. In order to get published in an academic journal, you need to do a study, and then that study is peer-reviewed by other experts in your field for errors. And if they find errors, then you are rejected for publication. So it's a way for turning the entire like academic community into a gigantic fact-checking thing, machine, if you will, for studies that are done in accordance with the scientific method. Like, this is how we determine what is objective reality. Like, what the reality that we can agree on is determined by these studies. And you're over here being like, well, science is on my side. And then as soon as I, like, even probe that even slightly, you're like, well, science might not be on my side, but common sense is on my side. And also, science isn't actually the scientific method anymore. It's more of a vibe. It's just what I feel to be true. And, like, this is the issue. I found a PubMed article. Let me pull it up. Again, you're welcome to pull it up, but it's gotta be a study, bro. If it's just an opinion piece on Public Med, that's not a study. It's not peer-reviewed in the same way a study is. My God. You have strawmanned me? I have absolutely not strawmanned you. When I asked for data and you couldn't provide it, you said science is that which is in accordance with natural reality, which you interpret as common sense. And then you talk about, well, instead of getting bogged down in citations, i.e. citing data for our stances and opinions, you're just saying, well, anyone you would cite to back up your position is an activist anyway, so they're not a real expert, which is just not engaging with the data. It's sticking your head in the sand to continue to try and convince yourself you're correct. And I'm just here to tell you, you're not correct. And that isn't me strawmanning you. That's just me telling you the weakness of your position. The weakness of what you're trying to put forward here. And everyone else in chat can see it. It's not hard. Mental health care utilization of transgender youth before and after treatment. Sure. Let's take a look. Oh, look, an actual study. Neat. All right. Transgender and gender diverse adolescents experience increased mental health risk compared to cisgender peers. Limited research suggests improved outcomes following gender affirmation. This study examined mental health care and psychotropic medication utilization among transgender diverse youth compared to their siblings without gender-related diagnoses and explored utilization patterns following gender-affirming care. Wow! So this study, literally in the objective abstract, talks about the benefits of gender-affirming care, and this is your argument against that. Cool. Method. This retrospective cohort study used military healthcare data from 2010 to 2018 to identify mental health care diagnoses and visits and psychotropic medication prescriptions among transgender diverse youth who received care for gender dysphoria before age 18 and their siblings. Logistic and Poisson regression analyses compared mental health diagnoses, visits, and psychotropic prescriptions of transgender diverse youth, their siblings, and compared healthcare utilization pre and post initiation of gender-affirming pharmaceuticals among transgender diverse adolescents. Results: 3,754 transgender diverse adolescents and 6,603 cisgender siblings were included. Transgender diverse adolescents were more likely to have a mental health diagnosis, use more mental health care services, and be prescribed more psychotropic medications compared to siblings. The most pronounced increases in mental health care were for adjustment, anxiety, mood, personality, psychotic disorders, and suicidal ideation / attempted suicide. The most pronounced increase in psychotropic medication were in SNRIs, sleep medications, antipsychotics, and lithium. Among 963 transgender diverse youth using gender-affirming pharmaceuticals, mental health care did not significantly change, and psychotropic medications increased following gender-affirming pharmaceutical initiation. Older age was associated with decreased care and prescriptions. Conclusion: results support clinical mental health screening recommendations for transgender diverse youth. Further research is needed to elucidate the longer-term impact of medical affirmation on mental health, including family and social factors associated with the persistence and discontinuation of mental health care needs among transgender diverse youth. So what you are reading, when you read this study and you read this conclusion, you are looking at, I'm going to assume here, from your position, that essentially you are skipping right down here to the conclusion, which calls for further research to elucidate long-term impact of medical affirmation on mental health, and the persistence and discontinuation of mental health care needs among transgender diverse youth. So you're like looking at this and you're like, well, they still had mental health problems, and like, yeah. You can have more than one mental health problem. It turns out you can have an anxiety disorder and depression at the same time. You can have ADHD and also be trans at the same time. These are multiple things can be true at once. So what I just want to be clear, what this study is actually saying here is that essentially, when we're looking at this, it didn't solve all of their mental health care problems, because of course it doesn't. You know, like, being transgender is just part of it, but also transitioning during high school when there are people like you going around calling, children abominations, that's going to still make it really mentally difficult to transition. Like, the transition process is very difficult. And also you have to deal with the social stigma from people like you, Zatai, right? Like, you came in here and you're like, well, I think you're all abominations that are going to hell. And like, well, when you say that to children, it turns out their mental health care isn't going to be, their mental health isn't going to be great, because you're calling them abominations who are going to suffer for eternity. No study will make the mutilation and castration and sterilization of people by authority figures of delusion and likely autistic people moral. But here's the thing. Children aren't being castrated. If they go and get bottom surgery, they do it when they're adults. They do it when they're the same age, when where they can consent to open heart surgeries on their own. It turns out you can't just bring a child to the gender clinic and be like, I want this child's dick chopped off. That's not actually a thing. So Zatai, you're just incorrect. And, like, I've shown that with the sources you've provided. And your response to that is just, well, studies are dumb anyway, and science is just vibes, man. So, like, I just think you're gross. And that's fine. It's fine if you just think trans people are gross. But I just want to disabuse you of the notion, of the idea that you are at all aligned with, like, science. That you are at all aligned with what is correct. What you are aligned with is just bigotry. That's it. That's all you got in your corner. And frankly, like, the farther down we get in this rabbit hole, I think the clearer that becomes to everybody here. It always comes back to the same bullshit. It just comes back to people being like, well, trans people are gross. They make me feel weird. And, like, you just wasted, like, an hour of my time, you know? And part of me is just, like, I'm getting to a point with, like, conversations like this where it's not worth my time, you know? It's not worth it to address this. Because we've gone through this same old song and dance so many times with so many people exactly like you. Well, in GamerG, the thing is, I don't mind bashing my head against a brick wall of a chatter every now and then, but it has to have some kind of utility. And I don't think we get a whole lot of utility by engaging with, like, transphobes to this degree, you know? Who are, frankly, not interested in facts. They are literally so disinterested in facts and information that even if you, like, show how their own source backs up your position, they're just like, oh, whatever, man, I don't even care. I just hate you. like it's not worth bashing my head against that every time it comes up. But I think we'll just be more aware of that going forward, and we'll still do segments like this every now and then. But, like, I need someone who's actually going to challenge me on some of these points here. Like, it's crazy to me that you would link a study saying, like, well, see, it doesn't do anything for trans people, and then, like, the study is actually, like, gender affirming treatment is actually good for them, and we need to study more of the external factors to figure out how to get the best possible outcomes for trans kids going through these medical interventions. Like that's essentially what this study concluded, is like, yeah, providing gender affirming care works the vast majority of the time, and we need to do more studies to figure out how to make it work better. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy that you would, like, present this data and think that it's a gotcha against me when it literally foundationally agrees with my position. You know, Super Jet Guy, I might turn things around like that in the future when we get someone like that. You know? I just, like, it's wild to me also that, like, these are the people who come and call me, like, a delusional idiot, and then when they, like, you live in a fantasy land where the science doesn't back up your position, and then, like, they present evidence to show how the science doesn't back up your position, and it turns out that you can just look at their sources and it debunks their own position, and then they just end by saying, I don't even care anyway, you're the one in a delusion, not me. Like, no, it's very clearly you guys. Like, when you guys, like, come at me and you're like, you're ugly as shit, and I'm, like, posting hot as fuck selfies on Twitter, okay? You look like the weirdos. You are the ones alienating everyone. God. I love how that chatter too tried to, like, appeal to, like, Nietzsche, Jordan Peterson, Viktor fucking Frankl, and then, like, at the very base and bottom of it, like, he has absolutely nothing. He has absolutely nothing that backs up his position, and, like, ultimately is just like, I hate you based on vibes. My God. I could have done a little bit better on my makeup, but I think considering how sick I am, I look pretty okay. It was really weird that he started with Nietzsche and Viktor Frankl and ended up with God Hates You. I mean, the thing is, like, it's for chatters like that is an appeal to authority, because Nietzsche is a generally respected philosopher or philosophical figure, and, you know, Viktor Frankl is a well-respected for, you know, having written Man's Search for Meaning and, like, a number of other things, of course. But, like, again, it's the same shit with, like, Nazis when they make appeals to the idea of, like, the Roman Empire, you know? They just want the legitimacy that comes with associating themselves with, like, these older institutions, with more venerable and respectable figures. And so they do the same thing in conversation, in like, bigots do the same thing in conversations about trans people. You know, they want to make appeals to some kind of authority, and, like, they know instinctively that Jordan B. Peterson is not an actual authority figure on this. Like, he's a joke. And then you have, like, you know, who do you have left to appeal to as far as, like, a conservative intellectual these days on trans issues? You know, like, there's no one, which is why when I asked for a study, he, like, linked me to a like a opinion piece from a conservative think tank, you know? People who are paid to come up with justifications for anti-trans bigotry. Hey, Sterlight. So it's just it's just interesting, you know? It's just it's interesting to see these interactions play out time and time again. I absolutely despise Paul McHugh. I don't know that name. I was thinking about Googling it, and then I didn't. Is Paul McHugh, like... Yeah, he seems like an odd dude. Mostly it seems like he works for this institute and just, like, writes about trans people. That seems to be his whole deal. Oh, interesting. He has his own page on GLAAD. I'm sure it's about how well he supports gay and trans people, right? It may be an intrinsic problem of American psychiatry to fall into a craze or cult-like misdirection once a decade. Transgenderism seems to be this decade's version. Totally unbiased, this one. Co-authored a position paper for the discredited fringe anti-LGBTQ hate group American College of Pediatricians. Oh! Is he the guy in charge of the American College for Pediatricians? So, guys, there is a there are multiple groups when you look at, like, scientific organizations or, like, organizations of doctors in America. There's, like, the American College of Pediatrics, which is a legitimate organization for, you know, practicing pediatricians, right? And then there is the American College of Pediatricians, which is just a conservative hate group that masquerades as the American College of Pediatrics. It's yeah, basically, you know how they created, like, rape crisis centers or crisis centers across America to like trick people into thinking that they could get an abortion there. You know, it's like that. It's like that. It's the Academy, the American Academy of Pediatrics. The point being, they have very similar names deliberately to confuse you. Is that lawsuit worthy? I don't know if it is. It should be. Pregnancy crisis centers. Thank you, Sophie. And also KBS. Weird. What a weird rabbit hole. Oh god, that type of evil? Absolutely that type of evil. You know, like, which is the real name and which is the fake name? The American College of Pediatricians is the fake name. And then there's the American Academy of Pediatrics is the real one. Yeah, it's just there to confuse people and to be like something that dipshits like that guy who tried to link to the article this man wrote, to have like some of that perceived legitimacy, so they're not immediately outed as just a bigot. Such a slippery move. It really is, you know. But American conservatives are very slippery. Slimy, even. But yes, so again, if you're getting advice for how to like treat your children in like a medical emergency situation, make sure you're getting information from the American Academy of Pediatrics, not the American College of Pediatricians. So, yeah. Good job, chatter. You've now helped educate all of us on more trans stuff. We've answered more questions about trans people. We've built more trans community. And your bigotry is forever silenced in my domain. Congratulations. W's all around. The chatter was secretly woke. He was working for the woke agenda. He just didn't know it. Happy April Fools, everyone! Hey, Smelanie, how you doing? How you living? I feel so hot tonight. I'm gonna take another picture. Gay. Yeah, exactly, Paladin Lost. To really hammer home the difference between getting your advice from the American Academy of Pediatrics, that organization has 68,000 pediatricians that are members and contribute to like its collective understanding. And then the American College of Pediatricians, the fake organization, has 740. It's literally less than 1/68th the size. I just, like, man, dog, they are not sending their best. Is that latex? It is indeed. It's not, I need someone to help zip me into it, but, you know, I don't think you guys have a problem with an open back dress a little bit, you know? Yeah, 740 religious fundamentalists. But yeah, again, like trying to portray the American College of Pediatricians as if they are, well, the majority of pediatricians agree that you shouldn't be giving trans-affirming medical care to children. No. See, the American College of pediatricians agrees with me, but like that actually represents like a colossal minority. What is that? What is that even percentage? I'm gonna look up the exact percentage for you. Okay, so you have 68,740. Yes. Oh wait, dude, 740 divided by 68,000. There we go. That is God. That is 1.08%. 1.08 of 1.08% of pediatricians believe you shouldn't use gender-affirming care, folks. 99.0 something percent is, you know, they're all wrong, okay? Don't listen to the 99% of doctors. Don't listen to them. They're all lying to you. They're controlled by the woke mob, everybody. This is, by the way, this is what conservative transphobes want you to believe, while saying that they speak for science. You know, they think that they have the scientific consensus on their side. And then when you break down the actual number of practicing medical professionals that subscribe to their worldview, it's like 99% disagree with you. Like, because of course they do. Because your positions aren't backed up by science. It's just because trans people make you feel icky. The same way, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, your moms and dads were like, "Oh, that's so scandalous." Well, when they saw like two men kissing outside one time, like that's the reality, right? You just feel a little icky about it.
Spent Easter Invisibility Day away with family, no internet and still in the closet. Stuff like this stream cheers me up though. Thanks, Jack.
Aw, Spitsfire, thank you for gifting a tier 2 sub to Sterilite. That is incredibly kind of you. And I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. And also, I feel you. I had to be closeted around my family for holidays for like 5 years, and it was really, really, really hard. So just know you're not alone in that struggle, okay? I think all you need to do is attack how quickly they would abandon the thing they said and pivot to something else. The Jordan B. Peterson and Nietzsche shit probably lasted the longest. Science part was abandoned so quick. Yeah, it was abandoned so quick. They couldn't even be bothered to actually have looked at the science themselves. Also, hello, Witches Local. How you doing? Some people are trans, get over it. Exactly. Oh, right. We were going to watch a Ben Shapiro clip. Don't think I've forgotten about that. Don't think I forgot. Where is it? Where you at, Ben Shapiro? I had it all teed up and ready to go. There it is. Okay, folks, let's go. Benny Shakespeare, okay? Benny Shakesman. About to tell us about why Joe Biden acknowledging Trans Day of Visibility, something that is on March 31st every year and has been for the last several years that at least I'm aware of. And he's going to talk about how this is the greatest dereliction of Judeo-Christian values he's ever seen.
They celebrated a religion celebrated by so many across the country.
This is so loud. Why is it so loud?
The religion of deep, insane progressivism. So, of course, Sunday was Easter, the holiest day on the Christian calendar, and the Biden administration decided it was deeply necessary for them to put out a bunch of messaging over the weekend, including on Easter Sunday, about the Trans Day of Visibility. So, to explain what the hell the Trans Day of Visibility is, you have to understand that it's one of many, many, like dozens of holidays all around the world
Oh, so it's an extremely common type of holiday, you mean? One could say it's an extremely common type of holiday where like one could theoretically like throw a dart at a calendar and just randomly hit one of these. You'd have a statistically high likelihood of randomly hitting a day like today. But we're not going to connect that thought with the fact that Easter's on a different day every year. Correction, Trans Day of Visibility was celebrated on March 31st for the past 15 years. So it's been on March 31st for 15 years. And Easter, for, let's just say, conservatively, 1,000 years, has been celebrated within, like, this goofy month-long gap between March 22nd and April 25th. Because, again, Easter isn't determined by a date on the calendar. It's determined by the first Sunday after the full moon. The first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. So, if you're someone who's been outraged by the fact that Trans Day of Visibility coincided with that, I have bad news for you. It's going to happen again sometime. Because March 31st is between March 22nd and April 25th. Yeah. I don't... What are you trying to get at here? And my sneaking suspicion is here that Ben knows that Easter is on different days every year. He's just doing this for clout. He looks very tired even doing this, you know?
About the trans peoples, about people who are gender dysphoric or who believe that they are members of the opposite sex. This holiday was founded by a person named Rachel Crandall Crocker, a dude who believes that he is a woman, and a psychotherapist, because that's the way that these
So a psychologist who's also a trans woman. Yeah, notice by the way that like Ben Shapiro talks about like utility a lot when he has conversations about acknowledging like trans people, right? He talks a lot about like utility, I think. At least last I checked. I might have changed since last I popped my head into his thought process around that. But like, it's so funny to me because every time he tries to talk about trans folks, he has to like add like 3 more sentences to clarify that this is a trans woman instead of like he has to say like this is a man who identifies as a woman or pretends to be a woman. Like the bigotry makes him take more time to make his point. You could just say trans people. You could just use the terminology and still hate trans people. That is a possibility, Ben.
Psychotherapy industry now works. And this person says that he knew he was trans since the age of 8, and now the President of the United States pays homage to people like Rachel Crandall Crocker. Here is a clip of Rachel Crandall Crocker explaining his origin story here.
I tried to come out to my parents when I was 8 years old, okay? And that was in 1967. Let's just say it didn't go well.
Well, I mean, I can imagine it not going particularly well. Joe Biden then put out a statement on Transgender Day of Visibility, which again, I don't even know what that means, Day of Visibility, because if there's one thing we know about transgender people in modern...
Was the point of that clip... Was the point of that clip just to be like, she looks like that? Like, was that literally just to like highlight her appearance? Yeah, right, because there was nothing she said in that like Ben even objected to. It was just like, oh, she's almost 70 years old. like she's 65 years old, Ben. Like what are you trying to make fun of her for like not keeping it tight? Like what? Like the baffling thing about transphobia like this seems to be that like they want to be like, look at this disgusting person, but it's done through like the framing of, look at this person that you don't want to have sex with. And it's like, yeah, but that's most people who are 65 and older, you know, like I don't want to have sex with a 65-year-old, generally speaking. Also, there's really only like one or two like old folks who I find exceedingly attractive. And I'm gonna crowbar this in because it's just incredible to me. I want you guys to tell me, okay? I want you guys to tell me real quick. Real fucking quick. All right? Oh, come on. I need a high-res version. There we go. How old do you think this man is? How old do you think this man is? This is Ernie Hudson from Ghostbusters. How old do you think he is? Is that a picture of right now? Yes. $70, 70, 60, 58. He's 78 years old. He's almost 79. He's 1 year away from turning 80 years old, guys. He literally looks the same as he did like 30 years ago. It's crazy. This man is almost 80, dog. So like, but like we have to recognize this is an outlier, okay? This is an outlier. Most people when they hit like their mid 60s, early 70s, you know, late 70s, you're totally fucking with us. I am absolutely not fucking with you. This is here's a picture of him doing his press tour for Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. This is literally what he looks like right now. That movie came out like a couple weeks ago. You know what? This is a good example. This is a good juxtaposition here, okay? How old do you think this man is? How old do you think this man is? '80s? '82? 83, 82. He's 73 years old. He's 5 years younger than this man. So I really want to emphasize here that like, yeah, it's kind of anomalous to be like a really attractive 60-year-old, let alone a really attractive 70-year-old. Bill Murray looks like he's gotten hit by like a truck every day for the last 3 years, you know? Like, yeah, it turns out people age differently, and sometimes when you're 65, you know, you don't look so hot. And like, that's okay. You still deserve love, respect, admiration, etc. But what Ben Shapiro is doing here is like, oh, she makes you feel gross, doesn't she? Doesn't it validate my opinion that I'm talking in mean terms about this person you find gross? Like, again, Ben Shapiro operates on vibes. Bigotry operates on vibes.
Modern America, people who believe they're members of the opposite sex, they don't get enough attention. They need more attention. We need to have an entire day of visibility, as opposed to, you know, like just seeing people around you. There's a day of visibility. So,
yeah, because they're Ben. I don't know if you know this, but some groups of people are very large, and so people encounter like members of that group on a day-to-day basis. You know, and then there are some groups of people that are very small, and people don't encounter them on a day-to-day basis. And so there are different holidays to kind of highlight different figures from small communities to show, like, this is what this community has to offer to the world. You know, like, educate people on what that group is all about. You know, like, I think it's really cool that there are, like, days for, like, different marginalized groups, and then I get to learn more about them. But that requires an interest in actually learning about these groups, which, again, Ben Shapiro doesn't have. He's just operating on a, well, these people make me feel icky.
The President of the United States put out a statement, quote, "Today we send a message to all transgender Americans. You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. You belong. You are America. And my entire administration and I have your back." Did you know that transgender people are America? Like, the definition of America, when the founders were putting together the Constitution of the United States, they said to themselves, what will America be? Will this be a constitutional republic of limited government and guaranteed liberties? Or maybe America is a dude wearing a dress believing that he's a lady. Maybe it's that. According to Joe Biden, it's that. Like John Adams and Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, because no one referred to colonial America as a melting pot. No one... No one's ever talked about that in the context of colonial America. No, sir. They were just so totally totally on board with it, with the idea of no melting pot at all. By the way, in case you're wondering, like, why are you talking about colonial America, Jack? Maybe the phrase was coined, you know, after the founding, sometime after the founding of America, and technically that's true, kind of, in that we have documented evidence that the phrase and referring to America as a melting pot originates in, like, the 1770s and 1780s. So it literally has been used and was thought about during the Revolutionary War and the formation of America. The idea of America being a place where disparate peoples come together and band together and, like, share and exchange culture has literally been baked into the concept of our country from the beginning. Granted, in, like, the most racist ways imaginable, but that concept was still there, okay? God. Also, by the way, it then became catapulted into the general zeitgeist in the early 1900s due to a Broadway play called The Melting Pot, written by a man named Israel Zangwill in 1904, about a Russian Jewish refugee immigrating to the United States to escape ethnic cleansing in Russia. So, I don't know, Ben. Do you really want to take away the concept of America as a melting pot of different and disparate people who have something to offer the greater whole, just to spite trans people? Do you want to take away the hard work and dedication of a Russian Jewish refugee? I know I don't. That's a pretty easy question for me to answer, but I guess Ben Shapiro needs to think about it a little bit. Anyway, let's keep going.
And Alexander Hamilton, they were all sitting around really working up the courage to explain that America was about the dudes who think they're ladies and vice versa. Joe Biden continues, "Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility. I call upon all Americans to join us in lifting up the lives and voices of transgender people throughout our nation and to work toward eliminating violence and discrimination based on gender identity." Gender identity is, of course, the nonsense notion that you can identify as something other than what you are. This is the best part. In witness whereof, I have heretofore set my hand this 29th day of March in the year of our Lord, 2024, and of independence of the United States of America,
Oh my God, he said the year of our Lord while disrespecting Jesus. Oh my God, dude.
248th.
Thank you very
much. So my favorite
Doc.
part of this is where Joe Biden mentions the year of our Lord. That would be Jesus, right? Because
the year of our Lord is a common phrase. It's a very common phrase.
Witty joke goes here, BWA.
Very nice, Doc. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yesterday was fun. I got to watch all these people being butthurt over Easter falling on Trans Day of Visibility. Mark rides it. The thing is, I thought it was very funny yesterday, but what's blowing me away is the fact that that these conservative outlets are doubling down on it a day later. Like, I thought, oh, this is just going to be a thing that they do on social media for, like, clout on Easter. But no, they're actually going ahead and making these, like, think pieces about how, like, actually this is incredibly disrespectful to Christianity because how could two holidays happen on the same day? I don't understand.
because we all keep the Christian calendar. I like that part where he mentions the year of our Lord on Easter, which again is the holiest day in the Christian calendar, to celebrate Transgender Day of Visibility. The president also put up a bunch of tweets along these lines to celebrate. It's a very important time. Quote, on Transgender Day of Visibility, we celebrate the joy, strength, and absolute courage of some of the bravest people I know. People so brave that if you say that they are actually a member of their own biological sex, then apparently an outsized number they kill themselves. This is the actual case that the left is constantly making when it comes to gender dysphoria, is that we all have to pretend along or people will kill themselves, and Joe Biden calls this joy, strength, and absolute courage and bravery. Again, as I've said over the years, when it comes to the pantheon of American bravery, it goes like transgender people saying that they are members of the opposite sex. They're like all the way up here. And then running a distant second is 18-year-old boys charging the beaches of Normandy on behalf of the Allies.
You know what's really great about Ben Shapiro making this argument? You know what's really great about it? Is that Ben Shapiro, by making this argument, shits on trans people. You know, because in his mind, in the situation he's putting forward here, it is literally, you can't have any overlap. You know, you're either trans or you're a member of the military, and there's no in between. But in reality, trans people are, out of all of the demographics, something like 60% of trans people like go and join the military. Like, demographically, percentage-wise, trans people disproportionately join the military, you know? Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, here we go. In total, 20% of trans people surveyed reported some type of military service. In the past, before the trans ban, before the ban on transgender people in the military, that number was at like 47%. Like, it was crazy. Oh, wait, maybe I'm quoting the wrong statistic from this? Yeah. Around 20% have served in the military, 18%. I'm looking at some other numbers over here that say around 20%. 15% were veterans, nearly 2 times the rate of the U.S. population. And this is after a ban on trans people in the armed services. So, like, Just this is from the, by the way, the U.S. Trans Survey. So, one, there are absolutely trans people in the military right now. And if you're saying, but Jack, how do you know that trans people might have stormed the beaches of Normandy? Let's see here. Let me take a look at this. Yeah. So one of the most famous GIs of World War II, one of the most famous, veterans of World War II, is a woman named Christina Jorgensen, who was literally one of the first openly trans people in the United States, and also, like, was supported at the time by the press, and also, I need to say this again, a veteran of World War II. Like, that's just one person. How many people served in World War II? How many Americans served in World War II? 16.1 million Americans, all right? Percentage of trans people in the US. Let's see here. Let's take a quick gander. I'll take about 5% of young adults in the US are transgender or gender nonconforming. So let's just use that percentage, okay? How many people roughly? If we just apply that same thought process, 16 million Americans times 0.05. Oh, wow. So you mean almost 800,000 of the people who, fought in World War II might have been trans? That's crazy. 805,000 might have been trans? Crazy, dog. It's almost like if we had had the technology at the time and we had more knowledge and, if the Nazis hadn't burned the research at the Institute for Sexology in Berlin, maybe more people would have sought out that type of medical intervention. But instead, it took us a long time to recover from the loss of that information. Cool stuff. Anyway, Ben Shapiro, what were you just saying, Ben? You were busy shitting on veterans? Because again, trans people are one of the most disproportionate demographics likely to serve in the U.S. military. Oh, right, sorry. General U.S. population in the military. Let's see. Oh. So just to give you guys a little bit of a reference. Remember when I said around 18 to 20% of trans people serve in the military? Remember when I told you that? Now, what would you guys guess the general percentage of, people who serve in the military? Of, the general population of America, what percentage have served in the military? Well, throw out a few numbers. 10%? 1%? 10%? 20% since you said served, maybe 10 to 15%. So currently, by current population, around 0.04% of Americans serve in the U.S. military, like right now as we speak. In terms of who have served at some point during during their lifetime, that number goes up to 7%. 7% of living Americans have served in the U.S. military in some capacity. Are we counting retired veterans? The 7% number counts retired veterans. So, just as an FYI, when we look at trans people, 20% of trans people have served in the U.S. military. 7% of general Americans have served in the U.S. military. Like, the rate of service among trans people, and again, this is me using data from after trans people were already banned from the military, because it used to be higher. Trans Americans literally serve at 3 times the rate of non-trans Americans. So, when Ben Shapiro shits on trans people and tries to make a link to the U.S. military, I find it very rich. I find it interesting, because it's actually a way for him to express his disdain for the armed forces.
I mean, they really shouldn't even be in the same category. I mean, we know where the real bravery is. Joe Biden says today, we show millions of...
We know where the real bravery is. Anyway, fuck this group of people who's statistically 3 times more likely to serve in our military.
Transgender and non-binary Americans, not just transgender people who identify as no gender or between the genders, that we see them, they belong, they should be treated with dignity and respect. And then big pink...
But wait, that's true, though. Like, I love that Ben Shapiro has to pretend to be mad about this. It's crazy. It's crazy, dog. The president of the United States calling for a group of people to be treated with dignity and respect, and Ben Shapiro has to dedicate 15 minutes of his life to pretending to be angry about the president urging people to, like, be nice to trans folks.
That we see them, they belong, they should be treated with dignity and respect. And then big pink and blue graphic, trans rights are human rights. This was put out on Easter morning at 11 a.m.
Okay, but that's true, though. Trans rights are human rights.
We should note at this point that this is, in fact, the religion of the Biden administration. Not just that. He put out another tweet at 2 p.m. just to make sure...
For the record, Joe Biden's a Catholic. So, Ben Shapiro, this is like people... this is kind of the equivalent, right? When he says, oh, this is the religion of the Biden administration. Transgenderism is the religion of the Biden administration. This is essentially the same thing, just as an FYI, and I don't agree with this. But as people saying Ben is a fake Jew. That's... To me, this is effectively the same, because he's saying Joe Biden's a fake Christian because his real religion is supporting trans people. And I got bad news for Ben. The majority of people in America like trans people. The majority of people in America don't have a problem with trans people. The majority of people in America are alienated by Ben Shapiro's anti-trans bigotry. It doesn't poll well. Republican politicians are losing on this issue. And Ben Shapiro really has no move other than to double down on this bigotry and hatred, It's wild. I know, right? I spent a few years pretending to be mad about this kind of stuff, and I wasn't even paid for it, and took a real toll on my mental health. Ben's twilight years are going to be rough for him. Yeah, no kidding. Arachnoid, get good sleep, get good rest, okay? Thanks for joining us today.
Sure that you got it, right? They put out one at 11 on Easter. Then at 2 p.m. on Easter, again, on Easter, the Holy...
Yep. I don't know if Ben Shapiro knows this, but communications personnel for the White House work there 24/7. There's literally not a time during any point that the communications folks for the president aren't working. Okay? They have people covering his comms every second of the day.
Holiest day in the Christian... I'm not going to say this... Yeah, enough. This is the holiest day in the Christian calendar. I'm just going to point out that the perspective of the Biden administration when it comes to holy days on the calendar goes something like this. You're not allowed to kill terrorists during Ramadan, because if you do, it'll offend Muslims, but you are...
But by the way, just as an FYI, in case you're wondering, like, are they so mad about this because Joe Biden didn't say Happy Easter? No, nope. He literally put out a statement saying, "Jill and I send our warmest wishes to Christians around the world celebrating Easter Sunday. Easter reminds us of the power of hope and the promise of Christ's resurrection. As we gather with loved ones, we remember Jesus' sacrifice. We pray for one another and cherish the blessing of the dawn of new possibilities. And with wars and conflict taking a toll on innocent lives around the world, we renew our commitment to work for peace, security, and dignity for all people. From our family to yours, Happy Easter and may God bless you." But I guess that's a fake statement. Even though it directly references the president's family being Christian. I guess, again, this is, to me, this comes across to me as like the equivalent of saying Ben Shapiro's yarmulke is fake, okay? Like he's been putting on an act the entire time. Which I don't believe, by the way, but this is the equivalent of what Ben Shapiro is doing here.
Certainly allowed to pay homage to the completely specious, false, and irreligious notion that men can be women on Easter. That's how different religions are treated by this.
By the way, again, Ben Shapiro's Jewish. He doesn't give a fuck about Easter. Like that's one of the weirdest parts undergirding this entire segment, is that Ben Shapiro is Jewish and thinks that Jesus is a lie. You know, like, if Ben Shapiro thought Jesus was real and acknowledged, like, the Christian narrative, he would be a Christian. He wouldn't be Jewish. You know, like, well, yeah, exactly, public loser. It's because he's trapped by his audience that he is built up by, you know, his focus on Judeo-Christian values. But the thing is, he's not actually mad about this. There are Messianic Jews, but Ben Shapiro is not a Messianic Jew, as far as I know. Ben Shapiro is more of like from the PragerU school of like Jewish ideology, which is that it kind of attributes commonality between Christianity and Jews by creating the new phrase Judeo-Christian values. So, like, typically that's how, like, Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro navigate around this to reach a wider audience. They talk about Judeo-Christian values. So, yeah. A tier pause face? Yeah.
White House. So President Biden puts out a tweet, quote, "Today, on Transgender Day of Visibility, I have a simple message to all trans Americans. I see you," which is not creepy. That's apparently uplifting. "You are made in the image of God, and you're worthy of respect and dignity." Okay, every person is made in the image of God.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the point. That's the point of his message, Ben. The point of his message is that trans people are made in the image of God, just like everybody else, and deserve respect. That is the. We don't even have to.
Also, they are made in the image of God.
We don't have to, like, this isn't like a deep read, okay? This isn't a deep, you know, dive into like a really dense text here. He's literally saying you're made in the image of God and you're worthy of respect and dignity. Like, this isn't difficult stuff. The idea that Joe Biden is communicating here is that, you know, everyone is created equally and everyone deserves love and respect and dignity. And, like, Ben Shapiro has to pretend to be angry about that because he doesn't want trans people to be equal. That's kind of the thing, right? He doesn't believe trans people deserve equality or you know, love or dignity or respect. He thinks they deserve obliteration. That is his official stance, as far as I'm aware.
God, and you're worthy of respect and dignity. Okay, every person is made in the image of God. Also, they are made male and female. It's literally in the same verse in Genesis. My favorite part when Joe Biden says things like,
oh, can we read that verse? Can we read that verse? Can we read it? Can we read it real quick? So again, we got this verse here. So God created man in his own image. He created in the image of God. He created him, male and female. He created them. So like, again, male and female. He created them. That doesn't preclude the existence of trans people. You know, it turns out, and I don't know if Ben Shapiro knows this. Okay, this is some next level stuff here. When human beings are born, you know, when human beings are created, for lack of a better word, when they are born into this world, we're born into the world as babies. And it turns out, as we become not babies, as we grow up into children and then into adults, we undergo changes in our bodies. And sometimes those changes turn us into more feminine or more masculine people, and that's okay. You know, the idea that they're, you know, you're only one or the other, you know, is really weird, because it's not a commandment, you know. In the context of this verse, it's not a commandment. God isn't commanding you to be male and female. God is simply creating something that then has free will to go on and like modify itself if it sees fit, you know? The same way like we have like knee replacement surgery, and like, you know, we weirdly enough, Ben Shapiro doesn't seem to have a big problem with modifying the human body with titanium alloy knee. But as soon as it becomes like, oh, taking hormones that do like natural bodily processes in your own body, well, that's a step too far, because God doesn't want you having those naturally occurring hormones in your body. Because he created you this way, and he intended you to be that way forever. But if that is the case, Ben Shapiro, then I really want you to answer one thing for me. If God created you just as you are supposed to be, then why are we not babies forever? Why do we turn into these adults? Why are we going through these biological processes? It's almost like we're, by the very nature of being born into a linear timeline, we change over time, Ben. God. We change over time, and not only do we change over time, literally the Bible talks about like people who have been shifted along the gender spectrum. Like the Bible has verses talking about eunuchs. The Bible has verses about these like gender non-conforming individuals throughout all of this religious history. And like, weirdly enough, they never talk about that. They never talk about that. That's so weird. Eve also came from the rib of Adam. Isn't that somewhat gender bending? Does that show God is cool with people doing different things? Monica G, that's actually a really good point. Eve was the original trans woman. It's true. You know, she transitioned from male to female, right? You know, if you really think about it, you know, she started as a male rib. You know, we hear transphobes all the time talking about bone structure and you know, the gendered nature of bones. So we know that, of course, you hold your gender in your bones, and then God transed the bone into a woman. So, you know, that's a really good point, Monica G. I'm taking that. I'm using that for the rest of my life. Eve, the original trans woman. It's true. Ben Shapiro, why are you ignoring scripture?
You're made in the image of God. The final part of that verse is male and female he made.
Oh, Jesus is a trans man. He's a parthenogenetic clone of Mary, so he would have XX chromosomes. Interesting stuff. Jesus was a trans man, canonically, and Eve was a trans woman, canonically. Very interesting. You know, religious folks never talk about this.
Made them. Literally the same verse. Just read to the end of the sentence, my dude.
Just real quick. Oh my God, why? I just Google it. God. Google is becoming like practically unusable. I'm highlighting a piece of text, and instead of letting me just like copy it, it doesn't even have that option when I right click. That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. I just want to copy the actual like verse to look up. But no, that's their, because they generate it. It's their property, I guess. There we go. So the verse that he's quoting is from Genesis 2:27, I believe. But oddly enough, Ben Shapiro is ignoring this quote from Genesis 2:22. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man, and he brought her to the man. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Canonical trans woman.
In any case, the religion of this administration obviously is not Christianity or even some sort of broader secular version of Christian values. It is, in fact, just wild progressivism.
We'll get to more on this in just a moment. First, the
Oh yeah, he's got to sell gold.
cost of living has already increased 17%
Is it gold?
this year. It continues to rise
Is
despite
it gold?
interest rate controls as our national debt
Please.
continues to skyrocket.
I'm betting it's gold. I need to know if it's gold or not.
You need to be confident in the financial services companies you work with, especially regarding your future and your money. Birch Gold.
Yeah, he's selling gold. What a silly little goose. All right.
That. The only symbols we will allow here are like the Pride Progress flag flying from the giant rotunda of the White House. The art contest is part of the White House's Easter traditions, which include the annual Easter egg roll. The flyer for the contest states that an Easter egg design submission, quote, must not include any questionable content, religious symbols, overtly religious themes, or partisan political statements. So just going to point out that I assume that if you put trans flag colors on the Easter egg, totally fine. That is.
I love, by the way, that Ben Shapiro opened up this entire segment by talking about how like sacrilegious Joe Biden is being, and then like proceeds to go into talking about how like the White House was holding events for Easter. And I just have to say, Ben, Easter, like the whole thing with like eggs and giant bunnies for Easter, that's literally a pagan tradition. Easter, the term Easter itself comes from pagan holidays. like you're not, like, it's really weird to like be trying to defend the sanctity of Christian values and like the sanctity of Easter, and then immediately roll right into talking about how you know, the awfulness of not being able to I don't know, like do political symbols on Easter eggs. An event that isn't even like a thing. Like there's no biblical support for like doing Easter egg hunts or like giant rabbits. That's not a thing in the Bible. Why are you adding all of this extra stuff in there, Ben? Well, German cow JJ, it's actually because there are only two types of genders. There's cisgender and then there's political. You know, it's the two things. Also, Tubian, thank you for the $5 super chat. Transphobes. There are only male and female bones. The internet. I have such sites to show you. Yeah, by the way, the entire idea of like gendered bone structure is ridiculous, but we're not getting into that right now.
It's not a partisan political statement. It is not a piece of questionable content or religious symbol. You just have to make sure that everything is
Wait, rabbits are unclean? Are rabbits unclean in the Old Testament? Is that true? Huh. I did not know that.
On the up and up with the secular left. That is the religion of this White House. By the way, this isn't just the White House. Kathy Hochul decided over the weekend that it was very important to light up buildings in New York in the trans colors. According to Colin Rugg, New York Governor Kathy Hochul has ordered that New York...
Oh, okay, but also... Can I just, yeah, here we go. Here, we'll see what Ben Shapiro is going to show. Then I'm going to show you something.
New York landmarks be lit up in transgender flag colors on Easter Sunday.
Oh, no.
She issued a proclamation declaring March 31st, 2024, Transgender Day of Visibility. The landmarks that are now apparently...
Oh, no. They're declaring a holiday that's been in existence for 15 years already. Oh, no.
Transed are Niagara Falls, One World Trade Center, Empire State Plaza, Kosciuszko, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, Kosciuszko Bridge?
Yes, because Ben Shapiro has very strong feelings about that bridge, you see. He can't pronounce the name, folks, but he has very strong feelings about it, okay?
The State Education Building and more. Governor Kathy Hochul today issued a proclamation declaring it Trans Day of Visibility. It's very important that everyone across the land know that men who believe that they are women are in fact women.
You know, it's also very rich to hear Ben Shapiro get, fake upset about this. Like it's some kind of, like, awful act of like, ruining all of these national landmarks by transing them with colors. But meanwhile, like, a couple weeks ago, they literally lit up the Empire State Building for, like, Star Wars. This is the Star Wars Empire State Building takeover. Oh, okay, but first of all, I just want to say, one, this is kind of cool, and two, also, it's while I do think it's kind of cool, do you think maybe portraying the United States Empire State Building as the Empire from Star Wars is sending a bit of a mixed message here? I'm just saying I wouldn't personally approve of that association for an iconic building in my city, but you know, some people just love Star Wars and don't really bother spending the time to really unpack what you might possibly be communicating. Oh shit, this is gonna immediately get demonetized. Okay. There we go. I forgot. But yeah, they projected like Star Wars onto the Empire State Building. You know, full on like Empire members of the Empire, Darth Vader. God. Weirdly, though, Ben Shapiro doesn't get super upset about this. Doesn't get super upset about, you know, the United States literally being portrayed as the genocidal, planet-destroying empire. Yes, the Empire State Building. Anyway, tell us more about how you really care about this, Ben Shapiro.
And Kathy Hochul will make you see that at the top of the Empire State Building on Easter Day. So, President
This is from the Empire State Building's official account, by the way. Fenry, thank you for the $10 dono.
Someone told this joke on Demon Mama's stream, and I thought it was funny. Sima, pass it on. What do you call a group of trans people? I dev team. Happy Trans Day of Visibility.
Oh.
White people happy. Trans.
Fenry, that is so true. And thank you for the $10 dono. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. God, just demonetizing me right and left here. They literally had Darth Vader show up to take over the Empire State Building. I cannot stress enough that they literally had Darth Vader and stormtroopers take over the Empire State Building in real life.
Bringing the Star Wars Empire to the Empire State Building.
Who thought this was a good idea? Who thought this? I mean, it's cool. I like it, but like this should be in a museum. Man, an opportunity to sell you all the Funko Pops and Legos you could possibly imagine, I guess. What do I call my trans GF, my editor? All right. Anyway, yeah. Hayden Christensen showed up to like flip the switch and like make it Star Warsy. You get the idea.
President Trump then put out a statement. And the statement was from Carolyn Leavitt, his national press secretary. It said, "It is appalling and insulting that Joe Biden's White House prohibited children from submitting religious egg designs for their Easter art event and formally proclaimed Easter Sunday as Trans Day of Visibility. Sadly, these are just two more examples of the Biden administration's years-long assault on the Christian faith. We call on Joe Biden's failing campaign and White House to issue an apology to the millions of Catholics and Christians across America who believe tomorrow is for one celebration only, the resurrection of Jesus Christ." Now, again, the Trump statement is correct. That is obviously what the Biden administration is doing. Now, there are a lot of people out there saying, well, this is it's a made-up problem, because after all, it's...
By the way, just to really hammer home how, like, hysterical Ben Shapiro is being right here, here's Joe Biden 2 years ago on Trans Day of Visibility.
To everyone celebrating Transgender Day of Visibility, I want you to know that your president sees you. Jill, Kamala, Doug, our entire administration sees you for who you are, made in the image of God and deserving of dignity, respect, and support. But we know it's hard when there are those out there who don't see you and don't respect you. For example, the onslaught of anti-transgender state laws attacking you and your families is simply wrong. This administration is standing up for you against all these hateful bills, and we're committed to advancing transgender equality in the classroom, on the playing field, at work, in our military, in our housing and healthcare systems, everywhere, simply everywhere. Today, we're announcing even more steps, but there's always more work to do to end the epidemic of violence against transgender women of color and girls of color, to ensure transgender seniors can age with dignity, and to finally pass a bipartisan Equality Act, to help transgender persons around the world live free from discrimination and violence. Above all, to be there with you. To parents of transgender children, affirming your child's identity is one of the most powerful things you can do to keep them safe and healthy. To any transgender American who's struggling, please know that you're not alone. To parents and children alike, please ask for help and know this: you're so brave, you belong, and we have your back. God bless you all. Be brave.
I'm muted. Sorry, I had to cough. Yeah, I just showed that because I wanted to make sure that, like, you guys understand Joe Biden wasn't, like, driving the car and then, like, went out of his way to, like, sideswipe Easter with, like, trans acceptance and acknowledgement, you know? Like, that's not what happened here. Also, as an FYI,
March 30.
Oh God, I would rate his suit The fabric of his suit looked kind of cheap. The fit looked pretty good. So I don't know, it looked like a pretty well-tailored suit, but like kind of a not very dapper suit. Let me put it that way, okay? Just functional, but not great. Again, it's really hard to get suits that are well fitted, but also like he could do better as the president. Dat Lydia, thank you. My makeup is aging a little bit here as the night wears on, but we have been going for almost 10 hours. And welcome, Raiders, my dude, welcome in. We Stream actually managed to overcome my April Fool's challenge, and now Lily loves stuff. I was rescued. They rescued me from the chair takeover of Stream, but I think next year I want to put more thought into something like that, and like gamify it a bit more. I think that could be fun. Like having some kind of ARG woven into April Fool's Day would be a really fun time, I think. Wait, was the challenge 100 subs? It was indeed 100 subs, and you guys managed to do it, which is crazy. You rescued me from the abyss! Actually at 110. Goddamn chat. I know, right? I'm proud of them. I literally did not think you guys would make it. So that's why it took me so long to get ready after you guys hit the goal. And in the future, I will do an even more improved version of this outfit because I currently don't have my accessories locked in for this one. So you're actually getting... You're not even seeing me at my full power, okay? You did cut the sub goal in half, Paladin. That you did like up and haul this stream towards that 100 sub goal. Is it like a nurse outfit? No, it's just like a dress. Like... But like I have like a red belt with like a really nice like steel like hoop on it. Cataclysm.
A fake trans people exist and God doesn't _Sue _.
It's true. See, also that's one of the, I found that is one of the best comebacks when people are like, but God hates trans people, but I'm like I don't. Okay, but why should I care about that? like I don't subscribe to your belief or your ideology, so why should I care? It does seem to be like a pretty good checkmate a lot of the time. Yeah, and Paladin, again, I want to like reinforce like narrative beats and like I want to like write out a story and like an ARG type situation for the next one of those that we do. I think I could make it really fun and maybe even like creepy fun. I don't know. Okay, let's finish this.
31st every year. Let me ask you, if March 31st, if Trans Day of Visibility were to fall on, say, Juneteenth by some sort of random coincidence, do you think that the White House would put both of those messages out at the same time?
Yeah.
Like which particular religious messages?
They do it all the time, Ben. Let me just look up something. Let's see. I'm looking at videos. That's why it's getting me not the results I want. I don't know why I'm bothering to look this up, but they absolutely acknowledge multiple holidays at the same time, you know? That absolutely happens. Yeah, the White House acknowledged Ramadan and Easter. Oh, the horror. It's all collapsing.
Does the White House mirror? So the White House responded to these complaints, suggesting that this is all just about anti-trans rhetoric. It's not about defacing Easter with a bunch of blasphemous nonsense.
Again, Ben, you don't care about Easter being blasphemed. Ben, you're Jewish. You literally don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God, which is, in Christian circles, considered a blasphemy. Like, if you were to say that you were a Christian and you didn't believe that Jesus was like the Son of God, that would be considered a blasphemy. So, like, when you're talking about Joe Biden blaspheming against Easter, it's a double-edged sword, bud.
That happens to be anti-science also. The White House then suggested that Republicans are nasty. So White House spokesperson Andrew Bates said, quote, as a Christian who celebrates Easter with family, President Biden, first of all, whenever Joe Biden whips out his Christianity to use as a club, right after. So,
by the way, just as an FYI, it's so funny to me that, like, conservatives flock to Donald Trump, a man who epitomizes the idea of praying in front of the entire church. It's so bizarre, you know? Like, for those of you who don't know, in fundamentalist Christianity, one of, like, the primary things about, like, being faithful to, like, Christianity and Christian, like, fundamental ideals, one of them is not praying in front of people. You know, it's to be subtle about your praying, to pray in private instead of to pray publicly and receive the adulation of, like, seeming more righteous. Because the Bible, again, is, like, valuing your inner spirituality and relationship with God over, like, what other people think of you, right? But, like, it's so funny. Donald Trump literally does that all the time. He literally epitomizes the idea of praying in front of others to get that public adulation every single time he steps into a religious institution, okay? And also, Joe Biden is just kind of quietly Catholic, you know? He doesn't make a big issue about himself being Catholic. He's just quietly being Catholic, which is honestly the most faithful version of what you're supposed to do in Christianity. Yeah, Jesus literally told a parable about it. That's how core it was.
Supporting taxpayer-funded abortion, transing of the children, and same-sex marriage. It's a little odd. It's a little strange. As a Christian who...
But by the way, it's not odd or strange because there are plenty of Christians. In fact, I would argue the majority of Christians support trans people. Again, this is the other aspect about this entire conversation, and I know I've kept pausing this over and over and over again, but this is the other aspect of this that is deeply weird and funny to me, which is that, like, Ben Shapiro, when he's talking about, like, the president calling for respect and dignity for, like, trans people, is aligned with the vast majority of Christians. When Ben Shapiro here is faking and feigning his outrage about this, it is going to one of the smallest minority of Christians. And it's really ridiculous. Like, most Christians believe that you should treat trans people with love and respect. Most Christians accept and love their gay and trans, like, sons, daughters, you know, father-in-laws, whatever, you know? That's most people. Like, Ben Shapiro here is just showing how out of touch he is.
celebrates Easter with family. President Biden stands for bringing
Is Ben out to become the Pope of all Christians? Yeah, kind of.
people together and upholding the dignity and freedoms of every American. Sadly, it's unsurprising politicians are seeking to divide and weaken our country with cruel, hateful, dishonest rhetoric. President Biden will never abuse his faith for political purposes or for profit. He literally abuses his faith for political purposes pretty much every time he cites his Catholicism in defense of his pro-abortion positions.
Again, it is extremely rich for Ben Shapiro to get on a high horse about this. When this video clip exists and went viral recently. Can I find the clip here? I need it so badly. I need the Trump Bible clip. If you guys know what I'm talking about, I need it so badly. No, it's not. It's not this MSNBC. Come on. Is it?
Former President Donald Trump is urging his support.
Maybe I just. Oh wait, I know. Truth Social. Yeah. There we go. Let's find this original video. I'm sure it's on here. Do. Come on. Truth Social is such a cesspit. My God. He's just absolutely posting like crazy. There's no hope for man. There's no hope for him. I think I sent it on Discord. It might not be the one. Yeah, I want just like the actual clip. There are plenty of like news pieces with clips. But I actually want...
Welcome back, America. Budget.
No, it's not this. God, it was from a couple days ago. I might be scrolling for a while here, but I think it'll be worth it. I did not have this teed up for today. Beep boop. Come on. Is it this one? No. Crooked Joe. Look at that. It's Crooked Joe, everybody. Crooked Joe. Using his position to profit himself. Crooked Joe. Crooked Joe, they say. They call him Crooked Joe. Is it new? It's relatively new. It's from like a couple days ago. I was going to cover it on the show, and then just never got around to it. Come on. Where you at? I just want Bible selling.
For the best of Twitter, the best of Facebook.
We have a lot going on now.
Okay, we got a lot going on. Is it? No, it can't be this one, right? No. There it is. There it is. We found it, everybody.
I'm proud to be partnering with my very good friend Lee Greenwood.
Yeah, no one, by the way, no one would use their religious belief to profit themselves in this current election.
Who doesn't love his song, God Bless the USA, in connection with promoting the God Bless the USA Bible. This Bible is the King James Version and also includes our Founding Father documents, yes, the Constitution, which I'm fighting for every single day, very hard, to keep Americans protected. Also, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance are all part of this. God Bless the USA Bible, and it's just very important and very important to me. I want to have a lot of people have it. You have to have it for your heart, for your soul. Many of you have never read them and don't know the liberties and rights you have as Americans and how you are being threatened to lose those rights. It's happening all the time. It's a very sad thing that's going on in our country, but we're going to get it turned around. Religion and Christianity are the biggest things.
By the way, when I say Donald Trump is the ultimate manifestation of the man Jesus told you not to listen to in the Bible, this is what I mean. He's literally standing there talking about how important religion is to all of you and why you need to buy the Trump Bible today.
Things missing from this country, and I truly believe that we need to bring them back, and we have to bring them back fast. I think it's one of the biggest problems we have. That's why our country is going haywire. We've lost religion.
Yeah, I need to really emphasize this for those of you who aren't Christian. Having grown up in like a fundamentalist Christian religious household, I need to tell you guys that even among like conservative evangelicals, this is pretty sacrilegious. Like this is so desperate that it might actually alienate conservatives from his base. Like that's the level of sacrilege we're talking about with this guy selling a Bible that has a combination of the Bible and like the Constitution in it, you know? You really need to go over this article. What is this? Oh, could American evangelicals spot the Antichrist? Well, the answer is no. Like, definitionally, right? I'm not going to go over that right now, but I will hold it open in a tab. But the answer is no. Like, the entire premise of, Revelations is, like, this is how the world's going to end, but none of you are going to recognize that the world's ending, so it's kind of pointless. You know, like the entire book of Revelations is basically, like, hey, the world's gonna end. You don't know when it's coming, but it is gonna end. Here's how it's gonna end. Also, you're not gonna recognize any of these things until after they've happened. Congrats, you played yourself.
In our country, all Americans need a Bible in their home, and I have many.
Oh yeah,
it's my favorite book.
The Antichrist is basically tailored for American evangelicals, like as a concept.
A lot of people's favorite book. This Bible is a reminder that the biggest thing we have to bring back America and to make America great again is our religion. Religion is so important.
Wait, what?
It's to make America. The biggest thing we have to bring back America and to make America great again is our religion. Religion is so important. It's so missing, but it's...
Oh, okay, so the main way he's proposing to make America great again is by Christian nationalism. It's just explicit now. Okay.
It's going to come back, and it's going to come back strong, just like our country is going to come back strong. In the end, we do not answer to bureaucrats in Washington. We answer to God in heaven. Christians are under siege.
Yeah,
we must
sales
protect
pitch needs
content
to be tightened up a little bit.
That is pro-God. We love God, and we have to protect anything that is pro-God. We must defend God in the public square and not allow the media or the left-wing groups to silence, censor, or discriminate against us. We have to bring Christianity back into our lives and back into what will be again a great nation. Our founding fathers did a tremendous thing when they built America.
When they separated church and state, I agree.
America on Judeo-Christian values. Now that
oh wait, but that isn't even the case, bud.
Foundation is under attack, perhaps as never before. What can we do? Stand up, speak out, and pray that God will bless America again. I'm proud to endorse and encourage you to get this Bible.
Wait, how do Christians hear this and not understand he is grifting? It's literally the thing from advertising. Lily loves stuff. It's the concept around advertising is that people who think advertising doesn't affect them are actually more susceptible to the messaging of the advertisement. You know, it's a bit of a contradiction, but like all of the people who support Donald Trump consider themselves like free thinkers. You know, they consider themselves, you know, people who couldn't possibly be hoodwinked by a scam, which makes them more susceptible to being hoodwinked by fascism and scams. You know, like that's the thing.
We must make America pray again.
Oh my God.
Pray,
what?
Get educated, get motivated, and stand with me and the legions of Americans asking God to bless our great nation, to bring our great nation back, and to make America great again. I'm proud.
I agree. We need to bring back Studio Mappa to do all of our animations here in the United States. That's why, as president, I'm proposing we move Studio Mappa from Japan all the way to the United States. We will poach their animation talent, goddammit, and bring back hand-drawn animation to the States. Let's go! Hashtag rescue Mappa.
To partner with Lee in this offering. He's a very special man, both as a talent, but maybe even more so as a human being. He's very, very special. And I think you all should get a copy of God Bless.
That's right. That's right, Lily Love Stuff. We're going to bring them to America. We're bringing Studio Mappa to America so they can maximize their levels of homosexuality and also unionize more effectively. Let's go.
The USA Bible now and help spread our Christian values with others. There you have it. Let's make America pray again.
Bro, imagine you are a non-Christian, right? And you get invited over to your Christian friend's house and they break out this Bible to try and convert you, bro. Bro, imagine someone tries to convert you while reading quotes from the Make America Pray Again Bible. Come on, dude. Oh my God. It would be the cringiest experience of my life.
God bless you, and God bless the USA.
Doesn't legion have a very specific secular meaning? I mean, legion refers to like a group of soldiers, yeah. Also, for the record, the God Bless the USA Bible here, it costs $60. It costs $60. Just out of curiosity, you can get a Bible off of Amazon for like $8. Just as an FYI, you can get a Bible for like anywhere from $8 to $20. They're charging $60. I bet it's just some drop shipped crap. Absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Introducing
we need the Lee Greenwood version of the ad. We need that.
Limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America. God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather.
Dude, they couldn't even get Lee Greenwood to like come out for the ad. They just had a still image of him like moved across the screen, dude. I just can't. Can we just watch that again real quick? This is Lee Greenwood. Whoop. Lee Greenwood, noted JPEG YouTuber. Lee Greenwood, noted PNG tuber. Oh my God, dude.
Of Independence and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA, with its large print in slim.
Just what I've always wanted, a written chorus from God Bless the USA. Oh my God. Dude, they are not okay. They are not okay. Also, just real quick, I feel like they're not fundamentally understanding their key demographic by going with clearly, like, someone who's woke going by the hair, okay? Like, we got colored hair. We got a lady with colored hair, chat, who's also not white. I feel like their core demographic isn't really about either of those things.
Design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake.
If somebody gifts you the God Bless the USA Bible, I think you're entitled to just throw it immediately out the nearest window. I think you actually have that right as an American.
To pass on to future generations.
Yeah, at least the Trumpy bear was like a cuddly bear you could hold. I mean, it probably was made with, like, razor blades in it or was used to smuggle cocaine, but, like, it was at least at the end of the day when you got it, a stuffed animal that you could, like, cuddle. There's not a whole lot of use value out of this. I'm guessing most people aren't buying their first Bible from GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large...
Yes, the King James Version translation, i.e. the gay version.
Print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
And in case you're wondering, what do you mean the gay version of the Bible? I mean that King James was literally gay. Like, literally, though we don't know the truth about his sexual preferences, we do know that James had 3 intense and exclusive romantic affairs with men. It's possible that they had a sexual side, just as it's possible that had he lived today, he wouldn't have defined himself as heterosexual. And, like, that is maybe the most cautious way I've ever heard of saying, yeah, like, he was known to sleep with men on numerous occasions and had long-lasting relationships with 3 different men. But we don't know what happened in his bedroom. Maybe they were just cuddling. Maybe they just touched tips. Okay. Maybe they just, maybe they were just charging their JO crystals. You never know. You never know. Okay. To be in. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Something roommates. Yes. It's a real Harold, they're lesbians moment. Maybe they were just talking. No. Maybe they were soaking. The only socially acceptable way to have sex. And if you don't know what that is, and you happen to live in the Salt Lake City area, and you're currently unemployed, I have a weird, like, proposal for a career for you, and that is, apparently, there's an entire underground, like, market for services related to soaking, i.e. you essentially, so for those of you who don't know what soaking is, it is the only acceptable way to have premarital sex in the Mormon community. And it is essentially 2 people get naked together, or, they get in sexually compromising positions with one another. And then you have a third person shake the bed. So you're not doing sex. Okay, you're just being shaken. Your bits are being shaken on top of another person's bits. What? I'm not making this up. Just here, there's an entire goddamn Wikipedia page about it. All right? Complete with a little diagram. Jesus Christ. What? God damn it. Yes, the act of vaginal penetration without subsequent thrusting, because you're not doing any of the thrusting yourself. Okay? You're not doing thrusting, so it's not sex. It's literally It's literally the equivalent of, you know how people say, oh, I just tripped and my dick fell into her vagina. You know, like guys will say that as like a joke, but that's the justification for soaking as a practice in like the Mormon church. It's okay, I hired another person to shake the bed. Yeah, so basically you have like a whoops, I slipped into it situation, and then you have a third person at the end of the bed who then like gets the signal to go ahead and they start shaking the bed. So it's not, you're not thrusting, so it's okay. All right? Would Mormons pay more to have an apostate do the bouncing? I think mostly it's just such a niche job and there's such a demand for it, because usually how it would work is that you ask like your homie, you know, you ask your homie to like go and shake the bed for you, and then you have your homie's back if he ever needs his bed shaked, you know, or shaken, not stirred. And however, that then creates a market for people who, without judgment, are going to show up and do a little soaking action, you know, shake the end of the bed, and then go home. No questions asked. Soaking is way more kinky than, like, half of kinks. I absolutely agree. Also, by the way, this is the only acceptable way to loophole through any kind of sexual activity. And they also bar masturbation. So it's literally like the only way a lot of Mormons view as like their pathway to having any sexual gratification outside of marriage. It's just, no, gay fesh, it's basically just, you know, elevating the status of the cuck chair, okay? If we're being completely honest. Is this how King James seriously beat those gay allegations all those years ago? No, it's the opposite. He's very gay. Holy fuck, Mormon loopholes are weird. Our loophole was just anal. Well, that's the other thing. That's the other thing, right? Like, a lot of Christians believe that the loophole for being able to have premarital sex is just have anal sex, which is a very funny loophole, I think. So, and again, by the way, your mileage may vary in different Mormon communities. Kind of like how it's common for Christians to believe that anal sex isn't real sex. A lot of Mormons don't believe that soaking is real sex either. But then, of course, you'll also find members of the church who are like, no, soaking is a sin! And so it's like a weird divergent schism in the Mormon community. You're thrusting by proxy? Indeed.
I do look forward to the White House's Christmas Day statement in favor, I assume, of partial birth abortion.
Thoughts on the soup poop hole loophole? I'm not asking what that is. I'm just continuing as if I never saw that phrase.
In celebration of partial birth abortion on the day Jesus was born, I think probably they're actually going to do that. That seems probable.
Literally, no one celebrates partial birth abortion, Ben. No one's like, fuck yeah, it's time to do a late-term abortion. No, doctors aren't excited to do it. Like, patients aren't excited to undergo the procedure. Like, no one's happy when there's a need to do a late-term abortion. It's just done to save the life of the mother, Ben. That's the only reason late-term abortions are done.
At this point. So Biden then put out an Easter message, a piece of damage control. Joe Biden put out a statement saying, quote, Jill and I send our warmest wishes to Christians around the world celebrating Easter Sunday. Easter reminds us of the power of hope and the promise.
Wait, that's not damage control. That's literally a planned communication about Easter. We already read that one. That was from the same day. It's not like Joe Biden woke up the next day and furiously called his like communications director because everyone was mad at him on Twitter. Like, what are you talking about, Ben?
Promise of Christ's resurrection. As we gather with loved ones, we remember Jesus' sacrifice. We pray for one another and cherish the blessing of a dawn of new possibilities. With wars and conflicts taking a toll on innocent lives around the world,
would it be a hate crime if someone snatched Ben's hat and a game of Keep Away was played? Yes. Don't do that.
We renew our commitment to
this chat is vehemently against hate crimes.
Work for peace, security, and dignity for all people. From our family to yours. Happy Easter and may God bless you. By the way, when he says work for peace, security, and dignity for all people, understand, he just used that exact same language with regard to people who have the delusion that they are members of the opposite sex.
Yeah, it's almost like he believes that people deserve equal love, respect, dignity, etc. You know, the things he said in his initial message.
Okay, but the left went even further than that. The left decided that anyone who opposed the conflation of quote-unquote trans day of visibility and Easter, these are people who apparently are cruel bigots. Not just that. Apparently, according to these same people, Jesus would have himself been a super big proponent, it turns out, of the trans ideology. Now, where they get this from, I have no idea. Jesus, it turns out, for those who have even a cursory knowledge of the New Testament, I'm not a Christian, but I've read the New Testament. Jesus is a pretty judgmental guy. He has some rules. Turns out, not every behavior is approved by Jesus.
It's true, but you know, it's really interesting, and you'd know this, Ben Shapiro, if you read the New Testament. Nowhere in the New Testament does Jesus actually condemn trans people. That isn't actually a thing that Jesus has talked about at all in the New Testament. Jesus also doesn't talk about gay people or homosexuals. He doesn't talk about gays or trans people in any of the things attributed to him in the New Testament. Okay, sorry if I'm stumbling over my words a little bit. I have been streaming for 10 hours.
Nonetheless, here was David Jolly on MSNBC suggesting, former Florida Republican Party representative, the kind who's welcome on MSNBC to earn some strange new respect. Here he was suggesting Jesus would have been totally cool with the transgenderism.
True.
I think we got to hit it head on and suggest to President Trump and Mike Johnson and Senator Blackburn and others who are relying on the words of their Christ and their Jesus they celebrate today to condemn Joe Biden, to suggest to them that actually the Jesus they celebrate today would be inclusive of the transgender community and would be supportive of the transgender community. And
true. You know, he might former Republican decided to get out of Congress, I guess, and get some better ideas.
And all Christians, including Donald Trump, Mike Johnson, and others who celebrate today, that in fact they should love the transgender community as they love their own God.
Okay, no, that is wrong. So again, I'm not going to speak for Christians here because I'm not one, but I am going to say I have at least.
You've been speaking for Christians the entire time, bud. You don't give a single shit if like Easter is disrespected, if Jesus Christ is disrespected. You don't believe that he's the Son of God. Like to Ben Shapiro, Jesus is just some guy. If Ben Shapiro even acknowledges that Jesus exists at all, which, you know, is debated.
More knowledge about this than David Jolly does, apparently.
God, that was wild, dude. Wrong. Also, I'm not a Christian. Wrong about what? Wait, which part was wrong? That was really wild, and I honestly am shocked that we spent as much time on that as we did. Like, that was a 15-minute long clip. 14-minute long clip. That literally felt like it took forever because there was just so much, like, half-hearted bullshit interspersed throughout the entire thing. That was wild. Oh, thank God it's over. Yes. I think that's basically the best way to cap that entire discussion. Thank God it's over. And to quote a fellow trans, thank God for me. I'm lost. The Easter Bunny is trans now. Is the Easter Bunny trans? Where'd that come from? Oh, you're speaking as Ben. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, folks, I've been going for 10.5 hours. I am very tired, but just one last look at this incredible outfit. And I will don this attire again in the near future. When I have somebody to help me zip up, because I tried for like an hour and I couldn't get this to zip up because latex is a slippery son of a bitch. Thank you for I hope you all enjoyed my little April Fool's Day game. And I'll put more effort into it next year because it seemed like you guys kind of had fun with it. Let's see. I'll zip you up. I do need someone to help me zip up. Let's take a look here. Who are we gonna raid into? Let's raid into... Raid into Caroline Kwan. I like Caroline. Looks like they're doing a late night movie called Babylon. Looks like it might be fun. Raid you in. We'll also host Caroline Kwan over on the riverboat.gg site. So again, if any of you in YouTube chat would like to come on over to riverboat.gg, the bot should respond to that. There it is. There's a link in chat. Come on over to riverboat.gg and you can keep watching along with the folks over on the website. And with that, folks... I hope you all have a lovely evening, and I will be back tomorrow. Thanks for being amazing. Bye, everybody.